सब करा लेता हूँ. रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं. इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है.
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप.
Go Mechanic.
Joe Biden, now the 46th president of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
It says that it's likely to miss by around.
What was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan?
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
We want love, we want peace, we want equality!
There are
a traditional recipe and it's really very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time.
Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. Prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all if you fail to prove us wrong. God help us.
One trillion species. 7.8 billion humans. 1.9 million species extinct. One planet. Where are we heading? What should we do?
Watch Climate Tracker, only on WION. World is one.
was born in Afghanistan. The Soviet invasion forced my family to migrate to Pakistan before moving to the United States. South Asia is home. Here, in the streets, on platforms like these, I am most comfortable. I'm in the studios of WION to bring to you the region's heartbeat. On South Asia Diary, you will hear voices from the world's most underreported region. We will talk culture, we will talk politics, we will talk creative innovations. This is South Asia, home to 1.9 billion people. And this is South Asia Diary with me, Mariam Wardak. On WION, World is One.
Good evening and welcome to Gravitas. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay. Let's get started. The United Nations Security Council is meeting as we speak. The issue at hand is the Ukraine conflict. Russia is amping up the pressure. Over the weekend, it moved blood supplies to the border, another indication that this time Moscow means business. Ukraine is hoping diplomacy will deliver. America is talking about punishing sanctions. The UK too is threatening economic retaliation. But the message from the West is quite clear. No American or NATO troops on Ukrainian soil, which makes the situation very tricky for Kiev. Militarily, it is no match for Russia. Can talks turn the tide? Is Putin waiting for the Winter Games in China to conclude before he strikes? What is the build-up supposed to convey, and how long can he keep his troops deployed on the front? 3 months and counting, we're tracking the Ukraine conflict for you also on the show tonight. After lecturing India on how to talk to protesting farmers, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau goes into hiding as protesters in his country take to the roads. North Korea sounds off alarm bells as it conducts its 7th missile test in less than a month. China's Olympic bubble bursts 5 days before the Winter Games. At least 200 people living in the Olympic Village test positive for the Wuhan virus. And researchers from India have found a gene variant that increases the chance of diabetes and hypertension. This peptide is present in 15% of the Indian population. We'll tell you more about it. We begin as always with Gravitas Global Headlines.
A United Nations report claims that the Taliban and its allies allegedly killed more than 100 former Afghan government members, security personnel, and people who worked with international forces since the Taliban takeover of Kabul on August 15th. According to a press group report, foreign journalists in China face unprecedented hurdles and intimidation, including threats of legal action and online troll campaigns. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has received the Sue Gray investigation report into the alleged lockdown parties. The Partygate scandal has prompted widespread public and political anger over the breaking of lockdown rules by the government itself. Portugal's ruling socialists have won unexpected outright majority after snap elections, securing a strong new mandate for the Prime Minister, Antonio Costa. The African Union has suspended Burkina Faso from all its activities in response to last week's military coup. The suspension will remain in place until constitutional order is restored. Nearly 4,000 people staged a protest against Germany's COVID-19 restrictions. The protests, mostly unmasked, rallied in Nuremberg as the country continues to report record COVID-19 infection figures. Landslides and flooding due to heavy rains in Brazil's São Paulo state have killed at least 19 people, with hundreds of families left homeless. The major winter storm that ripped through much of the U.S. East Coast over the weekend prompted the cancellation of another 1,400 U.S. flights on Sunday. The storm brought hurricane-force winds and heaps of snow to the region. Denmark's Christian Eriksen has joined Premier League side Brentford in a remarkable return to football just 7 months after suffering a cardiac arrest. The 29-year-old has not played competitively since that incident, but has signed a 6-month deal with Brentford, who are managed by his compatriot Thomas Frank. The Los Angeles Rams will meet the Cincinnati Bengals in Super Bowl 56 next month. Both sides produced fantastic comebacks to win their conference championships. The Rams recovered from 17-7 behind to beat the San Francisco 49ers 20-17 and lift the NFC Championship, while Cincinnati beat the much-fancied Kansas City Chiefs to win the AFC Championship.
Just a short while back, the United Nations Security Council met, what for? To discuss Russian aggression near Ukraine. Here's what's been happening. Over the weekend, the Russians started moving blood supplies to the front. And this is significant. Russia has been setting up supply lines of all kinds, medical units, fuel, and now blood supplies, something that would be critical during war. Ukraine says this information is not true, but the West is not taking Russia's moves lightly. Look at the build-up at the border. Moscow is boosting troop levels. It has surrounded Ukraine. The Russians are stationed on all 4 sides of the country now. The biggest deployment is on the Russia-Ukraine border. In fact, the build-up started here. But now Russia has deployed soldiers everywhere. They're in Crimea, a region that Russia annexed in 2014. They're in Moldova. Russian forces have around 100 troops there. They're also in the north, inside Belarus, and dangerously close to the Ukrainian border. How many Russian soldiers are we talking about? One estimate says there are 106,000 ground troops and 21,000 Navy and Air Force personnel. Russia also has separatists inside Ukraine, 15,000 of them believed to be in 2 regions, Luhansk and Donetsk. In fact, people are leaving Donetsk. This region looks like a ghost town. People have left because they fear they could be becoming targets of shelling. They have a good reason to be worried. Russian soldiers have been conducting drills. Today, Russia's northern fleet was in action. They conducted anti-submarine drills in the Norwegian Sea. World leaders are putting pressure on Moscow, starting with the United States. The Biden administration is planning to slap what they call bold sanctions. Reports say they'll target foreign lending to Russia and sales of sovereign bonds. They will block technologies for critical industries and assets of elite citizens close to Vladimir Putin. Here's how one report described the proposals. Washington is looking to take a sledgehammer to pillars of Russia's financial system. Sanctions will certainly hurt Russia, but they've hardly been effective as deterrents. The US has called for the Security Council session. In fact, they did call for the session today. They tried to drum up support of the global community against what they call Russian aggression. Listen to this.
We have had numerous meetings. Over 100 meetings over the course of the past few weeks, both with Russian officials and in consultations with our European and Ukrainian colleagues. All of these meetings have been in private. We think it's now time to have a meeting in public and have this discussed in a public forum.
Meanwhile, the United Kingdom is sending a warning to the Russian president. Prime Minister Boris Johnson will speak to President Vladimir Putin this week, and here is what he plans to tell him.
Well, what I will say to the President Putin, as I've said before, is that I think we really all need to step back from the brink, and I think Russia needs to step back from the brink. I think that an invasion of Ukraine and any incursion into Ukraine beyond the territory that Russia has already taken in 2014 would be an absolute disaster for the world, but above all, it would be a disaster for Russia.
Step back from the brink, he said. The British government is bringing a legislation. The new law will allow London to slap targeted sanctions on Russia, more specifically Russian banks, energy companies and oligarchs close to the Kremlin. Moscow sees this move as a threat.
You know, these are very alarming statements from London. I think it is alarming not only for us and Russian companies. It demonstrates that London is really unpredictable. And it is a reason for certain consideration for international financial and business structures.
Russia also had strong words for the United States at the UNSC. Its ambassador tried to block the meeting on Ukraine and accused America of what they call megaphone diplomacy.
Furthermore, the open format for discussion proposed by the US on this extremely sensitive topic is making this a classic example of megaphone diplomacy. Rather, we fully understand that the desire of our American colleagues to whip up hysterics regarding its own situations, regarding the so-called Russian act of aggression, is something that they want to do, including within the Security Council from this rostrum.
So the US and the UK are willing to take on Russia. What about the rest of Europe? Or Europe for that matter. Russian troops are on their doorstep, but the bloc remains divided. Even NATO is not willing to put boots on the ground. It has no plans to send soldiers to Ukraine.
We have no plans to deploy NATO combat troops to Ukraine. NATO allies have trainers there. We help them from NATO with building capacity, modernizing their defenses, including their cyber defenses. NATO allies also provide equipment, defensive weapons, like the UK has now provided, for instance, anti-tank weapons.
So Ukraine will get assistance, but will it have to fight Russia alone? Residents of Kiev are already preparing for that. Ukrainian veterans are holding training camps inside the city. Yesterday, hundreds of volunteers gathered at a training ground in Kiev. They were there to learn combat skills, like how to handle a rifle.
Not everyone is supposed to. We don't have a military country. Not everyone is supposed to be military. Not everyone is supposed to know how to shoot, to run, to be a professional. But unfortunately, in the current reality, this is what the circumstances dictate to us. To at least know on an elementary level how to stop blood loss, how to behave during shelling.
So this is what Ukraine is gearing up for. There is a constant fear of invasion. Can diplomacy avert a war? Tomorrow, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov will speak to US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. So far, these leaders have failed to deliver truce. There's little to suggest that the next phone call will be a game changer. The only plus is that they're still talking. We'll keep track. There's a new trend on social media tonight, hashtag where is Justin Trudeau? It's not a rhetorical question. It's not funded by Canada's opposition either. It's a genuine query of ordinary Canadians. Where is their Prime Minister? Unfortunately, nobody knows. Trudeau says he has contracted the Wuhan virus, but no one knows where he's isolating. Normally, he would be in his Ottawa office on Mondays. Today, he wasn't. He and his family were moved to an undisclosed location. In other words, he fled. Do you know why? Because the white knight of democracy could not handle a protest. Let me show you what's happening in Ottawa. The streets have been taken over by protesters. We're talking about thousands of them, mostly truckers. They're calling it the Freedom Convoy. Some of them are carrying banners denouncing Trudeau. Some of them drove in on their massive trucks. Some of them are not even truckers. They're ordinary residents of Ottawa, but all of them are protesting the same thing, vaccine mandates. You see, Canada has imposed a new rule for entering the US. To cross the border, you must be vaccinated. No jab, no travel. But Canadian truckers are not impressed. Some of them are anti-vax. They do not want to get the vaccine. So what did they do? Well, they're truckers. They did what they do best. They hit the roads. Some of them have blocked the major highways linking to the US. Others drove into Ottawa to clog the capital. Now, let me make one thing clear. We do not endorse this protest. We do not approve of this cause. Vaccines are your best bet against the Wuhan virus. By not getting jabbed, these truckers are putting themselves in danger. Having said that, What is Justin Trudeau up to? He's the Prime Minister of Canada. His job is to create consensus. If truckers are resisting him, he must reach out to them. Instead, Trudeau fled. Is he in a war bunker? Is he getting a haircut? Is he rethinking the vaccine mandate? Nobody knows. What do you think Trudeau should have done instead? Well, why don't we ask the man himself? Meet Justin Trudeau from December 2020. Around the time when farmers were protesting in India, that Trudeau was full of ideas, how to reach out, how to handle the protests, how to broker peace. He was passionate and proactive in offering advice. Let me quote what he said about India. The situation, he said, is concerning. We are all very worried about family and friends. Let me remind you, Canada will always be there to defend the rights of peaceful protesters. We believe in the process of dialogue. We've reached out through multiple means to the Indian authorities to highlight our concerns. If only we could get this message to Trudeau's secret cubbyhole. I'm not saying the situation in Ottawa is not challenging. The protests are certainly daunting. But there hasn't been violence. So far, the protests have been peaceful. So why hasn't Prime Minister Trudeau reached out to the protesters? Where is the process of dialogue? Actually, forget dialogue. Why not release a statement or at least a tweet? It's not like Trudeau got logged out of the internet. Here's something he retweeted today. He's celebrating a football victory. Canada's men's football team beat the Americans. I'm sure it's a big deal for Canada. But is it more important than these pictures? Thousands of truckers camping in the national capital. Temperature minus 20 degrees Celsius. Trudeau may disagree with their views. So do we. But his response is two-faced. When the protests happen in India, it's the government's fault. The cops are tyrants. The ministers are unresponsive. But when the protests happen in Canada, the narrative changes. Guess what Trudeau calls these truckers? A small fringe minority holding unacceptable views. His words. Well, that's precisely what the Indian government also said, that the farmer protests were being organized by a minority. The similarities don't end there. Like all protests, this one too needs financial support. So where is that money coming from? Online campaigns. Around 33% of the donors are anonymous. No names, no address. Canada's intelligence agencies say they suspect a foreign hand. They say the truckers could be getting money from abroad. Again, that's precisely what happened in India. Khalistani elements penetrated the protests. Funds were flowing in from abroad, some said. But in 2020, Trudeau did not care. He wanted to protect his vote bank in Canada. So he dived into the internal affairs of a sovereign country. Today, when he faces a similar situation, he flees. He pretends like nothing is happening. And the Canadian media is playing along. Here's what the CBC is reporting, the Canadian Broadcasting Company, CBC. After 2 days of protests, Ottawa residents are feeling the effects. Some workers and volunteers say they're worried about safety. Does this sound familiar to you? The same thing happened during the farmers' protest in India. Major highways were blocked. On Republic Day, New Delhi was overrun by tractors. But criticizing that was apparently insensitive. If you condemn that, you are muzzling democracy. I guess it only applies to New Delhi, not to Ottawa or Vancouver or Montreal. I'm not saying Trudeau should surrender to these anti-vaxxers. I'm saying he should stick by his own words. He should reach out to them. What if the protesters resort to violence? What if they disrupt daily life? Even then, Trudeau must follow his own words, talks and dialogue. Remember, that's what he asked India to do. People here could not take the highway anymore. Normal life was being disrupted. Only then did authorities intervene. But back then, Justin Trudeau lectured the government of India on how to handle the farmers. This whole controversy is a lesson for all self-righteous leaders out there. Stop meddling in the affairs of other countries. And if you do, make sure you hold yourself to the same standard. If not, you're just a hypocrite, wavy hair or not. And since we're discussing self-righteous leaders, how could we forget the most righteous of them all, Kim Jong-un, pun intended, of course, the supreme leader of North Korea, as he calls himself, is on a day. He's testing nuclear missiles at warp speed. 6 such tests were conducted last week. 6 tests in just a month. Over the weekend came the 7th one. North Korea test fired the Hwasong-12 ballistic missile. It's one of the deadliest missiles in Pyongyang's arsenal. It's capable of striking much of South Asia and American territories like Guam. This test is being described as a quote-unquote wake-up call for the world. Our next report tells you why.
These images are from Sunday. They show North Korean leader Kim Jong-un in his factory in Pyongyang. Dressed in his trademark leather suit and coat. What is he so thrilled about? Yet another successful missile test. Only this one is the biggest since 2017. Look at these images now. On Sunday, it was test-fired by North Korea. The missile kilometers climbed an altitude of then landed in waters off Japan's coast. Some unusual pictures purportedly taken from space show the missile North Korea says this test was only. No one is buying these claims. From South Korea to Japan to the United States, they're all looking at this test as a wake-up call. The Hwasong-12 is one of the deadliest missiles in North Korea. Power, it can travel thousands of kilometers, putting much of South Asia and American territories like Guam weeks. Throughout January 2022, North Korea has test-fired one missile after another, as the world remains caught up with Ukraine, Taiwan, and the pandemic. This unnerving spate of testing has set alarm bells ringing globally. Reactions are pouring in from all over the world, even
the Korean Peninsula, to speak and act with the right direction of dialogue and consultation and jointly promote the political resolution of the Peninsula issue.
It is extremely important that member states take serious steps to implement the sanctions in their jurisdictions or write a blank check for the DPRK regime to advance a weapons program.
Series of actions by North Korea, including the repeated launches of ballistic missiles and security of our country, the region, and the entire international community.
These tests signal the return of brinkmanship, the Kim reaching all the goals that were set at the 8th Party Congress last year. The first goal was to test a hypersonic. It was achieved later this month. Another goal was testing a submarine-launched missile. It was achieved in October last year. Yet another goal was developing tactical nuclear weapons. One of the 7 tests conducted this month was of tactical missiles. All of the boxes are being ticked, but what is Kim Jong-un's endgame? For a while, it seemed that North Korea was doing this to seek America's attention, to make Joe Biden ease the sanctions and reinstate dialogue over nukes. But that may no longer be the case. Pyongyang seems squarely focused on meeting its nuclear milestones, irrespective of what Washington does or does not. This may further damage Biden's foreign policy credentials. Bureau Report, WION. World is
Missiles are also being in another part of the world. Let's zoom in to West Asia. The United Arab Emirates has intercepted a third Houthi missile. This time too, it was fired from Yemen. This is where the two countries are located on the map. For the last 3 weeks, a war in one of them has spilled to the other. Yemen has have taken control of the capital. Sun Alliance is fighting them. The UAE withdrew most of its troops in 2019, but it continues. So the Houthis are now building pressure. They want the UAE out of the war. In the last 3 weeks, the Houthis have attacked the UAE thrice. They were successful once. The other 2 times, the missiles were intercepted. Both sides. Let's start with the Houthis. What their fight become a stalemate. More than 100,000 people have died, and the Houthis have been cornered. In desperation, they're targeting what the UAE values the most, its stability. You see, stability is the UAE's USP. It is a safe, dangerous companies have offices in the Emirates. People from around the world travel to the UAE, both for its population. Dubai's airport is the world's 3rd busiest. It is safe transit for flights from around the world. Houthis are trying to puncture this bubble of stability and safety, trying to turn the UAE into a country of sporadic attacks. They targeted Abu Dhabi on the 17th of this month, 17th of January, when Moon Jae-in was in the country. The Houthi drone missile hit an oil facility. 3 people were killed. All of them were expats, including Indians. The UAE, on the other hand, is determined to not let a militant group hurt its image. Emirati officials have barred people from clicking or uploading photos related to the missile attacks. The information coming out of the country is being tied. Flight operations have not been affected by the latest missile crisis. Everything they say. The UAE says it destroyed the missile launcher within 30 minutes of the attack. The launcher was located in Yemen's Al Jawf province, some 1,300 kilometers from Abu Dhabi. Here's the twist to the tale. Not about the war in Yemen alone. The missile was fired at a time when Israel's president, Isaac Herzog, was a protest against the changing geopolitics, signed the Abraham Accords. It normalized ties, which initially became a part of the unofficial anti-Iran coalition of Arab states. In 2021, Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett visited the UAE. Now, the Israeli president of the country, just 1 day ago, he called on Abu Dhabi's Crown Prince bin Zayed Al Nahyan. They reportedly discussed business and security. Earlier, he visited the Dubai Expo. He took to the podium to tell the world that Houthis are standing together. The Houthis too sent out a message. Let me tell you what they said. The Emirates, an adversary as long as the actions of the Israeli enemy continue in and Dubai. Loud protests came in from Iran too. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said, and I'm quoting, "Invasion, expansionism and crisis making are part of the nature of Israel's policy." The Israeli president is continuing his tour despite the attack. Israel says it is ready to offer any security or intelligence support that the UAE may need. So here's how things stand. The Houthis are determined to build pressure. The UAE is determined to secure its image. And Israel is determined to expand ties with the Arab world. The sands in this part of the world are shifting rapidly. The UAE responded to previous Houthi attacks and is unlikely to break that pattern. But 3 missile attacks in 3 weeks make 2 things very clear. The war in Yemen has spilled and the UAE's safety net has been torn. To Beijing now. The Winter Games begin in just 5 days from now, but China does not look prepared for what's coming. There is a major outbreak in Beijing, the highest number of Wuhan virus cases in 18 months. The Olympic bubble is becoming the hotspot. More than 200 people have tested positive. These are players and officials who have come for the games. On Sunday, 37 people tested positive. On Saturday, 34 cases were reported. Most people are testing positive after they arrive at the airport. The athletes are worried. They're worried about catching the Wuhan virus.
You're like just so stressed about, making sure you're as safe as you can be, yet at the same time, there's no way to be 100% safe. There's been a lot of athletes that are testing positive right now. And it's scary because you put in 4 years since the last games. Johnny put in 24 years to get here. And For all of that to go to waste in the last week, last couple days, it would be a tragedy. And so that's always kind of on your mind, and it is stressful.
China's zero COVID strategy has bombed. For the Games, Beijing created something called the closed loop. What's that? Just a fancy name for a bubble. But it has been breached, and spectacularly so. Some 3,000 athletes are participating in the Winter Games, but inside the bubble, there are around 60,000 people. This includes players, officials, coaches, staff, and organizers, all of them. And those coming to Beijing must come in chartered flights. The players have to stay inside this bubble while they're in Beijing. No one from outside can enter the bubble. Those living inside have to wear a mask and take a test daily. The hotels are surrounded by temporary walls. The players are isolated from the attendees and the media. They have to travel in special vehicles. Basically, this is the toughest pandemic bubble yet anywhere in the world. You could even call it draconian. And even then, the Wuhan virus managed to breach it. And the Communist Party, instead of admitting failure, is giving itself a pat on its back. Allow me to read for you what the People's Daily published. This is the official newspaper of the Communist Party of China. This is what they said, and I'm quoting, "The epidemic and control measures of the Beijing Winter Olympics are the epitome of China's successful experience in fighting the epidemic and are also focused demonstration of China's spirit and China's strength." Well, if it's all going so well, and if China really is the epitome of pandemic response, then why is it cracking down on Communist Party officials? They're doing so on all kinds of pretexts. China's corruption watchdog has been busy. It has punished several managers, officials, and business owners for quote-unquote failing to meet COVID-19 prevention standards. The Beijing branch of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection has issued a notice. Here is what it says. The Communist Party has expelled several officials. They would face criminal punishment. A manager has been singled out. Let me quote on why he was punished. The manager has been accused of poor leadership and non-standard management that led to the spread of the pandemic. This is obviously about Beijing's Wuhan virus outbreak. In recent days, there has been a surge in cases. More than 100 people tested positive in 2 weeks. That's what Beijing is claiming officially. But on the ground, China is testing as many as 2 million people. More people could test positive in the coming days. We cannot say if all of this data will be shared with the world, but we know that more cases are coming. What about the International Olympic Committee? Will it allow the Games to go ahead amid a mass outbreak? A new report says Olympic executives, organizers, and experts have been holding discussions. Internally, they have come up with a contingency plan to quote-unquote pause the action if needed. We hope it doesn't come to that. But by keeping the event alive right now, the IOC has taken the risk of holding the Winter Olympics in a pandemic hotspot. The Genocide Games could be this year's biggest super spreader event. So that was politics and policy. Let's now talk about healthcare. Did you know that 537 million adults today are living with diabetes? That's more than the population of Europe. Diabetes kills 1.5 million people every year. Researchers from India have now identified a gene variant that increases a person's chance of getting diabetes. This gene variant is present in 15% of Indians. Here's a report.
We all know someone who is living with diabetes. It's an unforgiving disease. Diabetes takes a toll on your day-to-day life. It damages your nerves, puts you at risk of heart attacks, even kidney failure. India is the diabetes capital of the world. More than 77 million adults in this country live with the chronic disease. 57% of the cases remain undiagnosed. So it's a big deal when researchers from this very country take giant leaps in the direction of diabetes prevention and diagnosis. This is the India Institute of Technology, Madras, one of the country's premier engineering and research campuses. A team of researchers from IIT Madras have identified a genetic variation. They say this peptide increases a person's risk of diabetes. What is a peptide? It is a small part of a protein. In this case, the peptide is pancreastatin, and the protein is called chromogranin A. Pancreastatin prevents the release of insulin in the body. Diabetes, like you know, is a result of this very problem. When the body is not producing enough insulin, a person has type 1 diabetes. In type 2, the body fails to use the insulin being produced. Researchers have found that pancreastatin is present in approximately 15% of Indians. It is also present in 15% of South Asians, which makes people from this part of the world more susceptible to diabetes. Not just that, people carrying this peptide are 1.5 times more likely to have hypertension and coronary artery disease. Long story short, you don't want this gene variation. But do we have control over our genetic makeup? Not yet. So what we can do is identify if we have this gene variation. Next step, work towards preventing diabetes. This study helps with that diagnosis. It tells medical professionals what they need to look out for. It helps explain one of the many gene factors responsible for diabetes. This disease kills 1.5 million people every year. So any step towards preventing it is a leap in its own right. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
In Pakistan, the economy remains punctured. We've been reporting on it for weeks now, and I'm afraid the situation is not getting any better. Foreign reserves are running out, the currency is losing its value, inflation is growing, prices are soaring, imports are dwindling. Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan is having sleepless nights by his own admission. So to fix the sleep cycle as well as the economy, Islamabad has decided to do what it does best: borrow more money. From whom? The Chinese, who else? Only this time the money won't get debited directly. It will be transferred only after Imran Khan visits China. Next week he is expected to be in Beijing and make the request in person to Xi Jinping. It shows Pakistan's desperation and the myopia of its leaders as they push the country deeper into Chinese debt. The Pakistani media would be covering the visit, of course, and we hope they get it right this time. The last time Imran Khan was in China to borrow money, one Pakistani channel apparently thought that he'd gone there to beg, so it's misspelt Beijing as begging. You have to watch this.
The worst part of corruption is money laundering. Money that leaves the country. In my opinion, one of the biggest problems the world faces today is money laundering.
This was 4 years ago, in 2018. Now Imran Khan is visiting China again. This time he's eyeing a $3 billion loan, that's 529 billion in Pakistani rupees. What will this money be used for? To boost foreign reserves, says Pakistan. What does China get in return? More investment opportunities besides Pakistan's sovereignty, of course. I say this because Islamabad is already neck deep in debt. It owes money not just to China but to the entire world. As of September 2021, its total foreign debt stood at $286 billion, $286 billion. Who does Pakistan owe it to? A host of lenders. According to the State Bank of Pakistan, Islamabad owes $7 billion to the IMF, $11 billion to the Paris Club, $12 billion in bonds to Eurobond and Sukuk, $17 billion to China through CPEC, $33 billion to anonymous multilateral donors, and the remaining $206 billion to several other entities such as the G20 and the OIC. Now it's borrowing another $3 billion from China. We hope it's ready for the consequences. China is known for asking difficult favors in return for money. It's also known for its extremely high interest rates. Let me show you a headline from October 2021. This is when Pakistan paid over 26 billion rupees in interest charges to China for using a loan worth 794 billion Pakistani rupees. The trend is clear. Chinese loans are crippling Pakistan. They come with high interest rates and strings attached. So borrowing more from China is suicidal policy. Yet Pakistan remains caught in this vicious cycle. Beg, borrow, repeat. What Pakistan needs is some inspired policy making. But in these times, inspiration is hard to come by. Most people are resigned to their fate, to more lockdowns, to more virus variants. But inspiration has not disappeared from our world. You just have to wait for it. On Sunday, that wait came to an end for many. Rafael Nadal scripted a comeback victory at the Australian Open. It was high-intensity stuff. At one point, it looked like Nadal would lose emphatically. He lost the first 2 sets. And in the third set, he was down 3 break points. What happened next will probably be talked about for years. Nadal fought back, and how? He won the 3 remaining sets and clinched his 21st Grand Slam title. I'm sure many of you saw that match. It lasted for 5 hours and 24 minutes. You may also know about Nadal's new record. He's got 21 Grand Slams. Both Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic are at 20. But we're not focusing on the match tonight. We're focusing on the journey leading up to the match. Rafael Nadal is 35 years old. His opponent was 25. In December, he tested positive for COVID-19. Before that, he was recovering from a long-standing foot injury. At one point, it looked like he was done. Nadal himself says he contemplated retirement. From there, how did Nadal script this comeback? Well, that's the hallmark of a true champion. Talent alone is never enough. At the Australian Open, everyone is talented, even the ball boys. What sets you apart is what you do with that talent. Your hard work, your dedication, your choices, your temperament. If you can ace those qualities, you can be a champion. Let me give you an example from Sunday's match. Nadal's opponent was Daniil Medvedev. He played brilliantly throughout the match, but after the first 2 sets, the momentum shifted. Nadal started clawing back. At that point, Medvedev lost control. He started fighting with the referee. He began taunting the crowd. And during all of this, Rafael Nadal was composed. That is what true champions do. They're focused and determined. We only see their brilliance on the court. What we do not see is the groundwork, hours and hours at the gym, fixing your flaws, perfecting your strengths, honing your mind. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Dozens of parts together make a complete picture. And just like that, dozens of qualities together make a champion. Since we're talking about the Australian Open, Novak Djokovic comes to mind. He's supremely talented, just like Nadal. He works extra hard, just like Nadal. But unlike Nadal, Djokovic made poor choices. He refused to take the Wuhan virus vaccine. So on Sunday, it was Nadal holding the trophy up, not Djokovic. We can all learn something from this journey, from this attitude. Just think about it. You have won 20 Grand Slam titles. You're among the greatest tennis players of all time. But you're also 35 years old and struggling with injury. Why not retire? Why bother waking up in the morning and training for hours? I'll quote what Nadal said. For a long time, I wasn't able to practice. Sometimes I went to court and I was able to practice 20 minutes, sometimes 45, sometimes 0, sometimes 2 hours. But it has been very, very rough. Nadal could have given up. He doesn't have to prove himself to anyone. He certainly doesn't need the money. But he kept going because that's what champions do. They don't just rely on their talent, they mold that talent. Their ultimate goal is not just to win, it is to achieve perfection. Not every sports person has that kind of drive. That's why you have 2 sets of athletes. One, the forever underachievers. Commentators love them. The fans can see flashes of their talent, but their records are not flattering. And then you have the likes of Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer. They've realized their true potential. They've unlocked their talent. I'm not saying any of this is easy. If it were, we would have had dozens of Nadals. The path to greatness is less traveled, not because people cannot find the path, but because the journey is hard. Years of practice, recovery from injuries, pressures of stardom, weight of expectation. Not everyone can take on all of these challenges. To do that, you need to follow the recipe I just told you. Hard work, dedication, temperament, and judgment. Do that and you will succeed. Who knows, maybe that streak of inspiration is already inside you. The key is to unlock it. All the best. We're leaving you as always with Gravitas Images. Thanks for watching.
Samo popunjava. Pa šalje on u Zenici ga negdje kupio. Kad je prošlo pol sata, čovjek me zove.
नहीं नहीं
ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है। इधर इधर
जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा। इधर
इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप
गो मैकेनिक। नहीं, ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है।
इधर इधर जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा। इधर
इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप
गो मैकेनिक।
Joe Biden, now the 46th president of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
Made it concerned. It says that it's likely to miss by around.
What was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan?
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
A traditional recipe, and it's really very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time.
Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. Prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all. If you fail to prove us wrong, God help us.
$1 trillion species. 7.8 billion humans. 1.9 million species extinct. One planet. Where are we heading? What should we do? Watch Climate Tracker, only on WION. World is One.
I was born in Afghanistan. The Soviet invasion forced my family to migrate to Pakistan before moving to the United States. South Asia is home. Here, in the streets, on platforms like these, I am most comfortable. I'm in the studios of WION to bring to you the region's heartbeat. On South Asia Diary, you will hear voices from the world's most underreported region. We will talk culture, we will talk politics, we will talk creative innovations. This is South Asia, home to 1.9 billion people. And this is South Asia Diary with me, Mariam Wardak. On WION, World is One.
From the world's most volatile region, conflicts over faith and boundaries. Stories of death, destruction, despair, and hope. WION brings you to the heart of the action. Incisive analysis, unrivaled perspective, and exclusive ground reports. Watch West Asia Post every Friday, 8:30 p.m. IST with me, Radi Francis, only on WION. World is One.
From our studios live in New York City, I'm Susan Tehrani, and this is WION, World is One.
President Trump certainly did not authorize the use of National Guard to protect the building.
People from many different countries, some who have been in America for generations, others who are more newly arrived.
So what Joe Biden has tried to do is definitely try to frame the election as a referendum on the president's handling of the pandemic.
Hello, I'm Jodie Cohen, broadcasting from Jerusalem. You're watching WION, World is One.
Israel might be on the verge of getting a new government.
And with the temperature rising again, people in Oregon are preparing for the worst.
There is a sense that authorities are beginning to run out of ideas.
The second and third waves of COVID-19 hit Europe very, very hard.
Tokyo's 7-day average has actually fallen. Over a week ago, it was over 800 new cases a day.
Hello and welcome. You're watching WION World is One with me, Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa.
President Muhammadu Buhari says this latest attack on school children will be the last to occur in Nigeria.
It doesn't matter who is looking for power now, but the fact that it's not going more on attracting humanitarian issues.
You're watching WION News coming to you live from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm Eric Nzoka.
You're watching WION World is One. I'm Reddy Francis, coming to you live for this newscast from Beirut, Lebanon.
President Putin has said that people have a right to express their opinion in Russia.
It's a huge blow for what remains of the pro-democracy movement here in Hong Kong.
Stay connected with the world through WION. Like the page on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter for new alerts. Instagram for videos and images. And the website for the latest news, views and analysis. WIONews.com. World is one.
Joe Biden, now the 46th President of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
It says that it's likely to miss by around.
What was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan?
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
We want love, we want peace, we want equality!
There are a traditional recipe, and it's really very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time.
Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. Prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all if you fail to prove us wrong. God help us.
1 trillion species. 7.8 billion humans. 1.9 billion species extinct.
Well, thanks for staying with us. You're watching WION World is One. My name is Mohammed Saleh, and let's start with the top stories of the day. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is to present the annual union budget in the Parliament, with the focus being on accelerating India's pace of recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic.
But firstly, I want to say sorry. And I'm sorry for the things we simply didn't get right, and also sorry for the way that this matter has been handled. And it's no use saying that this or that...
And British Prime Minister Boris Johnson vows to get on with the job despite the widespread political and public anger, and also calls for him to quit immediately after the release of the Sue Gray report. But ahead of a phone call between the top diplomats of Russia and Ukraine, Moscow sends its stance on Ukraine to the United States, replying to Washington's letter on resolving the crisis last week.
The provocations from Russia, not from us or other members of this council.
And Russia and the United States clash over Ukraine at the United Nations Security Council on Monday, as London and Washington have threatened to slap sanctions on wealthy Russian oligarchs if the former Soviet state were to be attacked. And during his meeting with the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani at the White House, the American President Joe Biden has said that he plans to designate Qatar as a major non-NATO ally. Meanwhile, in fresh bouts of tensions, Mali expels the French ambassador in the light of the hostile comments from the French government. Mali has asked him to leave the national territory within 72 hours.
I want to be very clear. We are not intimidated by those who hurl insults and abuse at small business workers and steal food from the homeless.
And the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau slams the anti-vaccine protesters, and he has said that Canadians were disgusted with their behaviour and he will not be intimidated by those who are hurling abuses. All right, so this, of course, is the big day where the annual financial statement of India will be presented by India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. This will happen at exactly 11 o'clock this morning, as the Indian Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will, of course, be stepping up to present the second budget in the aftermath of the global COVID-19 pandemic. This also has come at a time when the third wave of COVID-19 infections has only now begun to decline, and India is inching towards fully vaccinating its population. But while economic growth is beginning to revive, concerns about inequality and employment and also employability of Indians remains as a big challenge ahead of the government. The economists are expecting support measures for growth and also for several of the MSME sectors to in fact be revived, and also to allow the government to reduce its debt that has accumulated in the last several years. Now, some of the priorities of the budget will be focused on trying and getting more jobs across a sector that have been hammered by the pandemic. Banking sector reforms will, of course, be one of the key aspects of the focus. Climate policies will also figure in, and measures to try and boost the health infrastructure so that people, even in the most remote areas, have access to health is something that the Finance Minister will be expected to speak on. Now, India's fiscal deficit target for the new year will also be very closely monitored by investors and also by the rating agencies. A fiscal deficit is the gap between the government's income and spending, and it implies that the country is spending much more than what it is expected to earn. Now, India also plans to set its deficit target at about 6.3 to maybe even as much as about 6.5% of the GDP. Now, this is just slightly lower than the current year's target of about 6.8%, which the Finance Minister has said was necessary to get the Indian economy back on track after the pandemic derailed its growth. Like any other this year, there is going to be demand for some level of income tax relief for the middle-class service people who are employed, who are salaried people. And this year, the calls are, of course, louder, given how employment and incomes have suffered. Purchasing power has also been eroded due to the rising inflation. This, of course, will have to be one of the key aspects that the government will be looking at in terms of trying to rein in inflation. But at this point of time, a lot of experts do not expect the government to resort to any policies that would have any major impact, one, on inflation, and also no significant changes are expected to the tax slabs. Now, India, which is set to regain the world's fastest growing major economy title, will also likely prioritize growth over fiscal consolidation by boosting more spending in the forthcoming year. So, kicking off the budget session of the Parliament, India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tabled the economic recovery and the economic survey in the Parliament. The survey is the flagship annual document that reviews the state of the economy, and it has projected India's GDP growth to be about in the neighborhood of 8 to 8.5% for the forthcoming year, while the current year's GDP growth has been projected at about 9.2%. Now, amongst other projections, the survey has also indicated that India has more fiscal space to ramp up capital expenditure, while challenges remain for the economy on the macroeconomic front. Now, Asia's third largest economy, India, is fighting a spike in the number of COVID-19 infections and also the inflationary pressure that is on the country. However, the survey points out that all macroeconomic indicators show that Asia's third largest economy is actually well placed to face the challenges that India confronts. And amongst the positives working for the Indian economy are improving farm and industrial output. Growth while vaccination progress is, of course, a major stability indicator. And also, India's ranking in the Global Innovation Index has climbed by as much as about 35 notches from the 81st position in the year 2015-2016 to the 46th position. And some of the biggest risks to the Indian economy remain, of course, the inflationary pressures backed by high crude prices and also some pretty sluggish domestic demand. This, of course, is going to be one of the key changes that the government will have to address in the coming days. Why is the demand collapsing? The government has been resorting to addressing the supply side issues, but the demand side issues will have to be addressed by the government. The sooner it does, the better. And another aspect which the government will have to look at is in terms of the COVID-19 infections and how to ensure that further waves of infections, if they happen, do not damage India's economic prospects. And also, private consumption, accounting for nearly about 55% of the GDP, remains weak amidst the rising levels of household debt. The growth projections are all based on a number of factors, including a normal monsoon season and also an orderly withdrawal of global liquidity by major central banks. The survey also assumes the crude prices will be in the range of $70 to $75 per barrel for the economic growth to continue. And India's economy has been on the mend after the government lifted mobility measures in the month of June to curb the spread of the coronavirus after contracting by almost about 7.3% in the previous fiscal year. And after a surge in the Omicron infections early in the month, many private economists and the International Monetary Fund have also cut growth estimates to about 9% from an earlier estimate of almost about 11% before. All right, let's now shift our attention to what is happening in Britain. It's a report that's been waiting for. Sue Gray report. The Downing Street's alleged lockdown parties has finally been submitted. Now, at first glance, the report is highly limited given the ongoing London police's investigation, but some of the findings are pretty damning, especially for Boris Johnson's government. The original report is a 12-page long PDF, but the actual contents boil down to about 5.5 pages. So this is, of course, the report that you've got in front of your screens, and we're trying to break down what are some of the key findings. Now, firstly, Sue Gray has looked into about 16 different gatherings that took place at 10 Downing Street, all of them from between May 2020 till April 2021. And all of them took place at the 10 Downing Street, except one which was at the Department of Education. 12 of these gatherings are being currently investigated by the Metropolitan Police. Secondly, there is no explicit mention of any individuals. No particular leader has been called out in the report. But Sue Gray has slammed the entire Downing Street leadership for what unfolded at Downing Street. Now, this is what she has had to say, and I quote her here. Against the backdrop of the pandemic, where the government was asking citizens to accept far-reaching restrictions on their lives, some of the behaviour surrounding those gatherings is in fact very difficult to justify. Thirdly, there are no concrete damning conclusions in the report. Sue Gray cites the Metropolitan Police's investigation for that, but what she does is she questions the Downing Street culture. According to Sue Gray, some of the gatherings should not have been allowed. She's even called for them to be addressed immediately across the government departments. And she's also slammed the excessive consumption of alcohol at a professional workplace, that is at 10 Downing Street, stating that some of the staff were simply unable to raise concerns and call the leadership structure to be fragmented and complicated. Now, the Partygate scandal prompted widespread public and political anger across the United Kingdom, and people slammed the government for breaking their lockdown rules. Now, weeks of revelations forced the British Prime Minister to order for an internal inquiry. And senior civil servant Sue Gray was asked to look into the claims, but the involvement of the police last week prevents full details from emerging at this point of time. But remember, the Sue Gray report was first submitted to the Prime Minister, and only after that has the report been made public. So after the pretty damaging claims in the report, Prime Minister Boris Johnson stood in the Parliament and apologised. He accepted Sue Gray's report and the conclusions in full, and also promised to implement changes in the way Downing Street is run. His refusal to resign, however, has brought an onslaught of fury from the opposition. Listen in to the exchanges that occurred in the Parliament after the Sue Gray report was published.
Speaker, it isn't enough to say sorry. This is a moment when we must look at ourselves in the mirror and we must learn. And while the Metropolitan Police must yet complete their investigation, and that means there are no details of specific events in Sue Gray's report, I, of course, accept Sue Gray's general findings in full. And above all, her recommendation that we must learn from these events and act now.
By routinely breaking the rules he set, the Prime Minister took us all for fools. He held people sacrificing contempt. He showed himself unfit for office. His desperate denials since he was exposed have only made matters worse. Rather than come clean, every step of the way, he's insulted the public's intelligence. And now he's finally fallen back on his usual excuse. It's everybody's fault but his. They go, he stays. Even now, he is hiding behind a police investigation into criminality, into his home and his office. Mr. Speaker, he gleefully treats what should be a mark of shame as a welcome shield. But, Prime Minister, the British public aren't fools. They never believed a word of it. They think the Prime Minister should do the decent thing and resign. Of course he won't, because he is a man without shame. And just as he has done throughout his life, he's damaged everyone and everything around him along the way.
The COVID regulations impose significant restrictions on the freedoms of members of the public. They had a right to expect their Prime Minister to have read the rules, to understand the meaning of the rules, and indeed those around him to have done so too, and to set an example in following those rules. What the Gray report does show is that number 10 Downing Street was not observing the regulations they had imposed on members of the public. So either my right honourable friend had not read the rules, or didn't understand what they meant, and others around him, or they didn't think the rules applied to number 10. Which was it?
The opposition, of course, want to keep their focus trained on this. That's their decision. I think, Mr. Speaker, what the people of this country want us to do is to get on with the job that they want us to do, and that is to serve them, Mr. Speaker, and to stop talking, frankly, about ourselves.
All right, so that was the back and forth that took place in the British Parliament, and Boris Johnson will be required, it appears, to answer more questions on the issue. But for the time being, though, let's shift our attention to the other big story that we are tracking on WION, where in Washington, the American President Joe Biden hosted the Emir of Qatar. The meeting underscored the tiny Gulf state's strategic importance for the Americans and also securing a special status for the key American ally in West Asia. Now remember, the tiny state of Qatar hosts the Pentagon's Central Command, and also a huge airbase in the Middle East. Now, during the Afghan evacuation process last year, the American forces had sent in as many as about 60,000 Afghans and Americans via Qatar's airbase. Now, Doha had also served as Washington's diplomatic contact with the Taliban, and that has been ongoing for more than a decade. It will, of course, be very pivotal for any future contact with Afghanistan. Now, Biden has described the tiny nation of Qatar as a good friend and also a very reliable partner. He's recognized Qatar's key strategic place in America's military global footprint and has announced designating Qatar as a major non-NATO ally. A special status grant will, of course, open the door for closer military and commercial ties between the two nations.
He's a good friend and reliable and capable partner, and I'm notifying Congress that I will designate Qatar as a major non-NATO ally to reflect the importance of our relationship. I think it's long overdue.
So, we're very happy and proud of this great relationship, and we're going to continue working together to find ways and means to bring peace in our region. So thank you very much for seeing me today, Mr. President, and as you mentioned, that we'll be talking about several topics.
Meanwhile, the two leaders also celebrated a $20 billion deal for Boeing. An American plane maker, Boeing secured a launch order from Qatar Airways. It's become the first customer for Boeing's new 777X cargo planes. Now, in a White House ceremony, Qatar Airways also signed a letter of intent for a transaction of almost about $6.7 billion for 25 brand new 737 MAX narrow-body airliners.
On that front, I want to applaud the new deal that Qatar Airways Group signed with Boeing for a $20 billion deal. One of the largest deals that Boeing Aircraft has ever had, and it will support tens of thousands of good-paying U.S. jobs here in America.
However, the issue that overshadowed the meeting was the attempt to shield the European allies from potential Russian energy cutoffs. The Western capitals are threatening unprecedented economic sanctions, but if the brewing conflict with Russia escalates further, then there are fears that the oil and gas producing giant could then retaliate against the European Union. The EU imports nearly about 40% of its natural gas from Russia and is already going through a pretty steep price crunch in the middle of winter. And the transatlantic tensions over Russia's intentions in Ukraine are making things worse for Europeans from accessing cheap gas. Now, Qatar's importance, of course, is rising given its energy riches. Qatar is one of the world's biggest liquid natural gas exporters, and there are hopes in Washington and Europe that Doha can temporarily redirect exports destined for the Asian markets into European markets. Now, the Emir is the first Gulf state leader to visit Biden since he's become president just about a year ago. In addition to the meeting, the Sheikh was also meeting with the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, members of the Congress and other officials in Washington.
Members being put in place. We have a lot to discuss, but while the press is here, I want to make...
Now, in the face of the massive protests that have been taking place by the truck drivers in Canada against the vaccine mandate, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has clearly been on the back foot, but now he's said that his government will not be intimidated by those engaging in vandalism and also hurling abuses against him. Our next point gets you the details.
This virus affects us all. 2 of my own children have now contracted it, and this morning I learned I tested positive for COVID-19 as well.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced Monday he was positive for COVID-19, but feeling fine.
I feel well and have no symptoms.
Trudeau, who has championed the vaccine and got inoculated in front of cameras last year, went into isolation last week after one of his children tested positive and said he would continue to work remotely from an undisclosed location. Trudeau's positive test comes as dozens of trucks and other vehicles have jammed up central Ottawa since Friday, and thousands descended upon Parliament Hill to complain about Canada's COVID-19 vaccine mandates. Police said most demonstrators have been peaceful, but local residents complain they are fed up with the non-stop blaring of truck horns. Some also forced a homeless shelter to give them food, the shelter said on Twitter, while others flew Nazi flags. Trudeau on Monday said Canadians were disgusted.
I want to be very clear. We are not intimidated by those who hurl insults and abuse at small business workers and steal food from the homeless. We won't give in to those who fly racist flags. We won't cave to those who engage in vandalism or dishonor the memory of our veterans.
Senior members of the official opposition Conservative Party, which last year lost its third consecutive election to Trudeau's Liberals, have praised the demonstrators. But Ottawa's mayor, Jim Watson, condemned what he called the more extreme behavior, saying, quote, "My message to the truckers is you've had your protests, you've had your rally. Time to go back home."
नहीं ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है इधर ऑफिस जाना मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा इधर इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ रोड साइड असिस्टेंस डेंटिंग पेंटिंग सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं इसको भी बोला था सुनता ही नहीं है
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप
गो मैकेनिक नहीं ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है इधर ऑफिस जाना मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा इधर इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ रोड साइड असिस्टेंस डेंटिंग पेंटिंग सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं इसको भी बोला था सुनता ही नहीं है
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप
गो मैकेनिक
Joe Biden, now the 46th president of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
It says that it's likely to miss by around. What was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan?
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
We want love, we want peace, we want equality!
A traditional recipe, and it's really very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time.
Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. Prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all. If you fail to prove us wrong, God help us.
One trillion species. 7.8 billion humans. Extinct.
Well, thanks for staying with us. You're watching WION The World is One. My name is Mohammed Saleh, and let's start with the top stories of the day. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting the annual union budget in the Parliament this morning, with the key focus being on accelerating India's pace of recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic.
But firstly, I want to say sorry. And I'm sorry for the things we simply didn't get right, and also sorry for the way that this matter has been handled. And it's no use.
And the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson vows to get on with the job despite the widespread political and public anger, and also calls for him to quit after the release of the Sue Gray report. And ahead of a phone call between the top diplomats of Russia, Ukraine, Moscow sends its stance on Ukraine to the United States, replying to Washington's letter on resolving the crisis last week.
The provocations from Russia, not from us or other members of this council.
And Russia and the United States clash over Ukraine at the United Nations Security Council on Monday, as London and Washington have threatened to slap sanctions on wealthy Russian oligarchs if the former Soviet nation were to come under attack from Russia. And during his meeting with Qatar's Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani at the White House, American President Joe Biden has said that he plans to designate the state of Qatar, a tiny nation in the Gulf, as a major non-NATO ally for the Americans.
I want to be very clear. We are not intimidated by those who hurl insults and abuse at small business workers and steal food from the homeless.
The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau slams anti-vaccine protesters, saying that Canadians were disgusted by their behaviour and he would not be intimidated by those who are hurling abuses at him. All right, so this is, of course, the big day for the country's finances. India's finance minister will be stepping up in the parliament exactly at 11 o'clock this morning to put forth the annual financial statement for India. And India's finance minister Nirmala Sitharaman is, of course, heading into the second budget during the global COVID-19 pandemic. And this, of course, has come at a time where the third wave of COVID-19 infections have now started to decline. But the focus, of course, will be on growing back better, on rebuilding what has been lost or what has slowed down in terms of the economy. Now, remember, India is inching towards fully vaccinating its adult population. But while economic growth is beginning to revive, there are some serious concerns about inequality and employment that still remain. Now, economists are expecting that there will be a whole host of measures that will be announced from the government, a whole host of sectors that will require government's support to grow back to what they were before 2019. And the government, for its part, is hoping that it does not need to spend enough to try and reduce its debt accumulation, and also in many ways it's looking to try and expand the areas from which it can actually collect revenue. The likely priorities that the budget will be focused on will be on restoring jobs, supporting sectors that have been very badly hammered by the pandemic. Banking sector reforms will be a key aspect that the government will be focused on. Climate policy is another measure that the government will be looking at very closely. And another key focus area will be on boosting the health infrastructure so that anyone, no matter how remote he or she is in terms of being away from the major hospital infrastructure that is available in the cities and lives in rural areas, can also access similar types of health facilities, especially during the pandemic. Now, India's fiscal deficit target for the new year is also something that is going to be very closely watched by international investors and by the rating agencies. A fiscal deficit is the gap between the government's income and the amount of money that the government intends to spend. And it implies that the country is actually spending more than what it is earning. Now, India plans to set its deficit target to about 6.5% of the GDP. This, remember, is slightly lower than the current year's target of about 6.8%, which the finance minister has said was necessary for the government to spend to get the Indian economy back on track after the pandemic derailed its growth. Like any other year, there's also a demand from the salaried class in India to reduce the income tax and to provide income tax relief. This year, the calls are louder given how employment and incomes have suffered. Purchasing power has also been eroded because of the rising rate of inflation in the last several months. But experts do not expect any kind of significant changes to the tax structure, though. India is set to regain its tag of the world's fastest growing major economy, and it will likely prioritize growth over fiscal consolidation by boosting spending. So, kicking off the budget session of the Parliament, India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tabled the economic recovery and the economic survey in the Parliament. The survey is the flagship annual document that reviews the state of the economy, and it has projected India's GDP growth to be about in the neighborhood of 8 to 8.5% for the forthcoming year, while the current year's GDP growth has been projected at about 9.2%. Now, amongst other projections, the survey has also indicated that India has more fiscal space to ramp up capital expenditure, while challenges remain for the economy on the macroeconomic front. Now, Asia's third largest economy, India, is fighting a spike in the number of COVID-19 infections, also the inflationary pressure that is on the country. However, the survey points out that all macroeconomic indicators show that Asia's third largest economy is actually well placed to face the challenges that India confronts. And amongst the positives working for the Indian economy are improving farm and industrial output. Growth while vaccination progress is, of course, a major stability indicator. And also India's ranking in the Global Innovation Index has climbed by as much as about 35 notches from the 81st position in the year 2015-2016 to the 46th position in some of the biggest risks to the Indian economy remain, of course, the inflationary pressures backed by high crude prices and also some pretty sluggish domestic demand. This, of course, is going to be one of the key changes that the government will have to address in the coming days. Why is the demand collapsing? The government has been resorting to addressing the supply side issues, but the demand side issues will have to be addressed by the government. The sooner it does, the better. And another aspect which the government will have to look at is in terms of the COVID-19 infections and how to ensure that further waves of infections, if they happen, do not damage India's economic prospects. And also private consumption, accounting for nearly about 55% of the GDP, remains weak amidst the rising levels of household debt. The growth projections are all based on a number of factors, including a normal monsoon season and also an orderly withdrawal of global liquidity by major central banks. The survey also assumes the crude prices will be in the range of $70 to $75 per barrel for the economic growth to continue. And India's economy has been on the mend after the government lifted mobility measures in the month of June to curb the spread of the coronavirus after contracting by almost about 7.3% in the previous fiscal year. And after a surge in the Omicron infections early in the month, many private economists and the International Monetary Fund have also cut growth estimates to about 9% from an earlier estimate of almost about 11% before. All right, let's now shift our attention to what is happening in Britain. It's a report that's been waiting for. Sue Gray report. The Downing Street's alleged lockdown parties has finally been submitted. Now, at first glance, the report is highly limited given the ongoing London police's investigation, but some of the findings are pretty damning, especially for Boris Johnson's government. The original report is a 12-page long PDF, but the actual contents boil down to about 5.5 pages. So this is, of course, the report that you've got in front of your screens, and we're trying to break down what are some of the key findings. Now, firstly, Sue Gray has looked into about 16 different gatherings that took place at 10 Downing Street, all of them from between May 2020 till April 2021. And all of them took place at the 10 Downing Street, except one which was at the Department of Education. 12 of these gatherings are being currently investigated by the Metropolitan Police. Secondly, there is no explicit mention of any individuals. No particular leader has been called out in the report. But Sue Gray has slammed the entire Downing Street leadership for what unfolded at Downing Street. Now, this is what she has had to say, and I quote her here. Against the backdrop of the pandemic, when the government was asking citizens to accept far-reaching restrictions on their lives, some of the behaviour surrounding those gatherings is in fact very difficult to justify. Thirdly, there are no concrete damning conclusions in the report. Sue Gray cites the Metropolitan Police's investigation for that. But what she does is she questions the Downing Street culture. According to Sue Gray, some of the gatherings should not have been allowed. She's even called for them to be addressed immediately across the government departments. And she's also slammed the excessive consumption of alcohol at a professional workplace, that is at 10 Downing Street, stating that some of the staff were simply unable to raise concerns and call the leadership structures to be fragmented and complicated. Now, the Partygate scandal prompted widespread public and political anger across the United Kingdom, and people slammed the government for breaking their lockdown rules. Now, weeks of revelations forced the British Prime Minister to order for an internal inquiry. And senior civil servant Sue Gray was asked to look into the claims, but the involvement of the police last week prevents full details from emerging at this point of time. But remember, the Sue Gray report was first submitted to the Prime Minister, and only after that has the report been made public. So after the pretty damaging claims in the report, Prime Minister Boris Johnson stood in the Parliament and apologised. He accepted Sue Gray's report and the conclusions in full, and also promised to implement changes in the way Downing Street is run. His refusal to resign, however, has brought an onslaught of fury from the opposition. Listen to the exchanges that occurred in the Parliament after the Sue Gray report was published.
Speaker, it isn't enough to say sorry. This is a moment when we must look at ourselves in the mirror and we must learn. And while the Metropolitan Police must yet complete their investigation, and that means there are no details of specific events in Sue Gray's report, I, of course, accept Sue Gray's general findings in full. And above all, her recommendation that we must learn from these events and act now.
By routinely breaking the rules he set, the Prime Minister took us all for fools. He held people sacrificing contempt. He showed himself unfit for office. His desperate denials since he was exposed have only made matters worse. Rather than come clean, every step of the way, he's insulted the public's intelligence. And now he's finally fallen back on his usual excuse. It's everybody's fault but his. They go, he stays. Even now, he is hiding behind a police investigation into criminality, into his home and his office. Mr. Speaker, he gleefully treats what should be a mark of shame as a welcome shield. But, Prime Minister, the British public aren't fools. They never believed a word of it. They think the Prime Minister should do the decent thing and resign. Of course he won't, because he is a man without shame. And just as he has done throughout his life, he's damaged everyone and everything around him along the way.
The COVID regulations impose significant restrictions on the freedoms of members of the public. They had a right to expect their Prime Minister to have read the rules, to understand the meaning of the rules, and indeed those around him to have done so too, and to set an example in following those rules. What the Gray report does show is that Number 10 Downing Street was not observing the regulations they had imposed on members of the public. So either my right honourable friend had not read the rules, or didn't understand what they meant, and others around him, or they didn't think the rules applied to Number 10. Which was it?
The opposition, of course, want to keep their focus trained on this. That's their decision. I think, Mr. Speaker, what the people of this country want us to do is to get on with the job that they want us to do, and that is to serve them, Mr. Speaker, and to stop talking, frankly, about ourselves.
All right, so that was the back and forth that took place in the British Parliament, and Boris Johnson will be required, it appears, to answer more questions on the issue. But for the time being, though, let's shift our attention to the other big story that we are tracking on WION, where in Washington, the American President Joe Biden hosted the Emir of Qatar. The meeting underscored the tiny Gulf state's strategic importance for the Americans and also securing a special status for the key American ally in West Asia. Now remember, the tiny state of Qatar hosts the Pentagon's Central Command and also a huge airbase in the Middle East. Now, during the Afghan evacuation process last year, the American forces had sent in as many as about 60,000 Afghans and Americans via Qatar's airbase. Now, Doha had also served as Washington's diplomatic contact with the Taliban, and that has been ongoing for more than a decade. It will, of course, be very pivotal for any future contact with Afghanistan. Now, Biden has described the tiny nation of Qatar as a good friend and also a very reliable partner. He's recognized Qatar's key strategic place in America's military global footprint and has announced designating Qatar as a major non-NATO ally. A special status grant will, of course, open the door for closer military and commercial ties between the two nations.
He's a good friend and reliable and capable partner, and I'm notifying Congress that I will designate Qatar as a major non-NATO ally to reflect the importance of our relationship. I think it's long overdue. So, we're very happy and proud of this great relationship, and we're going to continue working together to find ways and means to bring peace in our region. So thank you very much for seeing me today, Mr. President, and as you mentioned, that we'll be talking about several topics.
Meanwhile, the two leaders also celebrated a $20 billion deal for Boeing. An American plane maker, Boeing secured a launch order from Qatar Airways. It's become the first customer for Boeing's new 777X cargo planes. Now, in a White House ceremony, Qatar Airways also signed a letter of intent for a transaction of almost about $6.7 billion for 25 brand new 737 MAX narrow-body airliners.
On that front, I want to applaud the new deal that Qatar Airways Group signed with Boeing for a $20 billion deal. One of the largest deals that Boeing Aircraft has ever had, and it will support tens of thousands of good-paying U.S. jobs here in America.
However, the issue that overshadowed the meeting was the attempt to shield the European allies from potential Russian energy cutoffs. The Western capitals are threatening unprecedented economic sanctions, but if the brewing conflict with Russia escalates further, then there are fears that the oil and gas producing giant could then retaliate against the European Union. The EU imports nearly about 40% of its natural gas from Russia and is already going through a pretty steep price crunch in the middle of winter. And the transatlantic tensions over Russia's intentions in Ukraine are making things worse for Europeans from accessing cheap gas. Now, Qatar's importance, of course, is rising given its energy riches. Qatar is one of the world's biggest liquid natural gas exporters, and there are hopes in Washington and Europe that Doha can temporarily redirect exports destined for the Asian markets into European markets. Now, the Emir is the first Gulf state leader to visit Biden since he's become president just about a year ago. In addition to the meeting, the Sheikh was also meeting with the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, members of the Congress and other officials in Washington.
Members being put in place. We have a lot to discuss, but while the press is here, I want to make...
Now, in the face of the massive protests that have been taking place by the truck drivers in Canada against the vaccine mandate, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has clearly been on the back foot, but now he's said that his government will not be intimidated by those engaging in vandalism and also hurling abuses against him. Our next point gets you the details.
This virus affects us all. 2 of my own children have now contracted it, and this morning I learned I tested positive for COVID-19 as well.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced Monday he was positive for COVID-19, but feeling fine.
I feel well and have no symptoms.
Trudeau, who has championed the vaccine and got inoculated in front of cameras last year, went into isolation last week after one of his children tested positive and said he would continue to work remotely from an undisclosed location. Trudeau's positive test comes as dozens of trucks and other vehicles have jammed up central Ottawa since Friday, and thousands descended upon Parliament Hill to complain about Canada's COVID-19 vaccine mandates. Police said most demonstrators have been peaceful, but local residents complain they are fed up with the non-stop blaring of truck horns. Some also forced a homeless shelter to give them food, the shelter said on Twitter, while others flew Nazi flags. Trudeau on Monday said Canadians were disgusted.
I want to be very clear. We are not intimidated by those who hurl insults and abuse at small business workers and steal food from the homeless. We won't give in to those who fly racist flags. We won't cave to those who engage in vandalism or dishonor the memory of our veterans.
Senior members of the official opposition Conservative Party, which last year lost its 3rd consecutive election to Trudeau's Liberals, have praised the demonstrators. But Ottawa's Mayor Jim Watson condemned what he called the more extreme behavior, saying, quote, "My message to the truckers is you've had your protests, you've had your rally. Time to go back home."
stay connected with the world through WION. Like the page on Facebook.
नहीं, ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है। इधर इधर
जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा।
इधर इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप
गो मैकेनिक। नहीं, ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है।
इधर इधर जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा।
इधर इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप
गो मैकेनिक।
Joe Biden, now the 46th president of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
It says that it's likely to miss by what was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan.
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
We want love, we want peace, we want equality.
There are a traditional recipe, and it's really very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time.
Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. Prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all if you fail to prove us wrong. God help us. $1 trillion species.
7.8 billion humans. 1.9 million species extinct. One planet. Where are we heading? What should we do?
Watch Climate Tracker, only on WION. World is One.
Hello there and welcome. We are glad you're watching WION The World is One. Thank you very much for joining us at this hour. My name is Eric Njoka. Let's begin with the global headlines. Indian Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to present the annual union budget in Parliament to the focus on accelerating India's pace of recovery from the pandemic. During his meeting with Qatar's Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani at the White House, US President Joe Biden says that he plans to designate Qatar as a major non-NATO ally.
But firstly, I want to say sorry. And I'm sorry for the things we simply didn't get right, and also sorry for the way that this matter has been handled.
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson vows to get on with the job despite widespread political and public anger and calls for him to quit after the release of the Sue Gray report. Ahead of a phone call between top diplomats of Russia and Ukraine, Moscow sends its stance on Ukraine to United States, replying to Washington's letter on resolving the crisis last week. Marking 1 year since the military seized power in Myanmar and plunged the country into chaos, the United States, Britain and Canada imposed sanctions against several officials of the country.
I want to be very clear. We are not intimidated by those who hurl insults and abuse at small business workers and steal food from the homeless.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau slams anti-vaccine protesters. He says Canadians were disgusted by their behavior and would not be intimidated by those hurling abuses. And a major oil spill in eastern Ecuador reaches a nature reserve and pollutes a river that supplies water to indigenous communities. The country's environmental ministry described it as a major pollution event. Thank you very much for joining us and welcome. This is our top story at this hour. India is set to announce its annual budget today at 11 a.m. with Indian Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting it. This is the second budget after the global COVID pandemic started and comes at a time when the third wave of the COVID infections has just started to decline. India is inching towards fully vaccinating its adult population, but while economic growth is beginning to revive, concerns about inequality and unemployment remain. Economists are expecting measures that support growth and also allow the government to reduce its debt accumulation. Likely priorities for the budget will be focused on restoring jobs, supporting sectors affected by pandemic, banking sector reforms, climate policies, and measures to boost health and education sectors. India's fiscal deficit target for the new year will also be closely watched by investors and rating agencies. A fiscal deficit is the gap between a government's income and spending, and it implies that the country is spending more than it's earning. India plans to set its deficit target between 6.3% to 6.5% of the GDP. This is a touch lower than the current year's target of 6.8%, which the Finance Minister has said was necessary to get the Indian economy back on track after the pandemic derailed its growth. Like any other year, there is a demand for income tax relief. This year, the calls are louder given how employment and incomes have suffered. Purchasing power, too, has been eroded due to rising retail inflation, but experts do not expect any significant changes to the tax structure. India, which is set to regain the world's fastest growing major economy title, will likely prioritize growth over fiscal consolidation by boosting spending. And away from that, tensions between Russia and the United States over Moscow's troop buildup near Ukraine spilled into the United Nations Security Council. Both countries have accused each other of being provocative. Russia maintained that there was no proof that Moscow was planning military action and blamed the West for hyping the threat of war. Here now is a report.
Tensions between Russia and the U.S. over Moscow's troop buildup near Ukraine spilled into the United Nations Security Council on Monday, with both countries accusing each other of provocation. Russia's UN ambassador Vasily Nebenzia said there was no proof Moscow was planning military action against Ukraine and blamed the West for hyping the threat of war.
They themselves are whipping up tensions and rhetoric and are provoking escalation.
U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield countered that it's the threat of Russian aggression that's at issue, not America's desire to deter a military conflict.
Our encouraging diplomacy is not provocative.
What exactly do you think you accomplished at this Security Council meeting?
And at the State Department, spokesman Ned Price was challenged by a reporter about whether the Security Council merely provided another forum for discussion without any action.
The point today, Matt, to come to your question, was to continue to shine a spotlight on what we are seeing.
Did the Security Council actually do anything?
If the criticism is that we are engaging too robustly in diplomacy, that we're being too transparent, that we're being too consistent in what we're saying, that is criticism that we will accept if that's a criticism you want to lodge.
Meanwhile, the U.S. and Britain said they are prepared to punish Russian elites close to President Vladimir Putin with asset freezes and travel bans if Russia enters Ukraine. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov called the British warning very disturbing and said it made Britain less attractive to investors and would hurt British companies. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is due to travel to Ukraine on Tuesday, where he said he will urge Moscow to step back from the brink. Also on Tuesday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is expected to speak by phone with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Now, on the one-year anniversary of a military coup in Myanmar, the United States, Britain and Canada have hit top Myanmar justice officials with coordinated sanctions. As part of a joint action with the United Kingdom and Canada, U.S. has designated 7 individuals and 2 entities connected to Burma's military regime. The U.S. Treasury Department has placed sanctions on Attorney General Theda Oh, Supreme Court Chief Justice Tun Tun Oh, and Anti-Corruption Commission Chairman Woo Tin Oh. The Treasury said they all were closely involved in the politically motivated prosecution of opposition leader Aung San Suu Kyi. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said in a statement, "We are coordinating these actions with the United Kingdom and Canada to demonstrate the international community's strong support for the people of Burma and to further promote accountability for the coup and the violence perpetrated by the regime." Blinken also said the United States will continue to press the regime to cease the violence, release all those unjustly detained, and restore Burma's path to democracy. Following the U.S. lead, Britain said it was imposing sanctions against Theda O, Tin O, and a third person, Yu Thain So, who is the chair of the country's election commission. In a statement, British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss said Myanmar's military regime has attempted to terrorize the people of Myanmar into submission, adding that through fear and violence they have created division and conflict, and that the UK will always defend the right to freedom, democracy and the rule of law. The Canadian government said the military regime had shown no sign of reversing course on Myanmar's situation. It slapped sanctions on the same three regime senior members as Washington. The United States also separately imposed sanctions against several business leaders and companies. Those are accused of providing financial support to Myanmar's military regime. Meanwhile, 1 year after ousting her in a coup, the junta has leveled fresh charges against Aung San Suu Kyi. Suu Kyi has been detained since February 1st last year. She has already been sentenced to 6 years in jail for illegally importing and owning walkie-talkies, an incitement against the military and breaking COVID-19 rules. The military junta has now charged her with influencing election officials during 2020 polls. If convicted of all charges, she could face sentences of more than 100 years in prison. The junta cancelled the results of the 2020 election in July last year. Independent monitors say the polls were largely free and fair. The junta has promised to hold another election by August 2023 if stability in the country is restored. The country is currently riven by clashes between the military and anti-coup fighters. The takeover triggered mass protests and a crackdown on dissent. United Nations investigators released a statement saying that more than 1,000 people may have been killed in crimes against humanity and war crimes since the coup. Ahead of the anniversary of the coup, the junta warned that holding protests could lead to charges under the anti-terrorism law. Sri Lanka's Finance Minister Basil Rajapaksa has admitted that the government bought weapons from North Korea during the height of the Sri Lankan civil war, which started in the early 1980s, using money which was sourced from the black markets. In 2009, the year the war ended, WikiLeaks had issued a report on Sri Lanka negotiating with North Korea and Iran for military equipment. A private company, Lanka Logistics and Technologies, was under the U.S. radar for getting the military aid from North Korea for the Sri Lankan government. The report also noted that Sri Lanka had been involved in getting lethal military equipment since 2006. Newspaper reports suggest that Sri Lanka was interested in purchasing of rocket-propelled grenades and multiple rocket launchers, which North Korea were increasingly supplying. In August 2016, Egyptian officials had intercepted a North Korean ship which carried nearly 30,000 rocket-propelled grenades and ammunition. Several reports had indicated that North Korea was supplying arms to the terrorist outfit LTTE as well. As per an earlier WikiLeaks report, the weapons would be transferred to trawlers in the Indian Ocean, but there was no confirmation of LTTE vessels entering the region. The finance minister also said that when the war was going on, Sri Lanka needed US dollars to pay for the fuel shipments. Detailing the transaction, he said he would visit the Petar business district in Colombo along with other officials, where he spoke with traders to secure dollars from the black market. And for more on this, our correspondent Dasunya Thauda has sent us this report from Colombo.
Sri Lanka's Finance Minister Basil Rajapaksa made a controversial statement to a Sunday newspaper yesterday, saying that Sri Lanka, during the height of its civilian war, did in fact purchase military equipment from North Korea by purchasing it with black market US dollars. That's not all. The Finance Minister also said that during the same time period, petrol for the Ceylon Petroleum Corporation was also purchased with the use of black market US dollars. Now, this statement is made at a time where Sri Lanka is facing an acute shortage of forex reserves here in Sri Lanka, and where officials have continued to impose sanctions on those who continue to use black market US dollars in the country. Reporting for WION World is one from Colombo. I'm Dasani Atauda.
Hong Kong's Secretary of Home Affairs has resigned from his post after attending a party amid strict lockdown measures. The Hong Kong official issued a statement taking responsibility for the action and for the wrong decision to attend the banquet party. Now, the statement was made just hours after Hong Kong's Chief Executive Carrie Lam's press conference. During the press conference, Hong Kong's Chief Executive slammed the Home Affairs Secretary Caspar Tsui for flouting the protocol. As per the government, the Home Affairs Secretary did not install the mandatory COVID tracking app and failed to wear a mask when he was talking to the people.
Caspar Tsui should have a high vigilance and sensitiveness at the time of pandemic. On Jan 3, he attended a group gathering party, which is not work-related, and stayed for nearly 2 hours. He did not use the Leave Home Safe tracing app. He violated the requirement of wearing a mask. His conduct is so disappointing. His conduct has brought Hong Kong government into disrepute, and he and his actions have caused negative perception by general public in relation to the conduct of principal officials.
Caspar Tsui was among the many lawmakers who was ordered to quarantine after the party, which was hosted for the 53rd birthday of lawmaker Wit Man Hung. Nearly 200 delegates attended the party, including 19 legislators in the 90-member parliament. The Chinese government is finding new ways to intimidate foreign journalists in China. Alarming observations have been shared in a report by the Foreign Correspondents Club of China, or FCCC. According to the report, harassment has reached a high level, so much so at least 6 foreign journalists have left the country. The methods include online trolling, physical assaults, hacking and visa denials. There's official encouragement of lawsuits or threats of legal action against journalists, ones that are typically filed by sources long after they have explicitly agreed to be interviewed. What's alarming is that foreigners involved in civil or criminal lawsuits in China can be banned from leaving the country. Under Xi Jinping, China has grown increasingly authoritarian, worsening crackdowns on press freedom and harassment of foreign media and their staff is the new reality in China. Cheng Lei, an Australian journalist for the state broadcaster CGTN, and Haze Fan, a Chinese journalist for Bloomberg, remain in jail after more than 1 year. Former BBC correspondent John Sudworth was forced to leave China with his wife Yvonne Murray. A foreign correspondent for RTE, the journalist couple and their children face significant harassment and intimidation and threats of legal action over Sudworth's investigative reporting. In March 2020, China expelled foreign journalists working for the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post. In July 2021, foreign journalists were also harassed over floods coverage. Reporters from the Los Angeles Times and German outlet Deutsche Welle were confronted by an angry crowd in Zhengzhou. Now, the report also highlights public diatribes regularly written against Western reporters by government officials and ambassadors. Here are some other observations by the FCCC report. It found that 62% of respondents reported being obstructed at least once by police or other officials. 47% foreign journalists are obstructed by unidentified individuals. 12% were manhandled or subjected to other forms of physical force while reporting. Due to rising hostility in China towards foreign, several journalists reporting on China are relocating outside of China. China reporters are now based in Taipei, Singapore, Sydney, and London, covering the country remotely or awaiting visa approval. So much so, press freedom is in Hong Kong too is facing flack. Emboldened by the national security law, Chinese authorities are increasingly cracking down on media outlets and journalists in Hong Kong. Case in point is Hong Kong Apo Daily founder Jimmy Lai, accused under the national security law, currently serving jail term. Uyghur writer, blogger and scholar Ilham Tohti is serving a life sentence on charges of separatism. Tohti's news website focused on Uyghur rights and social issues and has been denied freedom since 2014. In your sports today, Indian tennis legend Vijay Amrit Raj has hailed Rafael Nadal's work ethic and tenacity after the Spaniard came from behind to win the Australian Open men's singles title. The win takes Nadal clear of his great rivals Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic in the race to be crowned the men's singles GOAT or greatest of all time. Speaking to WION's sports editor Digvijay Singh Deo, Amrit Raj also gave his take on Djokovic's vaccine controversy. Take a look.
There's always been this debate about the greatest of all time, especially in men's singles, and each one of Federer, Nadal and Djokovic have put up their claims. But to use a tennis term, is it advantage Nadal now, Vijay, in the race on the back of what he pulled off on Sunday?
Well, you know what? Frankly, it doesn't really matter because all these three guys have been chasing history now for quite some time. And it's incredible, you know, for so many decades, we've not had one player get to this many majors in his career. And all of a sudden, in one era, you have three guys who had reached 20. That's just unimaginable to even think that. When I was playing during the Connors Borg era and then McEnroe came along, you know, for Borg to win 6 French championships was so unimaginable that he could come out and do that, or 5 Wimbledons. You know, I always said this, and during my lifetime, I wouldn't see anyone beat Bjorn's record. And look what's happened. So now we've got 3 guys who came into 20, and going into this tournament rather, we had Djokovic coming in there possibly as the favorite, had he played. But now you have Nadal at 21, which is, you know, these numbers are just staggering to even look at. But at the end of the day, is he the greatest of all time? Now, just the sheer numbers alone, you know, there has to be a debate. But I think you'd have to give it to him, wouldn't you?
That's big coming from you, Vijay. You've always maintained that Rod Laver has to be in the conversation for winning the calendar slam twice. Now, Nadal, he's always been about grit and tenacity, Vijay, but 10 years older, just back from a long layoff and still finding the mental belief to come back from 2 sets down. For the first time, I actually checked this, the first time he's won from 2 sets to love down since beating Mikhail Yuzny in 2007.
Well, we've always known that Nadal is a great fighter. And just to correct myself, if you want to do that, or correct what I was saying, when I say greatest of all time, you know, I always keep Laverin, excuse me, in there because of the 2 Grand Slams that he won, the actual Grand Slams, as it was coined, winning the 4 majors in the same calendar year. And he won it in 62 and 69. And needless to say, when tennis went open in 68, he won it again in 69. So I always put Laver up there. But at the end of the day, when you look at someone like Rafa and Roger and Djokovic, I put them all kind of in the same category. Rafa coming back from 2 sets to love down, he's never out of the match. He's never, all these 3 guys for that matter, they've all played amazing 5th sets. And that's why they are such great champions.
How does Novak Djokovic handle the fallout, Vijay? Because it's not just as simple as it sounds. He just can't turn up anywhere and play. There are larger implications to not having a COVID vaccine. As things stand, we are hearing he probably will not be allowed to play the French Open or even the US Open.
But that's his choice, though, isn't it, Biggie? If he chooses that's the way he would like to have it, then that's the way he would like to have it. It's very much his choice.
Interesting. That's what Nadal says too as well, Vijay.
Interesting. That's a very interesting way of looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is. You got to go with the choices you make. I mean, you can stay home and not do anything or not practice on the grass like WION The World did and still win. But that's your choice. So you make your choice, and what is the best for you as a player and as an individual.
In the run-up to the Lunar New Year, calligraphy artists set up on the streets of Hong Kong to write ink brush phrases on traditional red paper banners for homes and offices. The art form combines both traditional Chinese character and other modern illustrations. My name is Eric Njoka. We leave you with this report and stay tuned to WION.
That it's handmade and I can see the person who is doing it as well. It makes it a bit more personal, and it's also using like a skill which not a lot of people have, so I think it makes it very special.
नहीं ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है। इधर ऑफिस जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा। इधर इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप गो मैकेनिक।
नहीं ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है। इधर ऑफिस जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा। इधर इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप गो मैकेनिक।
Joe Biden, now the 46th president of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
It says that it's likely to miss by around.
What was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan?
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
We want love, we want peace, we want equality!
There are a traditional recipe, and it's really very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker, weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time.
Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. Prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all if you fail to prove us wrong. God help us.
Hello there, and thank you very much for staying with us. We are glad you're watching WION World as One. Welcome back. My name is Eric Njoka. Let's begin with the global headlines. Indian Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to present the annual union budget in Parliament with a focus on accelerating India's pace of recovery from the pandemic. During his meeting with Qatar's Emir, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani at the White House, US President Joe Biden says that he plans to designate Qatar as a major non-NATO ally.
But firstly, I want to say sorry. And I'm sorry for the things we simply didn't get right, and also sorry for the way that this matter has been handled. And it's no use saying that this or that is within the rules.
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson vows to get on with the job despite widespread political and public anger and calls for him to quit after the release of the Sue Gray report. Ahead of a phone call between top diplomats of Russia and Ukraine, Moscow sends its stance on Ukraine to the United States, replying to Washington's letter on resolving the crisis last week. Marking 1 year since the military seized power in Myanmar and plunged the country into chaos, the United States, Britain and Canada imposed sanctions against several officials of the country.
I want to be very clear. We are not intimidated by those who hurl insults and abuse at small business workers and steal food from the homeless.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau slams anti-vaccine protesters, says Canadians are disgusted by their behavior and will not be intimidated by those hurling abuses. And a major oil spill in eastern Ecuador reaches a nature reserve and pollutes a river that supplies water to indigenous communities. The country's environmental ministry described it as a major pollution event. Welcome. This is our top story at this hour. India is set to announce its annual budget today at 11 a.m. With Indian Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting it. This is the second budget after the global COVID pandemic started and comes at a time when the third wave of COVID infections has just started to decline. India is inching towards fully vaccinating its adult population, but while economic growth is beginning to revive, concerns about inequality and employment remain. Economists are expecting measures that support growth and also allow the government to reduce its debt accumulation. Likely priorities for the budget will be focused on restoring jobs, supporting sectors affected by the pandemic, including the banking sector reforms, climate policies, and measures to boost health and education sectors. India's fiscal deficit target for the new year will also be closely watched by investors and rating agencies. A fiscal deficit is the gap between a government's income and spending, and it applies or implies that the country is spending more than it's earning. India plans to set its deficit target between 6.3% to 6.5% of the GDP. This is a touch lower than the current year's target of 6.8%, which the finance minister had said was necessary to get the Indian economy back on track after the pandemic derailed its growth. Like any other year, there is a demand for income tax relief. This year, the calls are louder given employment and incomes have suffered. Purchasing power too has been eroded due to rising retail inflation. But experts do not expect any significant changes to the tax structure. India, which is set to regain the world's fastest growing major economy title, will likely prioritize growth over fiscal consolidation by boosting spending. Shifting focus to North Korea, where the Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un is on a dangerous spree of late. He's testing nuclear missiles at speed. 6 such tests had been conducted as of last week. Over the weekend came the 7th. North Korea test-fired the Hwasong-12 ballistic missile. It's one of the deadliest missiles in its arsenal. It's capable of striking much of South Asia and American territories like Guam. This test is being described as quote-unquote wake-up call for the world. Here's more in this next report.
These images are from Sunday. They show North Korean leader Kim Jong-un inspecting a weapons factory in Pyongyang. Dressed in his trademark leather suit and coat, a visibly thinner-looking Kim appeared ecstatic. What is he so thrilled about? Yet another successful missile test. Only this one is the biggest since 2017. Look at these images now. This is the Hwasong-12 ballistic missile. On Sunday, it was test-fired by North Korea. The missile flew for 800 kilometers, climbed an altitude of 2,000 kilometers, and then landed in waters off Japan's coast. Some unusual pictures purportedly taken from space show the missile looking back on Earth as it flies above the Korean peninsula and Japan. North Korea says this test was only meant to verify the accuracy of the missile, which was apparently deliberately angled to land away from neighboring countries. No one is buying these claims, from South Korea to Japan to the United States. They're all looking at this test as a wake-up call. The Hwasong-12 is one of the deadliest missiles in North Korea's arsenal. At full power, it can travel thousands of kilometers, putting much of South Asia and American territories like Guam within striking distance. This was the 7th such missile test in less than 4 weeks. Throughout January 2022, North Korea has test-fired one missile after another, as the world remains caught up with Ukraine, Taiwan, and the pandemic. This unnerving spate of testing has sent alarm bells ringing globally. Reactions are pouring in from all over the world, even China.
We hope that all parties concerned will focus on the overall situation of peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula, to speak and act with caution, stick to the right direction of dialogue and consultation, and jointly promote the political resolution of the Korean Peninsula issue.
It is extremely important that member states take the necessary steps to implement the sanctions in their jurisdictions or risk providing a blank check for the DPRK regime to advance a weapons program.
Series of actions by North Korea, including the repeated launches of ballistic missiles, threaten the peace and security of our country, the region, and the entire international community.
These tests signal the return of brinkmanship. The Kim regime is fulfilling all the goals that were set at the 8th Party Congress last year. The first goal was to test a hypersonic warhead. It was achieved later this month. Another goal was testing a submarine-launched missile. It was achieved in October last year. Yet another goal was developing tactical nuclear weapons. One of the 7 tests conducted this month was of tactical missiles. All of the boxes are being ticked. But what is Kim Jong-un's endgame? For a while, it seemed that North Korea was doing this to seek America's attention, to make Joe Biden ease the sanctions and reinstate dialogue over nukes. But that may no longer be the case. Pyongyang seems squarely focused on meeting its nuclear milestones, irrespective of what Washington does or does not. This may further damage Biden's foreign policy credentials. Bureau Report, WION. World is One.
In Washington, U.S. President Joe Biden hosted Qatar's Emir. The meet underscored the tiny Gulf state's strategic importance while also securing a special status for key U.S. ally in West Asia. Qatar hosts the Pentagon's Central Command and a huge airbase. During the Afghanistan evacuation last year, U.S. forces sent about 60,000 Afghans and Americans transiting through the Qatar airbase. Doha served as Washington's diplomatic contact with the Taliban. It will also be pivotal to any future contact with Afghanistan. Biden described Qatar as a good friend and a reliable partner. He recognized Qatar's place in the U.S. military's global footprint and announced designating Qatar a major non-NATO ally. A special status grant will open the door to closer military and commercial ties.
Qatar is a good friend and reliable and capable partner, and I'm notifying Congress that I will designate Qatar as a major non-NATO ally to reflect the importance of our relationship. I think it's long overdue.
So, we're very happy and proud of this great relationship, and we're going to continue working together to find ways and means to bring peace in our region. So thank you very much for seeing me today, Mr. President, and as you mentioned, that we'll be talking about several topics.
The two leaders also celebrated a $20 billion deal for Boeing. American plane maker Boeing secured a launch order from Qatar Airways. It became the first customer for Boeing's new 777X cargo planes. In a White House ceremony, Qatar Airways signed a letter of intent for $6.7 billion for 25 737 MAX narrow-body airliners.
On that front, I want to applaud the new deal that Qatar Airways Group signed with Boeing for a $20 billion deal. One of the largest deals that Boeing Aircraft has ever had, and it will support tens of thousands of good-paying U.S. jobs here in America.
However, the issue that overshadowed the meeting was the attempt to shield European allies from potential Russian energy cutoffs. Western capitals are threatening unprecedented economic sanctions. But if the brewing conflict with Russia escalates, there are fears that the oil and gas-producing giant could then retaliate against the European Union. The EU imports some 40% of its natural gas from Russia and is already going through a steep price crunch. amid the transatlantic tensions over Russia's intentions in Ukraine. Qatar's importance is rising, given its energy riches. Qatar is one of the world's biggest liquid natural gas exporters. There are hopes in Washington and Europe that Doha can temporarily redirect exports destined for Asian markets. The Emir is the first Gulf state leader to visit Biden since he became president just over a year ago. In addition to meeting Biden, the Sheikh was meeting Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, members of Congress, and other officials. A United States congressman has expressed grave concerns over the appointment of Pakistan's next envoy to the U.S., Scott Perry, has written a letter to President Joe Biden where he called on the leader to reject any diplomatic credentials presented to Masood Khan. As per the congressman's letter, the State Department has already put a pause on approving Khan as the new envoy, on which Scott Perry noted that a pause is not enough. He said, and I quote, "The State Department should reject any effort by the government of Pakistan to install this jihadist as Pakistan's ambassador to the United States." End of quote. In a scathing letter, the Pennsylvania official called Masood Khan a terrorist sympathizer. He also pointed out how Khan has praised both terrorists and foreign terrorist organizations in stark and unsettling terms. Perry said that Masood Khan has encouraged young men to follow terrorists like Burhan Wani. Wani was the commander of the terror group Hizbul Mujahideen and was shot down by Indian forces in 2016. The letter comes at a time when Washington and Islamabad's ties aren't at their best. U.S. President Biden hasn't called Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan since taking charge last year. Masood Khan's name as Pakistan's next envoy to the U.S. was proposed last year, while listing out Khan's preserve or perverse attachment to terrorism. Congressman Perry says it is exceedingly obvious that Pakistan has embraced its identity as a super-terrorist state. In the past, Pakistan's ambassador designate had also called on the U.S. to release Afia Siddiqui. Siddiqui has been convicted of attempting to murder American troops. For more on this, our correspondent Sidhan Sibal has sent us this report.
U.S. Congressman Scott Perry has written a letter to the U.S. President Joe Biden saying that the State Department should pause the appointment of Masood Khan as the Pakistani envoy to Washington. The name has been sent by Islamabad, but there has been delay by the State Department. Now, in that letter, the U.S. congressman has pointed out that how Masood Khan has been a terror sympathizer, a supporter of Hizbul Mujahideen, lashed out against U.S. sanctions on Hizbul Mujahideen and asked the youth to emulate Burhan Wani, a known terrorist who, of course, has been responsible for terror attacks in India. So this is coming at a time when we know that relationship between Islamabad and Washington hasn't been doing very well. There hasn't been any call by the U.S. President Joe Biden to the Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan as well. And at a time when the relationship are going in a downward trajectory, we know that how Pakistan has been growing closer to China. But essentially this letter is a reflection of how the relationship has ebbed in past few years and decades as well. With video journalist Neeraj Patel, Siddhant Sibal for WION in New Delhi.
Did you know 537 million adults today are living with diabetes? That's more than the population of Europe. Diabetes kills 1.5 million people every year. Researchers from India have identified a gene variant that increases a person's chance of getting diabetes. This gene variant is present in 15% of Indians. Here's a report.
We all know someone who is living with diabetes. It's an unforgiving disease. Diabetes takes a toll on your day-to-day life. It damages your nerves, puts you at risk of heart attacks, even kidney failure. India is the diabetes capital of the world. More than 77 million adults in this country live with the chronic disease. 57% of the cases remain undiagnosed. So it's a big deal when researchers from this very country take giant leaps in the direction of diabetes prevention and diagnosis. This is the India Institute of Technology, Madras, one of the country's premier engineering and research campuses. A team of researchers from IIT Madras have identified a genetic variation. They say this peptide increases a person's risk of diabetes. What is a peptide? It is a small part of a protein. In this case, the peptide is pancreastatin, and the protein is called chromogranin A. Pancreastatin prevents the release of insulin in the body. Diabetes, like you know, is a result of this very problem. When the body is not producing enough insulin, a person has type 1 diabetes. In type 2, the body fails to use the insulin being produced. Researchers have found that pancreastatin is present in approximately 15% of Indians. It is also present in 15% of South Asians, which makes people from this part of the world more susceptible to diabetes. Not just that, people carrying this peptide are 1.5 times more likely to have hypertension and coronary artery disease. Long story short, you don't want this gene variation. But do we have control over our genetic makeup? Not yet. So what we can do is identify if we have this gene variation. Next step, work towards preventing diabetes. This study helps with that diagnosis. It tells medical professionals what they need to look out for. It helps explain one of the many gene factors responsible for diabetes. This disease kills 1.5 million people every year. So any step towards preventing it is a leap in its own right. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
Let's now take a look at what's happening in the world of sports. Premier League side Everton have appointed former Chelsea boss Frank Lampard as their new manager on a 2.5-year deal. The 43-year-old replaces Rafael Benitez, who was sacked in January after just one win in 13 games. It is Lampard's first job since he was sacked by Chelsea a year ago, with Thomas Tuchel taking his role. Having waited almost a year for another shot at top-level management, Lampard has been tasked with a tough challenge. The Toffees are in 16th place, just 4 points clear of the relegation zone. Virat Kohli has said that he doesn't need to be captain to be a leader in the Indian cricket team. Kohli stepped down from the Test captaincy in January after the series defeat in South Africa, ending his stint as India's most successful Test captain. His unexpected decision came after he designated or designed as T20 international skipper last year before being removed as ODI captain as well. However, the 33-year-old is looking at the positives and believes that it could allow him to contribute more to the team as a batter. Kohli and India return to action later this week in the home ODI series against West Indies. Formula One will make COVID-19 vaccines mandatory for all personnel this year. The decision means no one will be able to work within the paddock without being fully vaccinated. The policy will apply to all personnel working within F1, including drivers, teams, media, hospitality workers, as well as any guests who attend the races. It is not expected to have an impact on any of the drivers' ability to compete, as all are understood to be vaccinated. The sport will also follow the COVID policies of the countries that are part of the Formula One calendar. My name is Eric Njoka. That's the latest at this hour. Thank you very much for watching this edition of WION The World. Stay with us. News continues on the other side.
नहीं ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है। इधर
ऑफिस जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा।
इधर इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप
गो मैकेनिक। नहीं ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है।
इधर ऑफिस जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा।
इधर इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप
गो मैकेनिक।
Joe Biden, now the 46th president of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
It says that it's likely to miss by around. What was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan?
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
We want love, we want peace, we want equality!
There are a traditional recipe and it's really very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time.
Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. Prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all. If you fail to prove us wrong, God help us.
1 trillion species. 7.8 billion humans. 1.9 million species extinct. One planet. Where are we heading? What should we do? Watch Climate Tracker, only on WION. World is One.
Hello and very good morning to all of our viewers, and today is big budget day for India and budget of 2022 will be announced, but let's go to headlines first. Indian Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to announce the annual union budget in Parliament with the focus on accelerating India's pace of recovery from the pandemic. The Economic Survey 2021-22 projects India's growth for financial year 2023 at 8 to 8.5%, down from 9.2% projected in the current year. And what are the expectations from India's budget 2022? Foreign investors and economic experts seek clarity on policies and demand boost to investment and growing startups here. A big day for India today. Budget 2022 is going to be announced under the shadow of Omicron virus variant. Now, India is set to announce its annual budget today at 11 a.m. with Indian Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting it. This is the second budget after the global COVID pandemic started in 2020. It comes at a time when third wave of COVID infections has just started to decline. India is inching towards fully vaccinating its adult population. But while economic growth is beginning to revive, concerns about inequality and employment remain. Economists are expecting measures that support growth and also allow government to reduce its debt accumulation. The likely priorities for budget would be focusing on restoring jobs, supporting sectors affected by pandemic, banking sector reforms, climate policies, and measures to boost health and education sectors. India's fiscal deficit target for new year will also be closely watched by investors and rating agencies. A fiscal deficit is the gap between a government's income and spending, and it implies that country is spending more than it's earning. India plans to set its deficit target between 6.3 to 6.5 of GDP. This is a touch lower than current year's target of 6.8%, which Finance Minister has said was necessary to get Indian economy back on track after the pandemic derailed its growth. And like any other year, there is a demand for income tax relief for common man as well. This year, the calls are louder, given how employment and incomes have suffered. Purchasing power too has been eroded due to rising retail inflation. But experts do not expect any significant changes to tax structure. India, which is set to regain world's fastest growing economy title, will likely prioritize growth over fiscal consolidation by boosting spending. To discuss all that and much more, today we are joined in WION studio by Professor Markand R. Paranjpe, who is the former director of IIAS. He is professor of JNU as well. Well, thanks for talking to us. First of all, sir, second time we are seeing under the shadow of coronavirus. New variant, though overall impact has been less. What are the overall expectations from budget? Will there be a big bang budget this time?
Well, I think the most important thing is to build on the infrastructure, boost employment, and reduce the suffering of the common people. But when I looked at the economic survey yesterday, which was published, as well as the statistical analysis, we've actually done really well, given the tremendous challenge we faced. And I also listened to the press conference of the new Chief Economic Advisor of India, Dr. Nageshwaran, and of course Sanjeev Sanyal, who prepared the economic survey. So I've been looking at it last night, and I think that the numbers are very encouraging in India.
We'll just take a pause here. We can see Finance Minister with the budget documents here. She's standing outside North Block, the ministry where all these budget documents are prepared. Finance Minister Sitharaman, she's now heading to Parliament to present budget documents. Budget like from the last few years, this time also it's an e-budget, keeping COVID protocols in mind. And Finance Minister Sitharaman, we can see her here. She's sitting in a car taking the budget documents to the Parliament. Remember, budget will be presented in Parliament at 11 a.m. today. Once again, we can see Sitharaman, Finance Minister of India, coming with the budget documents. Many challenges, but opportunities also remain as far as budget is concerned. So coming back to you, sir, talking about India's overall stand in the global economies, what are the challenges you think which are there for India, and what are the opportunities as well which we can definitely take and become better, we can improve our positioning in the overall global economies?
See, as you know, the economic survey shows that we are one of the fastest growing economies in the world. I mean, compared to last year, we grew at more than 9%. But if you go to the pre-COVID rate of growth of GDP, then we have only grown 1.8% compared to the pre-COVID. So COVID has been a huge hit, and now oil prices are also going up. But the economic survey says that they've averaged out and are predicting, if not predicting, expecting oil prices to be around $70. Now it's over 90. So keeping all these things in mind, I think that I'm very optimistic. As we come out of COVID, the third wave, Omicron, as you mentioned, seems to be tapering off everywhere. As we come out of COVID, I think the prospects for the Indian economy are very, very bright.
All right. So last year we saw many challenges. India is trying to convert some of the challenges into opportunities.
Yes.
One of them is chip shortage and supply chain crisis. Where does India stand as far as chip shortage and manufacturing chip is concerned? What about getting or being an alternative to China as far as for global factories and global industries are concerned?
I think we're still quite a distance away when it comes to chips, because it's even China is behind, I guess, Taiwan and other countries, and all the innovative work in this is going on in the US, of course. But we have to begin somewhere, and I think that there are headwinds now which show that the Chinese economy is tapering off. They have a lot of deficits, and there are a lot of loans. There's a lot of bad debt there. So this is a great chance for India to come up in the world. And what really enthuses me, because the important thing is that if you look at the Economic Survey of India, it's a very well-designed document which is readable for all educated citizens. And you can see that, Sanjeev Sanyal talks about what he calls the barbell strategy, which is that you are trying to prepare for eventualities on both sides, And I think that what is confidence-inducing is the smart people who are very clued into whatever is happening all over the world. And for instance, liquidity is going to be, tapered down. all over the world.
Yeah,
So we have to prepare for tightening up, of our, liquidity. And also, as you mentioned earlier, the deficit has to be kept under control. But, to sum up, the greatest achievement of the country was reaching food and essentials to the common people who were hurt by COVID. And the number of beneficiaries is a world record. And also in our vaccination drive, we have made tremendous progress.
Mr. Parajbhai, we'll come back to stock markets because that has been one of the biggest talking points last year. It's going to open in the next 6 minutes. We'll come back to stock markets also. That's something I wanted to discuss with you. But before that, I would like to ask you, the inching up of crude prices. Well, crude, we have seen going to negative territory in 2020. Now it's touching $100 and estimates say $150 to a barrel. How bad is it going to be for developing economies like India?
Well, I was reading some forecasts from the IMF, and they are predicting that oil prices will come down a little, so they won't be above $100 level for so long. But you're right, the demand is increasing and will increase even more as the economies of the world, get back into gear. And obviously, one of our greatest export, bills comes from, import bills comes from oil.
80%. Yes.
80%. So we have to factor in that, and the economic survey is, planning on oil prices being around 70, 75, in that range, which is an average, right? So it is a big factor, but government has mopped up a lot of money in the last year by excise and revenue on oil, which of course has an inflationary effect. Because if you increase oil prices, common people get affected, and the prices of food and vegetables, everything goes up. But even so, we have good reserves. We have over $600 billion of reserves. So overall, I feel very optimistic in terms of how we are handling the situation, the global crisis. And, our leadership, I feel, is very competent and I would think on top of the situation. Now, this seems like an exaggerated comment to make, but when you look at all the indicators and the growth in infrastructure, the growth in highways, the growth in the PM Awas Yojana, and most important, people who suffered a lot, who lost jobs, had to go back to villages. The food program in India is so incredible that, anybody who is really needy and who has been hurt by the pandemic has been looked after by the welfare state. And revenue collections are very good. So that's also, despite the pandemic, a very good sign.
Let's talk about building competency. Export is one of the sectors which definitely is something where improvement is always needed. Exports last year, well, on some parameters we have done well, but there is a lot that is to be done to being competitive in the market. What, according to you, is the overall situation as far as exports are concerned? How and why? What sectors should we look at now?
See, exports actually went up last year, which is again a very encouraging sign. And in the press conference, Sanjeev Sanyal said that there was a container crisis. Otherwise, we could have moved out more than we did. But I think that Make in India was a very big push, and we have to build on that Make in India push. And also there are certain sectors we are very good at, gems, gold, and, software. Software is a huge sector for us. The IT industry did very well throughout last year. Most of our top tech companies have very good bottom lines. So I think that, the right policies of the government and, the great thing about last year, if you look at all the figures, is that government spending led the way. And there are so many unicorns in India.
Absolutely. Startup is a very interesting
This is the startup ecology of India is very encouraging. And in fact, Delhi has overtaken Bengaluru as the startup capital of India. That means there's a lot of confidence and talent in the country. And we have to harness it and unleash it.
Absolutely. So startups coming, we can have a quick discussion on startups now, where startups, unicorns, PM Modi also said that unicorns are the future of India and startups are in fact the future of India. What has changed according to you over the last 1 or 2 years, and what else is expected? Can you tell us in brief?
I think government policy is the most important, spur or trigger or encouraging factor for startups. See, you have to create an ecology where people feel confident to both invest and innovate. And I'm afraid we have a long way to go because our regulatory systems have to be simplified. Starting businesses, even winding up businesses is very important. You can't wind up a business in India today easily. So the regulatory regime has to be simplified for startups to grow. And what happens in the news, you have very big startups like, we saw Paytm, Nykaa, and, that creates an aspirational atmosphere. But we need, not just megacons, but we need not just unicorns, but we need microcons, So you and I and smaller people should be, not people who are extremely rich, should be able to feel confident to start setting up businesses. That hasn't happened yet. But I believe that gradually we are getting there, and the regulatory apparatus has to be simplified. And also, good ideas should get loans. One of the great things that happened last year is that a lot of the bad banking has been cleaned up. And this is going to create, I believe, a really positive environment when you feel that banks are safer than before to give out loans. That's the point.
Well, thank Mr. Paranjpe. We would like to now shift focus to markets, and Indian markets have opened now. Sensex is up by around a percentage point. It's up by 530 points. Currently, as we speak, Nifty is also up by the same percentage points. It's open in green. So some expectations building there as well. We can see over the last few days, markets were in a red zone. They were falling, but in the last 1-2 days, markets have again picked up momentum. Today, we have to look what are the markets going to do today. Sensex, as we speak, is up by around 0.9%, up by 530 points. Last few budgets, we have seen markets scaling new highs. This time also, whether that happens or not, it's a big question. Where do the markets go? Do they gain or do they come down after budget is announced? But Indian markets have opened in green as we speak. If we give some idea about global markets since morning in Asia, they are trading mixed. Nikkei of Japan is up 0.7%. Shanghai down 0.97%. Hong Kong, Australia, Kospi of Korea, they're all up. So markets clearly give an indication what is expected of budget. And markets clearly are in a positive zone as we speak. Since morning, they have opened in green today now. Over the last 1 year, in 2021, markets have been on a bull run. Whether that's maintained or not, that's a big question. This year, in 2022, we saw a host of IPOs coming in 2021. Many people opened the account. So Indian markets, once again, they have become independent to some extent. And as we speak today, they are trading in green. So expectations are building up from budget. So coming back to you, Mr. Paranjpe, last year, we saw market scaling new high. 60,000 we touched. Later on, we came down though. IPOs came. What about stock markets this year? Right now, as we speak, markets are clearly hopeful of something good happening. They are in green territory over the last few days. Since the US interest rates, the signals were there. They were coming down, but now they are going up as we speak. FIIs have taken out a lot of money this month as well. What are your overall assessment of stock markets?
Well, I think that yesterday the markets went up, and that was a thumbs up to the economic survey and the data that came out from the economic survey. But the Fed's statements indicate a tightening of liquidity, and we cannot expect the markets to keep soaring. There has to be a correction. There's already been a correction, and the budget, the markets may again, depending on how the budget goes, give some positive signals, but we can't expect the markets to go up and up. And I don't think Indian markets have been decoupled. I don't think we are there as yet, though the domestic investor, even small investors, have put a lot of money into the markets, as we know. But I think that when the FIIs sell, our markets will also certainly correct, as has happened in the last few days.
And just another thing about markets. Well, we always keep on discussing and debating whether markets are true picture, they are presenting true picture of the economy. Are they barometer of the economy? Well, definitely they are not that much, but they are, we can say that some optimism is there when there is so much of gloom and doom. What about the optimism now? Is it coming down? Because the markets are also coming down from the past few weeks, I would say, and coming down from peak levels.
No, I don't think we should see the markets as the best indicator of the real economy. No. As you rightly said, markets indicate mood, the mood of investors and the mood of people who have surplus money. So I think the last year's trend was an anomaly because it had to do with the liquidity that was pumped into the system, and that was only to boost the confidence of the world during the pandemic. We didn't want the world to collapse, so I guess the Feds all over the Western world, the rich countries, they pumped liquidity into the markets. But there will be a correction, obviously. But the good news again is that the best companies in India, the better managed companies, companies with low debt, all these companies have done exceedingly well. And I think a lot of small investors have also benefited via the mutual fund route during this, should I say, euphoria that the markets went through. But thankfully, the real economy in India is pretty solid, I think, in terms of the data we've received. Of course, there are, warning signals. A lot of job contraction was witnessed, especially in the unorganized sector. But the government stepped in and bolstered up the people who really needed help through infrastructure and other spending. If you see, one of the key aspects of our economic survey this year is the enormous number of graphs and charts and geo-satellite imaging. And they show you how the highways have progressed, for example, how much electrification has happened in India, or simple things like urbanization. Even the golf road in Gurgaon has come under the geo-satellite imaging. So I think we've seen a tremendous push in infrastructure, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and here I would like to speak to my colleague Mohammed Saleh, who's here. And Saleh, many things are happening on geopolitical front. We have seen for the first time the tensions of this kind between Russia and Ukraine. So Eastern Europe is on the brink of a crisis. UAE and Yemen rebels, there are also a lot of things happening. What do you think of all that signals in the beginning of a year? What does it mean for India as far as economy is concerned, as far as geopolitical and its ties with other nations is concerned?
Absolutely, indeed, Sumit. The fact that, what India will be looking at, especially at a time when, we are focusing on our economy, is at the price of oil. Now, for the first time in almost about 7 to 8 years, the price of oil has inched above the $90 mark. And it is expected, according to analysts, that this could go as high as about $105 within the next 6 months. And as you rightly pointed out, one of the key factors that is driving up the price of oil, firstly, is to do with the demand, because the economy is now getting slowly back into its earlier pace. That has cranked up the amount of demand there is for oil in the international markets. And another are these pressure points. The Ukraine-Russia conflict, firstly, and also about in terms of what's happening in the Middle East, where Yemen, the Houthi rebels, have now tried to expand the area of conflict, bringing in the United Arab Emirates very prominently to picture. This is something, especially considering that India is a net exporter of oil, something that the government will be looking at very, very closely. And also the price of petrol and diesel for the retail consumer like us.
Absolutely.
This is something where a lot of people are talking about it. There's a lot of chatter on the streets, especially on the Indian streets. The price of petrol, depending on which city that you live in, hovers about 100 rupees per litre. And for the Indian consumer, this is something that directly impacts their purse. And this is something that Nirmala Sitharaman will be looking at very closely.
I'll come back to you, Mr. Paranjpet, on this. So government now doesn't have much headroom when it comes to fiscal spending, because as we pointed out, as I discussed with Saleh, crude prices are going up, which means that there's only a point to which you can increase petrol diesel prices. So what we enjoyed last year, government enjoyed last 2 years, was clearly a very good fiscal headroom because they were earning from petrol diesel. What will happen now? Because the earnings will come down, so aren't we limited as far as fiscal headroom is concerned?
Absolutely. You know, the cushion will really be much smaller this time. But in the past, we have subsidized. You know, our own oil marketing companies and others have taken the brunt of some of these disruptions. And as Saleh rightly said, the world is in an unstable position just now vis-a-vis Ukraine and the, Russian standoff in UAE and Yemen. And of course, UAE is part of the Saudi alliance, as you know, and this is the Persian Gulf, where most of the world's oil supply passes through this part of the world. And any disruption, any uncertainty will push up the prices. But here, India is playing a very important role because we are the mediator, we are the middle voice in both these conflicts. Of course, because we have good relations with Iran as well as with Saudis. We have good relations with the Western NATO powers as well as with Russia. So behind the scenes, also, I think India can play a very positive role in this global situation today. But I think that the people, the mandarins, in the South Bloc, North Bloc, are very well aware of what to do with the oil prices.
So, on that note, we are going to slip into a short break on our discussion on budget. We'll come back very soon.
India's budget 2022 is here.
नहीं, ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है।
इधर ऑफिस जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा।
इधर इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप गो मैकेनिक।
नहीं, ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है।
इधर ऑफिस जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा।
इधर इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप गो मैकेनिक।
Joe Biden, now the 46th president of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
It says that it's likely to miss by what was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan.
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
We want love, we want peace, we want equality.
There are a traditional recipe, and it's really very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time.
Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. Prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all if you fail to prove us wrong. God help us.
One trillion species, 7.8 billion humans, 1.9 million species extinct, one planet. Where are we heading? What should we do?
Watch Climate Tracker, only on WION. World is one.
Hello and very good morning to all our viewers. Today is a big day in India. Indian government is going to present the annual budget. Indian Finance Minister will present the budget. Let's see the headlines first. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman of India will present annual union budget in Parliament with focus on accelerating India's pace of recovery from the COVID pandemic. The Economic Survey 2021-22 projects India's growth for financial year 2023 at between 8 to 8.5%. This is down from 9.2% projected for the current financial year. And what are the expectations from India's budget 2022? Foreign investors and economic experts, they seek clarity on policies, demand boost to investment and growth. So Budget 2022 will be announced in few hours from now. But before that, yesterday, Indian Finance Minister, she in a way kicked off budget session of Parliament by presenting Economic Survey in the Parliament. The survey, which is the flagship annual document reviewing state of economy, has projected India's GDP growth to slow down to between 8 to 8.5% in next financial year, which is FY23, while current year's GDP growth has been projected at 9.2%. Among other projections, the survey says India has fiscal space to ramp up capital expenditure while challenges remain for economy on macroeconomic front. Asia's third largest economy, India, is fighting a spike in COVID-19 cases and rising inflationary pressure, two big challenges. However, survey points out that all macro indicators show Asia's third largest economy. It's well placed to face challenges. Among the positives working for Indian economy are improving farm and industrial output, according to the survey. Growth, while vaccination progress is a stability indicator for economy as well. Also, India's ranking in Global Innovation Index has climbed 15 notches from 81st in 2015, 16 to 46th in 2021. Now, some of the biggest risks to Indian economy remains inflationary pressures backed by high global crude prices and sluggish domestic demand. Also, fresh waves of COVID-19 infections, if any in future, will further damage India's economic prospects. Also, private consumption, accounting for nearly 55% of GDP, remains weak amid rising levels of household debt. The growth projections are based on a number of factors, including a normal monsoon season and an orderly withdrawal of global liquidity by major central banks, including US Fed. The survey also assumes the crude prices will be in the range of $70 to $75 to a barrel. For economic growth to continue, India's economy has been on the mend after government lifted mobility measures in June to curb spread of COVID virus. After contracting 7.3% in previous fiscal year, it has come to positive zone now, and after the surge in Omicron cases early this month, in the beginning of 2022, many private economists and IMF even, they have cut growth estimates to 9% from an initial 11% for India's GDP growth. And we earlier spoke to Simon Lee, who is a co-director, International Business and Chinese Enterprise Program. We spoke to him about infrastructure, employment and investment. Let's listen to what he had to say.
I think the most direct way is to have some sorts of tax incentive, even tax-free, because they involve huge amounts of money in building all the infrastructure. And so some incentive can allow them to actively participate in such construction. You know, the competition is on global basis. Many countries, especially in Southeast Asia, are all affected hit seriously by the pandemic. So there's a kind of competition. So sooner the better. And still, because India is the fifth or the sixth biggest economy in the world, still has many attractiveness to attract foreign investment. So maybe zero tax at the beginning years. Once they build the infrastructure, a lot of their money, then they can recruit many people, many employees. You know, population, manpower is not a problem in India. So the thing is that how to get the money to attract foreign investment. I think the government should spend more money in engaging in more building infrastructure, because infrastructure can provide long-term engine to the economic growth of Indian government. But it's not a very short-term gain, because building infrastructure needs a long, very huge amount of investment. So maybe some sort of incentive to stimulate the construction industry, also to attract the foreign direct investment can provide a boost to the construction of the infrastructure. And then also with the heavy engagement in the building of the infrastructure, the construction industry can employ many people. This can alleviate the high unemployment rate comparatively. I mean, unemployment rate of like 7% is still high in many economies. And then when the unemployment rate can be reduced, then this can stimulate consumption, then again can stimulate the domestic economic growth. Many countries, including India, hit seriously from the pandemic. I think the government should announce some sorts of relief to all classes of people, especially the middle class, because they suffer the most. And, you know, GST contribute quite significantly to India's revenue. So some allowance deductions, such as tuition fee, rebates to the home loan interest, I think are helpful to stimulate consumption. On the other hand, the Indian government should make some sort of long-term measure about the sustainability and stability of the revenue. Now, the budget is still in deficits, around 6% to GDP, reduced from 9-point-something percent to GDP last year. But in the long run, the government can not totally rely on borrowing or from the very narrow gaps of the middle class or corporate debts, still quite low compared to other countries in Asia. To generate sustainable revenue to support huge government expense.
And we also spoke to Andrew K.P. Ling from Hong Kong. He's an international and independent strategist. He gave us an insight on how the problem of inequality should be tackled through the upcoming budget in India.
One of the biggest problems facing India is inequality. A lot of the poor farmers, especially in the villages, they do not see that their livelihood have improved a lot. In fact, there is a great inequality in India. The top 10% of the richest Indians own 80% of the nation's wealth. And compare with, it's only second to Russia in terms of inequality. So I think that to create a more balanced society requires a great deal of effort. And the budget is of course, a very powerful tool to address that.
So, talking about another important point, Mr. Paranjpe, we saw last year a big supply chain crisis. Where does India stand as far as supply chains across the globe are concerned, and where is then any opportunity, if any, and India can convert that opportunity for as far as the supply chain crisis is concerned?
Yes, there was a supply chain crisis when it comes to manufacturing chips and also in the shipping, and that has affected our exports. But I think our biggest, as it were, export is actually brain power, the work we do, not only BPO type of work, but the software that we develop. So I don't think we were affected as much as other countries. But, the real paradox of last year was that the whole world kept emphasizing on the green economy and investing in the green economy, including EV and other things, which is wonderful. But the demand for real commodities, oil, aluminum, steel, iron ore, coal, all of this keeps going up. So what's happening is that there is a contradiction between the way the world is moving, which is towards green energy, and the fact that the old economy has not ended as yet. And similarly, you see a very interesting phenomenon, how some of the biggest IPOs are in the new economy. And the old economy, I mean, Nika's, I think, market cap exceeds that of Coal India, which is the biggest manufacturer of coal in the world. So these are the contradictions of our times, which India has to negotiate. But as I said, when I looked at the economic survey, the barbell strategy is to compensate and to account for, you might say, problems on both sides of the spectrum. So I think we are well positioned now, after a contraction of our economy last year, to another growth phase as we come out of Omicron. I hope that, we are not medical specialists, but from what we read, it seems as if it's tapering off. And certainly it's not as deadly as the second wave of corona, the Delta variant, was. So our health infrastructure hopefully will not be completely overwhelmed, and the number of able-bodied people who succumb to the second wave, I hope that doesn't happen. So these are encouraging signs.
And we spoke to Andrew, Mr. Andrew, we heard him, and he was talking about inequality. What are your views on that inequality?
Inequality is a global phenomenon. You look at the top 10 richest people in the world, they have a bigger share of the world economy, the world resources, than the bottom 40% of the world's population, which is almost 3 billion people. So 10 individuals in the world have more wealth than 3 billion people. So this is one of those times in human history where things are very strange. And I'll give you another example. The market capitalization of Apple, one company,
absolutely
is more than the GDP of India.
Tesla.
India's GDP is less than 3 trillion. But does it mean that India as a country, as an economy, as a nation of 1.4 billion people is less important than Apple, one company? Obviously not. So I think that we also see on the other side global philanthropy going to levels that we've never seen in human history. Not only with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but many other initiatives. So that the private philanthropy of the rich people in the world is almost like the spending of major countries. So all I'm trying to say is that to be future ready, we have to factor in all these things. And what this government has done, which is really noteworthy and praiseworthy, is that those who are most needy, who have no livelihood or who've lost their income, they've made sure that food, grain has reached these people. So that is the way to tackle inequality. When the economy comes back into normalcy, the same jobs which were lost, if not the same, similar jobs will be created. New sectors will have more employment. But the welfare measures of this government are really creditworthy. And that has saved a lot of millions and millions of Indians from misery and poverty, which is unimaginable, because the Oxfam report estimates that 50 million Indians went into poverty because of COVID. And the government tried to reach all of these people through direct cash transfer, direct grain transfer, and measures which actually improve their standard of living. Absolutely. I think that kind of spending has to go on. And I must also say that many corporates, even though they had no production, their factories were closed, they kept paying their workers. So the corporates in India have also shown, compassion and responsibility. I think the real crunch has been in the middle. People who had shops, people who had small and medium scale industries, those have been shut down. And the unorganized sector has no social security to speak of, no job security to speak of. They have been affected. There have been job losses in those incomes, in that vector of our economy, or that sector, if you like.
Absolutely.
And I think only government spending and some social organization on the part of, I've seen initiatives in big cities where you have food banks, you have clothes banks, because most of us have surpluses. We just need smart systems to distribute these surpluses. All of us have clothes we don't need in the
Absolutely.
winters. So we have to have more people's participation to remove or reduce inequality.
And Mr. Paranjpe, over the last few years, we have seen some sectors, skill sector is easily reskilling itself. They are moving up the chain. But job crisis is there in India. We have been talking about that. Now startups are being presented as a solution to that. That's also more in services sector. What about first job crisis? Are startup, they are the real solution to that? And what about jobs in manufacturing sector?
You see, startups may not, be the solution because they may not hire thousands and thousands of people. I think we have to create more opportunities for work, not just jobs, which also means the informal sector of the economy. I'm expecting something on that in the budget, to give them incentives. For example, you go around people supplying tea or small services all over India, on the pavements, near intersections. These kinds of services, these are people who are also self-employed. They don't rely on the government. And we have to incentivize and also regulate some of these sectors so that they also don't become polluting, because you see, when you have an unregulated vendor, they're going to throw their trash all around. And who's going to pick up that, So I think that there's a lot of opportunity in India if we incentivize as well as, regulate a little bit the unorganized sector and help people help themselves. Because you saw what happened with the railway entrance exams. There's a crisis. For one government jobs, there are lakhs of applicants. So we have to send the message to the people that these so-called government jobs are going to be, especially at the lower levels, are going to be less and less. So people have to learn to help themselves, and we have to create the ecosystem for that. So just as the startup ecosystem has to be made more robust through less regulation, as I was saying, the economic survey talks about patents and how the patents in India have increased.
Absolutely.
In comparison with before. But we are still so far behind. Even a small country like Korea had 1.6 lakh patents last year. China has the most. India is far behind. We have about 50,000 patents a year. So I guess we have to make things easy. Ease of doing business has to go up in India. And ease of ending a business. If you have a business and you try to close it in India, it's practically impossible. You have to show losses for 3 years before you can close a business. You should be able to open a business easily and close it easily. And I was talking to Mr. Manish Sabharwal sometime back of Team Lease. He's shown us a way to really leverage India's talent pool. You talked about skilling. But he was telling me about the number of regulations at the central and state level. They run into hundreds. The permissions required, the sanctions you have to take. And as I said, people are very reluctant to give loans after all the bad loans, which the very big cats got the bad loans and ran away. So you have to change all this and make money easily available. Money should chase good ideas as it happens abroad. And in India, it doesn't happen.
Absolutely. And also, I would like to shift focus to one point which we didn't discuss. It's about Bitcoin and blockchain. There's something which clearly not many people saw it coming, though it was an undercurrent and the youth of this country was heavily involved. After all, 10 crore accounts were there and government reacted later. What about government's approach as far as Bitcoin and blockchains are concerned? Globally, it's a big issue. Well, clearly not all the overall usage of Bitcoin and blockchain is in right hands or for right purposes. What do you think about this new Bitcoin craze? Though it has come down from peak levels, but what about this?
I think it's a matter of great concern, and the government is cognizant of it. It can be used for...
We can see the budget papers being brought in the parliament, and here we see this ritual we have seen over the last few years being maintained. Budget papers, the crucial ones, being brought to the parliament, and we can see them now being the security check happening here. And budget paper, it's a overall protocol that happens and it's a formality that is done. Budget papers have been brought in, though this time the budget is going to be paperless. E-budget, we are calling it, from the last few years since the COVID-19 pandemic struck. So coming back to the...
In fact, just a little comment on that. The word budget actually means a satchel, a leather satchel in which in Britain earlier they used to bring these papers. Of course, now the papers run into trunks and trunks, but it's really a sign of the times that we are moving to the e-format. And the economic survey is available for download. I've downloaded it yesterday. The statistical tables are available. And even a non-specialist, but should I say well-informed citizen of India can now participate in this very important process in the country. So going back to Bitcoins, obviously it's a very difficult area. It's cryptocurrencies, as the word crypto suggests. You can't regulate them because they are non-local. And the blockchains are impossible to completely track. But the danger is that it can be used for illegal activities, money laundering, and also gambling. As you rightly said, our youth is sometimes, or not just youth, many people are encouraged, to make risky investments in Bitcoins, not just Bitcoins, but a slew of cryptocurrencies which are now available for any of us to invest in with very little regulation. And what happens if you make a windfall?
Taxation.
It's not taxed.
Taxation,
you're not taxing your income. The only way to find out is you put, say, 1 lakh rupees in some cryptocurrency and it was returned, let's say it doubled and 2 lakhs came into your account. Unless you're asked to account for that windfall or that doubling. And people can say, no, I don't know where it came from or blah, blah.
Right.
So I'm saying it's a taxation issue, it's a money laundering issue, it's an illegal activities issue, and it's a gambling issue.
All right, on that account, we will slip into a short break on WION. Our budget coverage will continue here, and we will continue to cover budget. It's 1 hour when the budget will be announced in Parliament. Keep on watching WION. Thank you.
Stay connected with the world through WION. Like the page on Facebook.
नहीं, ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है।
इधर ऑफिस जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा। इधर
इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप।
गो मैकेनिक। नहीं, ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है।
इधर ऑफिस जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा। इधर
इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप।
गो मैकेनिक।
Joe Biden, now the 46th president of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
It says that it's likely to miss by what was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan.
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
We want love, we want peace, we want equality.
There are a traditional recipe, and it's really very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time.
Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. Prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all if you fail to prove us wrong. God help us.
1 trillion species. 7.8 billion humans. 1.9 million species extinct. 1 planet. Where are we heading? What should we do? Watch Climate Tracker, only on WION. World is One.
I was born in Afghanistan. The Soviet invasion forced my family to migrate to Pakistan before moving to the United States. South Asia is home. Here, in the streets, on platforms like these, I am most comfortable.
I'm in the studios of WION to bring to you the region's heartbeat.
On South Asia Diary, you will hear voices from the world's most underreported.
And we can see Finance Minister Sitharaman. She is presenting budget papers in Parliament. Now she has reached Parliament. She started from North Block. Few minutes ago, she's reached Parliament showing budget papers. Though this time budget is more symbolic as far as paper is concerned. It's paperless budget, e-budget this time. And here to talk more on budget today, we are joined by Mr. Gautam Chikirmane. He is Vice President ORF. Mr. Dr. Makaran R. Paranjpe, former Director IIAS and Professor of JNU. And we are all awaiting in 1 hour from now when the budget presentation will start in Parliament. But before that, let's have a quick chat with our honourable guests here. Mr. Chikirmane, first of all, looking at the way government's fiscal headroom is limited, spending can be looked at, but what about the earnings?
Yeah, I think on the earnings front, we've already had some good news yesterday in the sense that the GST collections have increased. This morning there was some data. They have crossed 1.2 or 1.3 lakh crores. So I think the revenue parts seem to be in place. Now it's the projections, not only within India, but even outside, like World Bank and IMF are suggesting that we are looking at India growing at 9% over the calendar 21, 9% in calendar 22, and 8 to 8.5% in 23. These are, when you compare it with global nations, these are the highest in the world, not only in terms of being a large economy, but absolute terms also. So I think that the revenue part is more or less taken care of. What I'm wondering is that these growth numbers don't come automatically. So in this budget, we would be looking at, for instance, what are the growth levers that Nirmala Sitharaman offers to the economy, which means that what are the ways in which, what are the incentives that she offers the private sector to put in more money. Already Mr. Birla has said that there is going to be a huge capital expenditure over the next 10 years. So if you put all these together, I think the revenue part is taken care of. The second part, which is somewhat invisible right now, and it seems to logically flow from revenues, is the fact that jobs need to be created. And at this moment, what is the government doing in terms of enabling private companies to create more jobs would be another question. On the reforms front, I think the government has done very well so far, and it continues to do very well despite the U-turn on farm laws, which I think are one of the most important laws. Farm laws, the 3 laws would have done to agriculture what the 1991 statement on industrial policy did for industry. So it is sad that those laws had to be repealed and pulled back. So I think overall, these are the 3 expectations. Specifically, if you ask me, I think we are looking at in the 2 budgets ago, Nirmala Sitharaman increased the number of tax slabs to 11. I think that is very unwieldy. It has been causing compliance issues. The people are confused. Although the government says that these people are helping, they've been helped out because of the options, etc. I'm not so sure. When you go to a market and you see 20 kinds of coffee, you don't know which coffee to buy. Likewise, I think so many tax slabs. I think Chidambaram's 1997 budget, where he had collapsed it into 3 tax slabs, is a good model. We should carry on with it. The government should revert to the 3 tax slab structure. Finally, I think what I would like to see, but we may end up not seeing, is the increase in the tax net, widening of the tax net. Somehow, with every budget, we are reducing the number of people paying taxes. I think we need to first start widening the tax base. More people need to pay taxes, and it should be enforced properly so that those who are evading the taxes are brought to book. These are the 5 things that I would like to see in this budget.
Let's hear more about the expectations which are building up before budget. We earlier spoke to Jim Rogers, who is an American investor from Singapore. He spoke about if the upcoming Indian budget has any provision for crypto or not. Listen to him.
I suspect they will announce something just because cryptocurrencies are becoming more and more popular, and many other countries are announcing measures for cryptocurrencies. Russia recently outlawed them, etc. I'm sure there will be some announcements.
And we also spoke to Simon Lee, who is a co-director, International Business and Chinese Enterprise Program. We spoke to him about infrastructure, employment and investment. Listen in.
I think the most direct way is to have some sorts of tax incentive, even tax-free, because they involve huge amounts of money in building all the infrastructure. And so some incentive can allow them to actively participate in such construction. You know, the competition is on global basis. Many countries, especially in Southeast Asia, are all affected seriously by the pandemic. So there's a kind of competition. So sooner the better. And still, because India is the 5th or the 6th biggest economy in the world, still has many attractiveness to attract foreign investment. So maybe 0 tax at the beginning years. Once they build the infrastructure, a lot of their money, then they can recruit many people, many employees. You know, population, manpower is not a problem in India. So the thing is how to get the money to attract foreign investment.
And let's look at Finance Minister Sitharaman. She's entering Parliament and she's now going to show the budget documents. Well, the budget is as a paperless budget this time, but it's a, or we can say that formality or maybe protocol. And she's posing with a budget file in her hand. And Finance Minister Sitharaman, she is about to present the budget in the next 15 minutes or so. And she's here with budget overall documents, but it's a paperless budget this time since the COVID-19 has begun, pandemic has begun. She is now here present with just a red file showing the budget documents. And we're joined by Suman Berry, who is a senior visiting fellow at Center for Policy Research. Good morning to you, Mr. Berry. First of all, what are your expectations, and given at the limited fiscal headspace for the government, should we expect big bang budget this time?
Well, I caught the tail end. I believe you have Gautam with you, Chekamane, where he was talking about his expectations on the tax front. Look, I'm not sure what you mean by big bang, but what I would say is that the economic survey yesterday set out, I think, with commendable clarity and frankness, that the name of the game is helping economic agents deal with massive uncertainty. Okay? And so what I would hope are various indications that once policies are announced, that they will not be tampered with in a while. I would, though, make the larger point, which is that, assuming that the advance estimates of GDP for 21-22 are approximately right, that we will barely have climbed out of the hole of the pandemic by the end of this fiscal year. So that is 2 important years that have been lost to the pandemic. I think the government's done a pretty good job of handling this. I have admiration for, I don't know whether I want to call it a barbell strategy, but for the common sense that's been used. But let's not lose sight of the fact that 2 important years have been lost on top of a year before that, which was pretty anemic. So that's a huge amount to be made up. And as the economic survey points out, there are the headwinds of oil prices, of the tightening of monetary policy. So really, as an economist, I'm looking for what the signals are that the government is going to give to foreign investors, domestic investors, to say, look, we are determined to make up the lost ground and get back onto the fast growth trajectory that India had enjoyed, recognizing that the global environment is less conducive. So that's the framework within which I'll be listening to what Honorable Finance Minister has to say. I can get into the details, but I think the framing matters, and I think the economic survey did a good job in giving us the tools for the framing. Back to you.
Mr. Berry, this is Gautam Chikarmane. I just wanted a clarification. You mentioned that COVID is like sort of a black swan, and therefore India needs to make up. My reading of the global economy and not only just the pandemic, but other disruptions that are going on in the economy as well, is that black swans are going to be the new normal. And I think governments across the world, including in India, will need to be continuing to remain agile, will continue to have to be ready to change instantly, will continue to have to look at new data, new methods, new ways of dealing with policy that will come, that these black swans will throw at us. For instance, the technological disruption that's going on, even before the COVID struck, and which will continue long after the pandemic is over. I think black swans are here to stay. So I'm not sure how, if we are looking at a normal, we are looking at only a pandemic-free normal, but the risks to the global economy will continue. What do you think?
Well, I would say that we fool ourselves when we say that this period of turbulence is unusual. If you look at the degree of innovation that took place in Victorian England and the fundamental transformation that took place, in technologies, as Robert Gordon has pointed out, which were much more transformational than what we are going through right now, I think that the fact of the matter is that, the world has always been in some kind of ferment. And the question is, do you surf that wave or do you drown under that wave? Okay. Now, what would my barbell be? Let me put it this way. We succeeded in the entire period 91 through, I would say, UPA 1, 2004, to create a sense in the Indian private sector, in the Indian corporate sector, that there was a direction of travel, and that is what that led to the huge boom in private corporate investment. Okay? Now, I think we lost that plot roughly around UPA 1, and to some extent, and that that was then compounded by the global financial crisis. If you are arguing that our government doesn't have the capability of providing guardrails or handrails, or should not provide those guardrails and handrails, that it should, muddle through, I respectfully disagree. I think I worked for Shell in Holland, and I was very struck by, as it were, why the first stock exchange in the world was founded in Amsterdam in the 1600s, because Holland was the Bangladesh of its time, a storm-prone delta region, and basically the Dutch invented financial instruments so they could deal with uncertainty. I mean, in today's world, governments have so many more tools, which they are deploying, by the way, to help people deal with uncertainty, but you can't take your eye off the ball. I disagree.
Barry, one more follow-up question. The 1991 reforms, they only opened up, let us say, the ideological floodgates through which private capital got some sort of a moral strength, so to speak, and then the continuing reforms that happened over the next 3 decades. We have seen them, government after government, come, deliver reforms, sharpen them, go to the last mile, clear it up, etc. All that is happening. But I still see that doing business at a fundamental, at a legal level, at the legislative level, still is a big thing. For instance, there are more than 1,500 laws that govern doing business. It's 1,536 laws that govern doing business in India. I think that's a little excessive, including the Factories Act, which the UK itself has repealed so many times and which was taken lock, stock and barrel from the UK, continues to harass Indian businesses. There are 69,233 compliances that businesses need to engage with on an annual basis at an aggregate. Don't get me wrong. Not all businesses have to deliver 69,000 compliances. But these number of compliances are keeping small and medium enterprises small and medium enterprises. They are refusing to go big simply because the day you cross that line of, let us say, 20 employees, the day you cross the line of, let us say, 10 crore investment limit, immediately you are flooded with 500 plus compliances, responsibility, some of which carry jail terms. There are 6,600 filings that businesses need to do at an annual level. So I think the first generation reforms, I see them as the Statement on Industrial Policy 1991 ushered in by P.V. Narasimha Rao. The second generation reforms have happened over a period of 6 to 7 prime ministers that have come from after Narasimha Rao, so from Vajpayee to Modi. But the third generation reforms, I feel, are going to be more administrative and more at the state level than at the union level.
But Gautam, do you have an explanation for why a government which, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm asking the question, what holds this government back? After all, in Bibek Debroy, as the chairman of their Economic Advisory Council, they have, as it were, the most knowledgeable person in the land on economic legislation in this country. Okay, so it is not lack of knowledge. The Economic Survey has talked about, cleaning up processes. The issue of administrative reform has been on the agenda since UPA 1. I think Dr. Manmohan Singh, as far back as 1994, said that we've more or less cleaned up the incentive framework for the private sector. Now we have to work on the public sector. But, my sense is that somehow our politicians are either unwilling to give up the harassment powers that this legislation represents, or are unwilling to take on their bureaucracy at all levels because there's a food chain associated with it. I don't know, and I don't know if you know. All I'm saying is that 7 years, if you're committed to, as it were, having India become, as it were, the next China or the rival to China, this is not beyond the wit of man. So my question is it can't do, or is it won't do? Accepting
no,
your
let me rephrase that your argument. It is not a question of can't do or will do or want to do or wish to do. I think the question here is more constitutional. Several of the laws that I spoke about, let us say the Factories Act, the Minimum Wages Act, or any other law, they are enacted at the union level but enforced at the state level through rules. What I'm trying to argue, or what I'm trying to explore, is the fact that I think as a nation we impart too many expectations and too many responsibilities on the union government, while the constitutional status of the very same laws, rules lies in the states. For instance, land is a state subject, labor is a concurrent subject. So the factories are set up in states. The growth happens in states. The markets are in states. Only the top regulation, like regulatory structure, happens at the union level. Now, the union government has just repealed 1,800 laws 2 years ago, and I think that quest is continuing. But I don't think India, as observers, as analysts, as economists, as simply commentators, I don't think we are ready to accept that growth happens in states. There is an important part of that the states need to play. Agriculture is entirely, for instance, a state subject. They don't tax people because it's a state subject, but you expect subsidies, grants, monies to come from the union side. I think these are the constitutional, let us say, messes that we need to now clear up for the next stage of India's economic reforms.
Okay, but you would agree that what goes by the term cooperative federalism is necessary for that, and it's for each one of us to decide what the degree of commitment to cooperative federalism with opposition states has been on display these many years. But I don't know if Sumit had any other questions. I take your point that that India grows in its states, and the union government, by right, has, and indeed, one could say that the trend towards ever more expansive centrally sponsored schemes that was a feature of the UPA, was an intrusion into the sphere of the states, which, despite many protestations, has not been repealed, and indeed these are used as brand names to glorify the party in power. Other than the points that Gautam has raised, could I return to your fundamental question about my expectations from the budget? I gave you a framing for that, but I do believe that trying to think hard about what the trajectory of sustainable growth is going to be in the rest of this decade, and how that's going to be reconciled with our commitments to green growth. These are important issues. I don't expect them in the budget. I would have hoped for slightly more in the economic survey, but for me to bring back the optimism of of the 2000s that, look, India has a manifest destiny for growth, and we will, as we have done with the pandemic, we will successfully negotiate the pitfalls along the way. I think that spirit has to return. Let me also say that there are many positives that the economic survey has revealed. To me, a very important number in the economic survey is that through all of this, admittedly now with the balance tilted towards the public sector, we are maintaining a gross fixed capital formation rate of around 30% of GDP. That's important, and that's huge. And the fact that, we are able to do that, I think gives me optimism for the future.
Right. So on that account, it's time to slip into a short break on WION. We'll come back with more discussion and more knowledge and analysis on the coming budget 2022. It's time for a short break on WION.
नहीं, ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है।
इधर ऑफिस जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा। इधर
इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप
गो मैकेनिक। नहीं, ये मेरी गाड़ी नहीं है।
इधर ऑफिस जाना, मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा। इधर
इसकी गाड़ी खराब हो गई है। मैं तो गो मैकेनिक ऐप से सब करा लेता हूँ। रोड साइड असिस्टेंस, डेंटिंग, पेंटिंग, सर्विसिंग सब करते हैं। इसको भी बोला था, सुनता ही नहीं है।
तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें इंडिया की नंबर 1 कार सर्विस ऐप
गो मैकेनिक।
Joe Biden, now the 46th president of the United States, has a full plate in front of him.
Afghanistan has been the heart of American military power.
In a clear warning to China, India's military has now taken control of the country for 1 year.
It says that it's likely to miss by around.
What was happening inside the virology lab in Wuhan?
One ship was able to freeze global trade.
We want love, we want peace, we want equality!
There are a traditional recipe, and it's really very delicious.
It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WION's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
You don't know how to fix the holes in our ozone layer. You don't know how to bring the salmon back up a dead stream. You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct. And you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert.
You have ignored us in the past and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses and we are running out of time.
Show us your faithfulness. Show us your trustworthiness. Show us your honesty. prove us wrong. We desperately need you to prove us wrong. God help us all if you fail to prove us wrong. God help us.
Hello and very good morning to all our viewers. Once again, today is a big day for India as far as budget is concerned. In half an hour from now, budget 2022 will be presented in Parliament by Indian Finance Minister. We take a look at Indian markets up right now, 850 points, Sensex is up. So clearly expectations are building up. But what are the expectations of other analysts, economists and other executives? We spoke to Andrew Whitehead. He's a writer and former BBC senior journalist from London. He highlighted on how India should include something to address the problem of climate change. Let's listen in.
Yes, I think the finance minister has got to boost consumption without widening the fiscal deficit too much. But she's also got a problem, and it's called Uttar Pradesh, because all budgets are political. But on this occasion, the budget is being delivered just days before voting starts in India's most politically important state. And that, I think, limits her freedom of action. So I think she's got to do something which appeals to rural India. It may be boosting spending on the Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. And I think she may also be tempted to do something which tackles the quite sharp rise in wealth inequality in India as well.
And we earlier also spoke to Jim Rogers, who is an American investor from Singapore. He spoke about the upcoming Indian budget, if it has any provision for crypto or not, or expectations there.
I suspect they will announce something just because cryptocurrencies are becoming more and more popular, and many other countries are announcing measures for cryptocurrencies. Russia recently outlawed them, etc. I'm sure there will be some announcements.
And we also spoke to Richard M. Rosso. He is a senior advisor and Wadhwani chair in US-India policy studies at CSIS from Washington. Listen in what he thinks if budget would talk about the tax incentives or not, and growth and privatization in India. But let's go back to markets once, and Indian markets are in green since morning today. Sensex, as we speak, up by 840 points, 1.5%. Nifty also up by same percentage point, 1.3%. So Indian markets clearly having some expectations. Let's have a brief discussion about Indian markets. First of all, to you, Mr. Chikirmane. Last year we saw a bull run. IPOs came, investors, they added many accounts. What about 2022? What are the big challenges that can be there for Indian markets as far as the overall economy is concerned?
I don't know. In the short term, markets are not the right indicator of any kind of a mood, economic, political, technological. In the long term, they work very well, and they have for India. In the long term, the Indian market has grown by 14% per annum CAGR, and we are talking about from 1980s. So in the long term, the markets will continue. You mentioned that last year there was a bull run. Of course, it was. But the year before that was a bear run. So I think these ups and downs and the way in which markets react to short-term information flows will continue. We don't know what, like the market is up 800 points right now. We don't know. After the budget, it may fall 800 points. So I think in the short term, we should not look at markets as any kind of barometer other than just a minor suggestive thing. In the medium to long term, markets are the best vehicle for wealth creation. Now, yesterday there was a debate going on around inequality, that the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. Okay? Among other things, inequality is a very complex subject. It's become a full-fledged field in itself, I think now. But when you step back from it, the rich, because they have a softer cushion with which to lean back on, invest their money in slightly higher risk areas such as stock markets. The poor, they continue to be in bank deposits or where the returns are predictable, the loss of capital is very low, the chances of losing capital, PPF, etc., is very low. When the markets fall, there is nobody crying inequality. When the markets rise, the rich will naturally become more richer. It is nothing to do with any kind of an intent or any ill will that the rich have. Rich, in fact, create jobs. Rich are the people who build plants. Rich are the people who invest in our telecom, in our roads, in various enterprises all over the world. Rich are the people that you and I are sitting here and talking with our suits. They are an essential component of India's development. Philosophically, we tend to hate the rich, and I can't understand this why. I think it's more ideological than rational. And coming back to the markets will rise over the next 5 years. They will continue to rise. They will be flat until 2018. The markets were so flat that a fixed deposit return was higher than the market return. But suddenly, when the market has doubled, so you look at it only in the short term that it has doubled in 1 year, while actually, if you look at the graph in a longer term, it is 14% CAGR. Nothing great, but nothing less either. It is much higher than FDs. So I think this part, the markets will continue to rise. India is the growth story, 9%. It is the fastest growing economy in the world. Not only Indians, but outside agencies are also saying so. So there is no doubt about the fact that you should be in the markets, you will grow rich.
Dr. Paranjpe, that brings me to another question. Rich has become richer as the debate has been going on. Stimulus have come. Billionaires, they have made double their money. In stock markets, many people have earned a lot of money. It brings to the question, should rich people be taxed more? Do you think it will happen, considering the fiscal space is limited and government can go for taxing rich people more, at least in India, in the budget?
I would prefer that the rich invest rather than be taxed, held by the throat. But you know, in the US, I think more than 200 millionaires have written to the government to say tax us more. So there's a move, not only the US, but Europe as well. But I don't think taxation should be the only, not even the primary mode. You know, the economic survey says that if India has to be a $5 trillion economy, we need an investment of $1.4 trillion. Now, all of it can't come from the government, and unless you have a sector or you have a section of people who have huge surpluses, but you have to create an investment-friendly environment so that returns, if not assured, at least protected. You know, and going back to the stock markets, there's global liquidity. Everything is integrated. So tomorrow the money can move from one, geography to another without any forewarning. So we have to be prepared for this volatility, you know. But I completely agree with my friend Gautam that the India story is strong, and I'm bullish definitely in the long run. But today, as the day proceeds, there may be disappointments, there may be perceived, lack of whatever response to certain expectations, and the markets may correct. So we can't go by short-term market sentiment as an index of the real economy of India, which is actually very strong.
May I add one more thing to what Makran just said? He said that taxation, even though globally people are saying tax us more, etc., I think it's more of virtue signaling than anything real, by the way. But anyway, let us assume they want to be taxed more. What are we saying? Are we saying that efficient money utilizers that money should be taken away from them in the form of tax, given to inefficient people to destroy institutions such as Air India?
Absolutely.
Are we saying that? Ashoka Hotel? The other so many PSUs that are, crumbling, that are eating taxpayers' money year after year? What are we financing? Are we financing those guys' jobs? Inefficient jobs? Or are we looking at a new India where private enterprises drive growth. They create jobs. They create wealth. But what are we arguing for here?
But I would like to bring another point here. Corporate tax rate was slashed by 4%.
Yes.
But have we seen the investment equivalent to that?
Yes, of course. There are, I think, $60 billion of FDI has come in. Many, Mr. Birla, Kumar Mangalam Birla has said that over the next 10 years, there is going to be a capex expansion within India. All these are pointers.
Of Vedanta, all
yes,
the Adani's,
so tax policy is one aspect of business policy.
It can't be the sole.
It's not the sole thing. Now, there are other, I talked about compliances. I talked about laws. I talked about imprisonment clauses in various compliances. Those now have to go to make the runway for our entrepreneurs smoother so that they can fly.
Otherwise, we have the same license permit quota Raj and pseudo-socialism, where you use the government's coercive capacities as the only means of income distribution, you know, which is. But I must just add one little footnote, that the very poor, the very distressed need support. And I think this government has done it in the economic survey. You won't believe the numbers. We are quite ignorant, I feel, though we seem to be, you know, informed and educated. 2.64 crore women beneficiaries. That is more than the population of Russia. More than 200 million women beneficiaries were given 500 rupees a month for 3 months in the Jan Dhan accounts, which made up for 30,944 crores. I think this kind of direct transfer is unprecedented in human history as far as I know. And you know, vulnerable sections of society were given subsidies and money. And what about food? I think food is the most important thing. Food grain distribution, 80 crore national food security beneficiaries, 80 crore. You know, that is 800 million people got food at 5 kilos per person per month. So what I'm trying to say is we have to balance the opening up of the more prosperous sectors of our economy with propping up the most vulnerable, the poorest, you know, who have no access, you know, to the goodies, as it were, to become players in the Indian economy. Of course, we have to include more and more of them as times go on. And I think that the farm laws were a great opportunity. You know, they would have revolutionized and brought prosperity, you know, to levels that are unimaginable, because our farmers are very competent and they want to compete. But some vested interests, etc., we won't go into the politics of it. But unless we open up these sectors of our economy, I'm afraid that 5 trillion, projection or goal will be harder to achieve.
Let's look at what are the expectations from budget of other economists, other analysts. We earlier spoke to Richard M. Rosso, who is a senior advisor and Wadhwani chair in U.S.-India policy studies at CSIS from Washington. Listen in what he thinks if budget would talk about the tax incentives, growth and privatization of growth in India.
Well, I think when you look at the budget, of course, you've got the India domestic perspective, but also the world is very much following what happens with the budget. And I think the expectations, there's some overlap and there's also some differences. I think for the world, of course, hoping that India decides to move back towards trade integration. They want to see what happens on customs duties. Very interesting to see what happens also in terms of privatization. Is the government going to relax some of its controls it's got on different industries, particularly those that foreign companies would like to do business in? Domestically, of course, you've got hopefully some expectations for a return to relatively high growth rates.
And Richard M. Rosso is also expecting some budget provisions for infrastructure and agriculture. Let's listen again.
The expectations of consumers. How are you going to make sure that there's more money in their pockets? And so that's going to be a big consideration, looking at there's going to be a big infrastructure pledge once again, additional tax exemptions for some of those areas that are pain points during COVID, like school fees or even having some supplies for home office and things like that. And the last thing I'm looking for, I think, is on agriculture, with the government's intention to announce these big agriculture reforms and then drawing them back. Are there going to be some hints that they're going to try to maybe piecemeal move some of these agriculture reforms forward that'll help those farmers that are ready to modernize to be able to do so? So there's a lot of the mix swirling around this budget.
And shifting focus to now the new normal, Dr. Chikkarmani, we have one word we have heard very often over the last few years is the new normal. Work from home is new normal. It was all a sign of where we are coming and how are we adjusting to COVID-19 pandemic. So disruptions are there, first wave, second wave, third wave. According to you, what about this disruption? Should we take disruptions as the new normal now? Should we be prepared? And what is the role vaccinations have played in the COVID-19 pandemic and revival also?
Yeah, I certainly believe so, and we've just discussed that earlier in the program, that disruption is the new normal. Black swans are the dominant normal today. You can there is no more of the fact that this is a black swan event. We keep saying that the pandemic is out of the ordinary, which it is. It's a once 100-year problem. But the pandemic is only one out of several other disruptive ideas that are flowing around. Before the pandemic, there was technology. In 2008, there was greed and lack of regulatory oversight in the US banks, which created the transatlantic economic crisis. Going forward, technology will continue. Geopolitics could be a new disruptor. I think oil, as a result of which oil prices will go up and down and disrupt economies of various nations. So disruption is here to stay. Uncertainty is here to stay. Managing them, governments across the world managing them are here to stay. Now, if this is the paradigm, do we need some new tools to manage it? Are we looking at more nimble-footedness in policy making, policy reaction, etc.? Or are we going to go back to saying, oh, this guy is gone poor, we need to help? I think we need to think of new ways to do it. There are several positive disruptions that have happened in the Indian economy over the past few years. GST, the entire digital taxation of indirect taxes, which has replaced 17 taxes into a single tax called GST. I think it's a major disruptor, but in a positive way. You can see the revenues coming. You have seen how the Aadhaar, PAN links have happened, where it has become not impossible, but definitely riskier to evade taxes. Again, those numbers are, the number of taxpayers we have seen are increasing. They are higher, but not high enough. We need to do more. And I think several of such things, like Makran talked about how the poor have been given various subsidies during this pandemic. Every rupee has gone into their account. That's a big disruption. Earlier, it would come through a middleman who would take his or her commission, perhaps not even give that money sometimes. Rajiv Gandhi we all know that statement, 15 paisa out of 1 rupee reaches the poor. Today, 100 paisas are reaching the poor. Every rupee is reaching the poor directly into that bank account through technology. That's a disruption. It's a positive disruption. Now, what the government has to do is manage the positive disruptions and balance out the negative through this. But disruptions are here to stay. The ways in which we engage with each other is here to stay. The way in which we earn money, the way we spend money, the way we invest our money is all disrupting. It's changing, but disruption is the new normal.
Over to you, Dr. Paransh Bhai. Disruption is the new normal.
Absolutely, and I think every disruption is an opportunity. And some opportunities you really take advantage of, as we have with technology. You know, this government is very techno-savvy in many respects. Look at CoWIN, it's the best app in the world. We've all used it. And Jan Dhan accounts, direct transfer, these are innovations. Some we are not so on top of, a disruption such as crypto. We are still, hedging our bets and we're not very clear. But what I really want to say is that you need the 2 C's to manage disruptions well, which is competence. And I want to bring in a word as a non-economist, which I think is very important, consciousness. Let's not forget, Adam Smith began with morality, and economics was an appendage to morality. And in traditional India, you see, economics was a subset of dharma. Now, in a way, dharma or ethics is a subset of economics, almost, and sometimes even an appendage. But the point I'm really trying to make is your heart and mind should be in the right place. If you're in a leadership position, which is to use office to help people. And I think this is really crucial. And then competence. I think in India there's a competence deficit combined with a competence phobia. and you only parachute in experts either when it's too late or you bring them from outside so that they don't disrupt the vested interests that are around. We need an ecosystem where, as you said, the nimble-footed, the nimble-minded can thrive and flourish. We have to attract global talent and also unleash our own talent. And it's only when we feel that we have the competence and we are competence-enabled can we make a disruption into an opportunity. Otherwise, we'll only be lagging behind and trying to catch up or trying to manage the disruption to produce a minimal negative fallout, as in a sense was the experience in the second wave, which took everybody by surprise and caused havoc. But now in the Omicron, I think in a way we are ahead of the curve. So I think competence and consciousness are important. The last thing I'll say is a new integration of knowledge. You see, disruption means that expertise cannot function in silos. People across the board, across disciplines have to talk to each other. Somehow we feel that innovation in India is always, even the ministry, there's only science, technology and innovation. Innovation is in all aspects of humanity, human endeavor, in culture, in humanities, in languages. For example, without deep understanding of language, you cannot have deep cognition. It's not just mathematical.
Right.
So, higher education has to be reformed. So, I'm saying the challenges for India are enormous, but we need an integrative competence.
All right. And can I just... All right, yeah, please.
I want to take that consciousness point. It's more philosophical, spiritual, and hence many people will feel alienated from it. They think that these are all esoteric themes. They are not. The consciousness that he is talking about and which we have suffered is a wrong narrative. That narrative is still continuing. We need to change that narrative. We need to take growth in our own hands. Sabka
Saath, Sabka Vikas.
And
Sabka Vishwas.
Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas.
Prayas. Very good.
Prayas aana padega sabka. And that consciousness that government will do everything, this government will do, it has not done enough. Why should, government is an enabler. It is not a doer. You are the doer.
Like farmers shouldn't be only annadata.
Correct. That is the true decolonization. True decolonization.
That narrative has to move from my Baap Sarkar to
that is Swaraj, by the way. That is Swaraj. It's not just decolonizing the outsider. It's unleashing your own capacity. That is Swaraj.
Just before the budget is going to be announced in the next 10 to 15 minutes, we will also listen to what other analysts they had to say, what are their expectations. We spoke to Andrew KP Ling from Hong Kong. He is an international and independent strategist. He gave us an insight earlier on how the problem of inequality should be tackled through upcoming budget.
One of the biggest problems facing India is inequality. A lot of the poor farmers, especially in the villages, they do not see that their livelihood have improved a lot. In fact, there is a great inequality in India. The top 10% of the richest Indians own 80% of the nation's wealth. And compare with, it's only second to Russia in terms of inequality. So I think that to create a more balanced society requires a great deal of effort, and the budget is of course a very powerful tool to address that.
And we also spoke to Andrew Whitehead, who is a writer and former BBC senior journalist from London. He highlighted on how India should include something to address the problem of climate change as well.
Yes, I think the finance minister has got to boost consumption without widening the fiscal deficit too much. But she's also got a problem, and it's called Uttar Pradesh, because all budgets are political. But on this occasion, the budget is being delivered just days before voting starts in India's most politically important state. And that, I think, limits her freedom of action. So I think she's got to do something which appeals to rural India. It may be boosting spending on the Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. And I think she may also be tempted to do something which tackles the quite sharp rise in wealth inequality in India as well.
And our panelists are here, and Dr. Paranjpe, you heard some expectations from our guests from other parts of the world. What do you have to say on this?
I think every budget is a balancing exercise, and there are political considerations, as we know. But I think the important thing is whether the government is committed to helping the poor and those who have suffered the worst. And my assessment is that it is. So we talk about Antodaya, the, you might say, the benefit or the support of the last of society, which Deen Dayal Upadhyaya said, or Sarvodaya, the benefit and uplift of all sections of society. So government should be committed to that and then get the right instruments. And I think this government, it seems to me at least, it's my assessment that it is. And it's not just Manrega, which it inherited, but hundreds of schemes, Ujjwala, gas. So this kind of welfareism is one aspect of it. But the other aspect of it is to unleash that lion of Make in India, which is the symbol of Make in India. And I'm afraid we haven't done enough. I'm afraid that if you want to feel empowered in India today to start a business, I don't think we have done enough to make it easy to open a business, also easy to close it down. And the economic survey talks about Air India. They've made a big deal out of it. They should have shut it down or transferred it 20 years ago, if not 10 years ago.
Just before the budget starts, Mr. Chikramani, what are your thoughts? You heard our panelists and our guests, some of them having expectations from other parts of the world as well.
So I'm expecting, or not expecting, I'm hoping for 5 things. First is that what are the growth levers that this budget will offer India? As we've been discussing for some time, basically how it will get out of the way so that entrepreneurs can flourish, create jobs, create wealth. The second aspect is jobs. Entrepreneurs will create jobs within their domains. They may be a little high skilled, but there is an entire population which is not skilled. So how will that skilling happen, and how will those skills be converted into jobs? This links up with the previous issue, which is that if you are going to put constraints, for instance, labor constraints on businesses, then businesses will move to robotics. Robotics, it's one of the fastest growing industries, and Indians are using it. Hero Motors, Maruti, they are all moving towards robotics. So if the labor laws don't change, labor will not find a place. Third, what are the other reforms, infrastructure or any other creative, for instance, the production-linked incentives that were discussed in the previous budgets? What are the new reforms? I would like to see, I would be keeping an eye on them. I think the number of, at an individual level, because it's the budget and hence we have to talk about taxes, at an individual level there are now 11 tax slabs. This is unwieldy, it is clumsy, it is clunky, it is not in tune with 21st century India. We have to return to the 3 slab structure that was there from the 1997 budget. You may reduce the rates, but the slabs should remain 3. And finally, I would like to see more people rather than less coming under the tax net. Every budget after budget says we have reduced X number of people will get...
Including rich farmers, if I may say so.
That is a state subject. That's for the states to tax. The union government cannot tax.
No, income tax should include rich farmers.
No, it doesn't. The agricultural income is a state subject. Finished. So it is only some bold state that will make the first step towards taxing rich farmers. We are not saying tax the poor.
Correct.
Even today, the budget doesn't tax the poor. It only taxes a minimum, those who earn a minimum money, only those are taxed. Likewise for farmers. We are not saying tax the marginal farmer. We are arguing that the rich farmers who drive their multiple SUVs, live in palatial houses, need to pay their taxes. End of story. But apart from that, we need to widen the tax net. We need to ensure a greater enforcement. We need to see that those who have been paying taxes for years together need to see that those who are not are either penalized or dragged into the tax.
Let's talk about some competitiveness also. Now, all of the countries in the world have seen COVID problem. Now, everybody wants markets in other countries. In that scenario, what about exports from India? Make in India was a flagship program so far, but little progress has been done on that. What about other ways of increasing competitiveness as far as exports are concerned? First to you, Mr. Dr. Paranjpe, in a short form. How do you see India increasing its competitiveness and manufacturing capability as far as exports markets are concerned?
I think the only way, as far as I can tell right now, is through special zones, SEZs or some other instrument, because as a society we are not competitive. As a society, we are still very protectionist. I mean, in every aspect of life. It's not just about starting businesses or becoming productive or producing the best product. We have internalized a mindset when we are content with very low quality in every aspect of our life, whether it is urban living or whether it's the quality of our habitations, air quality, whatever. So it's not going to change overnight. You can't say, oh, we should be globally competitive and export and suddenly it'll happen. So I think we'll have to be incremental and create special instruments, special areas.
So let's go to now Parliament. The budget is going to be presented now, and let's see the proceedings of the Parliament today.
आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात सदस्य कृपया बजट भाषण की अपनी अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन फलक से ले सकते हैं। आइटम नंबर 1, माननीय मंत्री महोदय श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी। मंत्री जी आज डिजिटल बजट पढ़ रही हैं।
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, sir, I present the budget for the year 2022-23. At the outset, sir, I want to take a moment to express my empathy for those who had to bear adverse health and economic effects of the pandemic. The overall sharp rebound and recovery of the economy is reflective of our country's strong resilience. India's economic growth in the current year is estimated to be 9.2%, highest among all large economies. I recognize we are in the midst of an Omicron wave with high incidence but milder symptoms. Further, the speed and coverage of our vaccination campaign has helped greatly. With an accelerated improvement of health infrastructure in the past 2 years, we are in a strong position to withstand challenges. I am confident that with Sabka Prayas, we will continue our journey with strong growth. Honorable Speaker, we are marking Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and have entered into Amrit Kal, the 25-year-long lead up to India at 100. Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address had set out the vision for India at 100. By achieving certain goals during Amrit Kal, our government aims to attain this vision. They are complementing the macroeconomic level growth focus with a microeconomic level all-inclusive welfare focus, promoting digital economy and fintech, technology-enabled development, energy transition, and climate action, and relying on virtuous cycles starting from private investment with public capital investment, helping to crowd in private investment. Since 2014, our government's focus has been on empowerment of citizens, especially the poor and the marginalized. Measures have included programs that have provided housing, electricity, cooking gas, and access to water. We also have programs for ensuring financial inclusion and direct benefit transfers. We are committed to strengthening the abilities of the poor to tap all opportunities. Our government constantly strives to provide the necessary ecosystem for the middle classes, a vast and wide section which is populated across various middle-income brackets, to make use of the opportunities they so desire. This budget seeks to lay the foundation and give a blueprint to steer the economy over Amritkal of the next 25 years, from India at 75 to India at 100. It continues to build on the vision drawn in the budget of 21-22. Its fundamental tenets, which included transparency of financial statement and fiscal position, reflect the government's intent, strengths, and challenges. This continues to guide us. The initiatives of the last year's budget have seen significant progress and have been provided with adequate allocations in this budget as well. The strengthening of health infrastructure, speedy implementation of the vaccination program, and the nationwide resilient response to the current wave of the pandemic are evident for all. The productivity-linked incentive in 14 sectors for achieving the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat has received excellent response, with potential to create 60 lakh new jobs and an additional production of 30 lakh crores during next 5 years. Towards implementation of the new public sector enterprise policy, the strategic transfer of ownership of Air India has been completed. The strategic partner for Neelanchal Ispat Nigam Limited has been selected. The public issue of the LIC is expected shortly. Others too are in the process for 2022-23.
प्लीज नो,
National Bank
आपको पर्याप्त मौका, पर्याप्त अवसर मिलेगा, बेटे बेटे टिप्पणी मत कीजिए.
The National Bank for Infrastructure Development and National Asset Reconstruction Company have commenced their activities. Honorable Speaker, sir, Budget 2021-22 had provided a sharp increase in provision for public investment or capital expenditure. Throughout the year, with the Honorable Prime Minister guiding the implementation, our economic recovery is continuing to benefit from the multiplier effect. This budget continues to provide impetus for growth. It lays a parallel track of 1. A blueprint for the Amritkal, which is futuristic and inclusive. This will directly benefit our youth, women, farmers, the scheduled castes, and the scheduled tribes. And number 2, big private public investment. Number 2, big public investment for modern infrastructure, readying for India at 100. This shall be guided by PM Gati Shakti and be benefited by the synergy of multimodal approach. Moving forward on this parallel track, we lay the following 4 priorities: PM Gati Shakti, inclusive development, productivity enhancement and investment, sunrise opportunities, energy transition, and climate action, and 4, financing of investments. PM Gati Shakti. PM Gati Shakti is a transformative approach for economic growth and sustainable development. The approach is driven by 7 engines, namely roads, railways, airports, ports, mass transport, waterways, and logistics infrastructure. All 7 engines will pull forward the economy in unison. These engines are supported by the complementary roles of energy transmission, IT communication, bulk water and sewerage, and social infrastructure. Finally, the approach is powered by clean energy and Sabka Prayas. The efforts of the central government, the state governments, and the private sector together, leading to a huge job and entrepreneurial opportunities for all, especially the youth. PM Gati Shakti Master Plan, National Master Plan, The scope of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan will encompass the 7 engines for economic transformation, seamless multimodal connectivity, and logistics efficiency. It will also include the infrastructure development by the state governments as per Gati Shakti Master Plan. The focus will be on planning, financing, including through innovative ways, use of technology, and speedier implementation. The projects pertaining to these 7 engines in the national infrastructure pipeline will be aligned with PM Gati Shakti framework. The touchstone of the master plan will be world-class modern infrastructure and logistics synergy among different modes of movement, both of people and goods, and location of projects. This will help raise the productivity and accelerate economic growth and development. Road transport. PM Gati Shakti Master Plan for expressways will be formulated in 22-23 to facilitate faster movement of people and goods. The National Highways network will be expanded by 25,000 kilometers in 2022-23. 20,000 crores of rupees will be mobilized through innovative ways of financing to complement the public resources. The data exchange among all mode operators will be brought on unified logistics interface platform, designed for application programming interface. This will provide for efficient movement of goods through different modes, reducing logistics cost and time, assisting just-in-time inventory management, and in eliminating tedious documentation. Most importantly, this will provide real-time information to all stakeholders and improve international competitiveness. Open source mobility stack for organizing seamless travel of passengers will also be facilitated. Contracts for implementation of multimodal logistic parks at 4 locations through PPP mode will be awarded in 22-23. Railways will develop new products and efficient logistic services for small farmers and small and medium enterprises, besides taking the lead in integration of postal and railways network to provide seamless solutions for movement of parcels. One station, one product concept will be popularized to help local businesses and supply chains. As a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat, 2,000 kilometers of network will be brought under Kavach, the indigenous world-class technology for safety and capacity augmentation in 2022-23. 400 new generation Vande Bharat trains will better energy efficiency and passenger riding experience will be developed and manufactured during the next 3 years. 100 PM Gati Shakti cargo terminals for multimodal logistics facilities will be developed during the next 3 years. Innovative ways of financing and faster implementation will be encouraged for building metro systems of appropriate type at scale. Multimodal connectivity between mass urban transport and railway stations will be facilitated on priority. Design of metro systems, including civil structures, will be reoriented and standardized for Indian conditions and needs. Parvat Mala. As a preferred ecologically sustainable alternative to conventional roads in difficult hilly areas, National Ropeways Development Program will be taken up on PPP mode. The aim is to improve connectivity and convenience for commuters, besides promoting tourism. This may also cover congested urban areas where conventional mass transit system is not feasible. Contracts for 8 such ropeway projects for a length of 60 kilometers will be awarded in 22-23. With technical support from the Capacity Building Commission, central ministries, state governments and their infra agencies will have their skills upgraded. This will ramp up capacity in planning, design, financing, including innovative ways, and implementation management of the PM Gati Shakti infrastructure projects. Inclusive development, our second priority. Agriculture. The procurement of wheat in Rabi 21-22 and the estimated procurement of paddy in Kharif 21-22 will cover 1,208 lakh metric tons of wheat and paddy from 163 lakh farmers, and 2.37 lakh crores will be the direct payment of MSP value to their accounts. Chemical-free natural farming will be promoted throughout the country with a focus on farmers' lands in 5-kilometer wide corridors along the river Ganga at the first stage. 2023 has been announced as the International Year of Millets. Support will be provided for post-harvest value addition, enhancing domestic consumption, and for branding millet products nationally and internationally. To reduce our dependence on import of oil seeds, a rationalized and comprehensive scheme to increase domestic production of oil seeds will be implemented. For delivery of digital and high-tech services to farmers, with involvement of public sector research and extension institutions, along with private agri-tech players and stakeholders of agri-value chains, a scheme in PPP mode will be launched. Use of Kisan drones will be promoted for crop assessment, digitization of land records, spraying of insecticides and nutrients. States will be encouraged to revise syllabi of agricultural universities to meet the needs of natural, zero budget, and organic farming, modern day agriculture, value addition, and management. A fund with blended capital raised under the co-investment model will be facilitated through the NABARD. This is to finance startups for agriculture and rural enterprise relevant for farm produce value chain. The activities of these startups will include inter alia, support for FPOs, machinery for farmers on rental basis at farm level, and technology including IT-based support. The implementation of the Ken-Betwa link project at an estimated cost of 44,605 crores will be taken up. This is aimed at providing irrigation benefits to 9.0 lakh hectare of farmers' lands, drinking water supply to 62 lakh people, 103 megawatt of hydro, 27 megawatt of solar power, allocations of 4,300 crores of rupees in the RE 21-22 and 1,400 crores of rupees in 22-23 have been made for this project. Honorable Speaker, sir, draft DPRs for 5 river links, namely Daman-Ganga Pinjal, Par-Tapi Narmada, Godavari Krishna, Krishna Pennar, and Pennar Kaveri have been finalized. Once a consensus is reached among the beneficiary states, the Centre will provide support for their implementation. For farmers to adopt suitable varieties of fruits and vegetables and to use appropriate production and harvesting techniques, our government will provide a comprehensive package with participation of state governments. MSMEs Udyam, eShram, NCS and ASEAN portals will be interlinked. Their scope will be widened. They will now perform as portals with live organic databases, providing G2C, B2C and B2B services. These services will relate to credit facilitation, skilling and recruitment with an aim to further formalize the economy and enhance entrepreneurial opportunities for all. Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme has provided the much-needed additional credit to more than 130 lakh MSMEs. This has helped them mitigate the adverse impact of the pandemic. The hospitality and related services, especially those by micro and small enterprises, are yet to regain their pre-pandemic level of business. Considering these aspects, the ECLGS will be extended up to March 2023, and its guarantee cover will be expanded by 50,000 crores of rupees to total cover of 5 lakh crores. With the additional amount being earmarked exclusively for the hospitality and related sectors. Credit Guarantee Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises, CGT-MSE, scheme will be revamped with required infusion of funds. This will facilitate additional credit of 2 lakh crore for micro and small enterprises and expand employment opportunities. Raising and accelerating MSME performance, RAMP, program will outlay of 6,000 crore over 5 years will be rolled out. This will help MSME sector become more resilient, competitive and efficient. Skilling programs and partnership with the industry will be reoriented to promote continuous skilling avenues, sustainability and employability. The National Skill Qualification Framework will be aligned with dynamic industry needs. Digital ecosystem for skilling and livelihood, the Desh Stack e-portal, will be launched. This aims to empower citizens to skill, reskill or upskill through online training. It will also provide API-based trusted skill credentials, payment and discovery layers to find relevant jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities. Startups will be promoted to facilitate Drone Shakti through varied applications and for drone as a service. In select ITIs in all states, the required courses for skilling will be started. Due to the pandemic-induced closure of schools, our children, particularly in the rural areas and those from scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and other weaker sections, have lost almost 2 years of formal education. Mostly, these are children in government schools. We recognize the need to impart supplementary teaching and to build a resilient mechanism for education delivery. For this purpose, One Class, One TV channel program of PM E-Vidya will be expanded from 12 to 200 TV channels. This will enable all states to provide supplementary education in regional languages for classes 1 to 12. High-quality e-content in all spoken languages will be developed for delivery via internet, mobile phones, TV, and through radio and through digital teachers. A competitive mechanism for development of quality e-content by the teachers will be set up to empower and equip them with digital tools of teaching and facilitate better learning outcomes. A digital university will be established to provide access to students across the country for world-class quality universal education with personalized learning experience at their doorsteps. This will be made available in different Indian languages and ICT formats. The university will be built on a networked hub and spoke model, with the hub building cutting-edge ICT expertise. The best public universities and institutions in the country will collaborate as a network of hub and spoke. An open platform for the national digital health ecosystem will be rolled out. It will consist of digital registries of health providers and health facilities, unique health identity, consent framework, and universal access to health facilities. The pandemic has accentuated mental health problems in people of all ages. To better the access to quality mental health counseling and care services, a national tele-mental health program will be launched. This will include a network of 23 tele-mental health centers of excellence, with NIMHANS being the nodal center, and International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore, IIIT Bangalore, providing technology support. Recognizing the importance of Nari Shakti as the harbinger of our bright future and for women-led development, during the Amrit Kal, our government has comprehensively revamped the schemes of the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Accordingly, 3 schemes, namely Mission Shakti, Mission Vatsalya, Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 were launched recently to provide integrated benefits to women and children. Saksham Anganwadis are a new generation Anganwadis that have better infrastructure and audio-visual aids, powered by clean energy and providing improved environment for early childhood development. 2 lakh Anganwadis will be upgraded under this scheme. Current coverage of Har Ghar Nal Se Jal is 8.7 crores. Of this, 5.5 crore households were provided tap water in last 2 years itself. Allocation of 60,000 crores of rupees has been made with an aim to cover 3.8 crore households in 2022 and 23. In 22-23, 80 lakh houses will be completed for the identified eligible beneficiaries of the PM Awas Yojana, both rural and urban. 48,000 crores is allotted for this purpose. The central government will work with the state governments for reduction of time required for all land and construction related approvals, for promoting affordable housing for middle class and for the economically weaker sections in urban areas. We shall also work with the financial sector regulators to expand access to capital along with reduction in cost of intermediaries. A new scheme, Prime Minister's Development Initiative for the Northeast, will be implemented through the Northeastern Council. It will fund infrastructure in the spirit of PM Gati Shakti and social development projects based on felt needs of the Northeast. This will enable livelihood activities for youth and women, filling the gaps in various sectors. It will not be a substitute for existing central or state schemes. While the central ministries may also post their candidate projects, priority will be given to those posted by the states. An initial allocation of 1,500 crores of rupees will be made, and the initial list of projects is given in Annexure 1 of my speech. Our vision to improve the quality of life of citizens in the most backward districts of the country through Aspirational Districts program has been translated into reality in a very short span of time. 95% of those 112 districts have made significant progress in key sectors such as health, nutrition, financial inclusion, and basic infrastructure. They have surpassed even some of the state average values. However, in those districts, some blocks continue to lag. In 22-23, the program will focus on such blocks in those districts. Border villages with sparse population, limited connectivity, and infrastructure often get left out from the development gains. Such villages on the northern border will be covered under a new Vibrant Villages program. The activities will include construction of village infrastructure, housing, tourist centers, road connectivity, provisioning of decentralized renewable energy, direct-to-home access for Doordarshan and educational channels, and support for their livelihood generation. Additional funding for these activities will be provided. Existing schemes will be converged. We will define their outcomes and monitor them on a constant basis. In 2022, 100% of 1.5 lakh post offices will come on the core banking system, enabling financial inclusion and access to accounts through net banking, mobile banking, ATMs, and also provide online transfer of funds between post office accounts and bank accounts. This will be helpful, especially for farmers and senior citizens in rural areas, enabling interoperability and financial inclusion. Honorable Speaker, sir, in recent years, digital banking, digital payments, and fintech innovations have grown at a rapid pace in the country. Government is continuously encouraging these sectors to ensure that the benefits of digital banking reach every nook and corner of the country in a consumer-friendly manner. Taking forward this agenda and to mark 75 years of our independence, it is proposed to set up 75 digital banking units in 75 districts of the country by scheduled commercial banks. The financial support for digital payment ecosystem announced in the previous budget will continue in 22-23 as well. This will encourage further adoption of digital payments. There will also be a focus to promote use of payment platforms that are economical and user-friendly. So I move to the next priority. In recent years, over 25,000 compliances were reduced and nearly 1,500 union laws were repealed. This is the result of our government's strong commitment for minimum government and maximum governance. 1,486 union laws were repealed. Our trust in the public and ease of doing business is what is highlighted here, sir. For the Amrit Kal, the next phase of ease of doing business, Ease of Doing Business 2.0 and Ease of Living will be launched. In our endeavour to improve productive efficiency of capital and human resources, we will follow the idea of trust-based governance. The new phase will be guided by an active involvement of the states, digitization of manual processes and interventions, integration of the central and state level systems through IT bridges, a single point access for all citizen-centric services, and standardization and removal of overlapping compliances. Crowdsourcing of suggestions and ground-level assessment of the impact with active involvement of citizens and businesses will be encouraged. A single window portal, Parivesh, for all green clearances was launched in 2018. It has been instrumental in reducing the time required for approvals significantly. The scope of this portal will be expanded to provide information to the applicants based on location of units. Information about specific approvals will be provided. It will enable application for all 4 approvals through a single form and tracking of the process through Centralized Processing Center Green, CPC Green. E-passports. The issuance of e-passports using embedded chip and futuristic technology will be rolled out in 22-23 to enhance the convenience for the citizens in their overseas travel. By the time of India at 100, nearly half our population is likely to be living in urban areas. To prepare for this, orderly urban development is of critical importance. This will help realize the country's economic potential, including livelihood opportunities for the demographic dividend. For this, on the one hand, we need to nurture the megacities and their hinterlands to become current centers of economic growth. On the other, we need to facilitate Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities to take on the mantle in the future. This would require us to reimagine our cities into centers of sustainable living with opportunities for all, including women and our youth. For this to happen, urban planning cannot continue with a business-as-usual approach. We plan to steer a paradigm change. A high-level committee of reputed urban planners, urban economists, and institutions will be formed to make recommendations on urban sector policies, capacity building, planning, implementation, and governance. For urban capacity building, support will be provided to the states. Modernization of building bylaws, town planning schemes, transit-oriented development will be implemented. This will facilitate reforms for people to live and work closer to the mass transit systems. The central government's financial support for mass transit projects and Amrit scheme will be leveraged for formulation of action plans and their implementation for facilitating the TOD and TPS by the states. For developing India-specific knowledge in urban planning and design, and to deliver certified training in these areas, up to 5 existing academic institutions in different regions will be designated as centers of excellence. These centers will be provided endowment fund of 250 crore each. In addition, the AICTE will take the lead to improve syllabi, quality and access of urban planning courses in other institutions. We will promote a shift to use of public transport in urban areas. This will be complemented by clean tech and governance solutions, special mobility zones with zero fossil fuel policy and EV vehicles. Battery swapping policy. Considering the constraint of space in urban areas, for setting up charging stations at scale, a battery swapping policy will be brought out and interoperability standards will be formulated. The private sector will be encouraged to develop sustainable and innovative business models for battery or energy as a service. This will improve efficiency in the EV ecosystem. Efficient use of land resources is a strong imperative. States will be encouraged to adopt unique land parcel identification number to facilitate IT-based management of records. The facility for transliteration of land records across any of the Schedule 8 languages will also be rolled out. The adoption of linkage with National Generic Document Registration System (NGDRS) with the One Nation, One Registration software will be promoted as an option for uniform process of registration and anywhere registration of deeds and documents. Necessary amendments in the code IBC will be carried out to enhance the efficiency of the resolution process and facilitate cross-border insolvency resolution. Accelerated corporate exit. Several IT-based systems have been established for accelerated registration of new companies. Now the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will process re-engineering, will be established to facilitate and speed up the voluntary winding up of these companies from the currently required 2 years to less than 6 months. Government procurement. Government rules have recently been modernized for the needs of Amritkal. The new rules have benefited from the inputs from various stakeholders. The modernized rules allow use of transparent quality criteria besides cost and evaluation of complex tenders. Provisions have been made for payment of 75% of running bills mandatorily within 10 days and for encouraging settlements of disputes through conciliation. As a further step to enhance transparency and to reduce delays in payments, a completely paperless, end-to-end online e-bill system will be launched for use by all central ministries for their procurements. The system will enable the suppliers and contractors to submit online their digitally signed bills and claims and track their status from anywhere. To reduce indirect cost for suppliers and work contractors, the use of surety bonds as a substitute for bank guarantee will be made acceptable in government procurements. Business such as gold imports may also find this useful. IRDAI, insurance regulator, has given the framework for issue of surety bonds by insurance companies. AVGC Promotion Task Force. The animation, visual effects, gaming and comic, the AVGC sector, offers immense potential to employ youth. An AVGC Promotion Task Force with all stakeholders will be set up to recommend ways to realize this and build domestic capacity for serving our markets and the global demand. Telecom sector. Telecommunications in general and 5G technology in particular can enable growth and offer job opportunities. Required spectrum auctions will be conducted in 2022 to facilitate rollout of 5G mobile services within 2022-23 by private telecom providers. A scheme for design-led manufacturing will be launched to build a strong ecosystem for 5G as part of the production-linked incentive scheme. To enable affordable broadband and mobile service proliferation in rural and remote areas, 5% of annual collections under the Universal Service Obligation Fund will be allocated. This will promote R&D and commercialization of technologies and solutions. Our vision is that all villages and their residents should have the same access to e-services, communication facilities, and digital resources as urban areas and their residents. The contracts for laying optical fiber in all villages, including remote areas, will be awarded under the BharatNet project through PPP in 22 and 23. Completion is expected in 2025. Measures will be taken to enable better and more efficient use of the optical fiber. Export promotion. The Special Economic Zones Act will be replaced with a new legislation that will enable the states to become partners in development of enterprise and service hubs. This will cover all large existing and new industrial enclaves to optimally utilize available infrastructure and enhance competitiveness of exports. Atmanirbharta in defense. Our government is committed to reducing imports and promoting Atmanirbharta in equipment for the armed forces. 68% of the capital procurement budget will be earmarked for domestic industry in 22-23, up from 58% in 21-22. Defense R&D will be opened up for industry, startups, and academia, with 25% of defense R&D budget earmarked. Private industry will be encouraged to take up design and development of military platforms and equipment in collaboration with DRDO and other organizations through SPV model. An independent nodal umbrella body will be set up for meeting wide-ranging testing and certification requirements. Artificial intelligence, geospatial systems and drones, semiconductor and its ecosystem, space economy, genomics and pharmaceuticals, green energy and clean mobility systems have immense potential to assist sustainable development at scale and modernize the country. They provide employment opportunities for our youth and make Indian industry more efficient and competitive. Supportive policies, light touch regulations, facilitative actions to build domestic capacities and promotion of research and development will guide the government's approach. For R&D in the sunrise opportunities, in addition to efforts of collaboration among academia, industry and public institutions, government contribution will be provided. Energy transition and climate change. The risks of climate change are the strongest negative externalities that affect India and other countries. As Honorable Prime Minister said at the COP26 summit in Glasgow last November, and I quote, "What is needed today is mindful and deliberate utilization instead of mindless, destructive consumption." unquote. The low carbon development strategy, as enunciated in the Panchamrit that he announced is an important reflection of our government's strong commitment towards sustainable development. The strategy opens up huge employment opportunities and will take the country on a sustainable development path. This budget proposes several near-term and long-term actions accordingly. Solar power. To facilitate domestic manufacturing for the ambitious goal of 280 gigawatts of installed solar capacity by 2030, an additional allocation of 19,500 crores for PLI, production-linked incentives, for manufacturing of high-efficiency modules with priority to fully integrate manufacturing units from polysilicon to solar PV modules will be made. Honorable Speaker, sir, the circular economy transition is expected to help in productivity enhancement as well as creating large opportunities for new businesses and jobs. The action plans for 10 sectors such as electronic waste, end-of-life vehicles, used oil waste, toxic and hazardous industrial waste are already ready. The focus will now be on addressing important cross-cutting issues of infrastructure, reverse logistics, technology upgradation, and integration with informal sector. This will be supported by active public policies covering regulations, extended producers' responsibilities, framework, and innovation facilities. 5 to 7% biomass pellets will be co-fired in thermal power plants, resulting in carbon dioxide savings of 38 MMT annually. This will also provide extra income to farmers and job opportunities to locals and help avoid stubble burning in agricultural fields. Saving energy is an important aspect of the energy management. Hence, energy efficiency and savings measures will be promoted. This will be done in large commercial buildings through the energy service company business model. It will facilitate capacity building and awareness for energy audits, performance contracts, and common measurement of and verification protocol. 4 pilot projects for coal gasification and conversion of coal into chemicals required for the industry will be set up to evolve technical and financial viability. The policies and required legislative changes to promote agroforestry and private forestry will be brought in. In addition, financial support will be provided to farmers belonging to scheduled castes and scheduled tribes who want to take up agroforestry. Honorable Speaker, I now move to the 4th priority, financing of investments. Capital investment holds the key to speedy and sustainable economic revival and consolidation through its multiplier effect. Capital investment also helps in creating employment opportunities, induced enhanced demand for manufactured input from large industries and MSMEs, services from professionals, and help farmers through better agri-infrastructure. The economy has shown strong resilience to come out of the effects of the pandemic with high growth. However, we need to sustain that level to make up for the setback of 2020-2021. As outlined in para 5 earlier, the virtuous cycle of investment requires public investment to crowd in private investment. At this stage, private investments seem to require that support to rise to their potential and to the needs of the economy. Public investment must continue to take the lead and pump prime the private investment and demand in 2022-23. Considering the above imperative, the outlay for capital expenditure in the Union budget is once again being stepped up sharply by 35.4% from 5.54 lakh crore in the current year to 7.50 lakh crores in 22-23. This has increased to more than 2.2 times the expenditure of 2019-20. This outlay in 22-23 will be 2.9% of the GDP. Effective capital expenditure. With this investment taken together with the provision made for creation of capital assets through grants and aid to states, the effective capital expenditure of the central government is estimated at 10.68 lakh crores in 22-23, which will be about 4.1% of the GDP. Green bonds. As a part of the government's overall market borrowings in 22-23, sovereign green bonds will be issued for mobilizing resources for green infrastructure. The proceeds will be deployed in public sector projects which help in reducing the carbon intensity of the economy. GIFT IFSC. World-class foreign universities and institutions will be allowed in the GIFT city to offer courses in the financial management, fintech, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics free from domestic regulations, except those by the IFSCA to facilitate availability of high-end human resources for financial services and technology. An international arbitration center will be set up in the GIFT city for timely settlement of disputes under international jurisprudence. Services for global capital for sustainable and climate finance in the country will be facilitated in the GIFT city. Infrastructure status. Data centers and energy storage systems, including dense charging infrastructure and grid-scale battery systems, will be included in the harmonized list of infrastructure. This will facilitate credit availability for digital infrastructure and clean energy storage. Venture capital and private equity invested more than 5.5 lakh crores last year, facilitating one of the largest startup growth system. Scaling up this investment requires a holistic examination of regulatory and other frictions. An expert committee will be set up to examine and suggest appropriate measures. Government-backed funds, NIIF and SIDBI fund of funds, have provided scale capital, creating a multiplier effect. For encouraging important sunrise sectors such as climate action, deep tech, digital economy, pharma, and agri-tech, the government will promote these thematic funds for blended finance, with the government share being limited to 20% and the funds being managed by private fund managers. For financing the infrastructure needs, the stepping up of public investment will need to be complemented by private capital at a significant scale. Measures will be taken to enhance financial viability of projects, including PPP, with technical and knowledge assistance from multilateral agencies. Enhancing financial viability shall also be obtained by adopting global best practices, innovative ways of financing, and balanced risk allocation. Digital rupee. Introduction of a central bank digital currency will give a big boost to digital economy. Digital currency will also lead to a more efficient and cheaper currency management system. It is therefore proposed to introduce digital rupee using blockchain and other technologies to be issued by the Reserve Bank of India starting 2022 and 23. Financial assistance to states for capital investment. Reflecting the true spirit of cooperative federalism, the central government is committed to bolstering the hands of the states in enhancing their capital investment towards creating productive assets and generating remunerative employment. The scheme for financial assistance to states for capital investment has been extremely well received by the states. In deference to the requests received during my meeting with the chief ministers and state finance ministers, the outlay for this scheme is being enhanced from 10,000 crores in the budget estimates to 15,000 crores in the revised estimates for the current year. For 22-23, I'll repeat that sentence for the benefit of many of our honourable members. In deference to the requests received during my meeting with chief ministers and state finance ministers, the outlay for this scheme is being enhanced from 10,000 crores in the BE to 15,000 crores, 15,000 crores in the RE of the current year. For 22-23, the allocation is 1 lakh crores to assist the states in catalyzing the overall investments in the economy. These 50-year interest-free loans are over and above the normal borrowings allowed to the states, are over and above the normal borrowings to the states. This allocation will be used for PM Gati Shakti related and other productive capital investments of the states. It will also include components for supplemental funding for priority segments of PM Gram Sadak Yojana, including support for the state share, digitization of the economy, including digital payments and completion of OFC network, and reforms related to building bylaws, town planning schemes, transit-oriented development, and transferable development rights. In 22-23, in accordance with the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission, the states will be allowed a fiscal deficit of 4% of the GSDP, of which 0.5% will be tied to power sector reforms, for which the conditions have already been communicated in 21-22. Fiscal management. As against a total expenditure of 34.83 lakh crores of rupees projected in the BE 21-22, the revised estimate is 37.70 lakh crores. The revised estimate of capital expenditure is 6.3 lakh crores of rupees. This includes an amount of 51,971 crores towards settlement of outstanding guaranteed liabilities of Air India and its other sundry commitments. Coming to the budget estimates, Honourable Speaker, sir, the total expenditure in 22-23 is estimated at 39.45 lakh crores, while the total receipts other than borrowings are estimated at 22.84 lakh crores of rupees. The revised fiscal deficit, Honorable Speaker, in the current year is estimated at 6.9% of the GDP, as against 6.8% projected in the budget estimates. The fiscal deficit is in 22-23 is estimated at 6.4% of the GDP, which is consistent with the broad path of the fiscal consolidation announced by me last year to reach a fiscal deficit level below 4.5% by 25-26. While setting the fiscal deficit level in 22-23, I am conscious of the need to nurture growth through public investment to become stronger and sustainable. I will now move to Part B of my speech. Direct tax. Honorable Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to thank all the taxpayers of our country who have contributed immensely and strengthened the hands of the government in helping their fellow citizens in this hour of need. So I have brought in a little verse from the Mahabharata. I won't spend more time reading because I would like the speech to get enough time. However, the substance of it is the king must make arrangements for yoga kshema, which is the welfare of the populace, by way of abandoning any laxity and by governing the state in line with dharma, along with collecting taxes which are in consonance with dharma. This is Mahabharata Shanti Parva Adhyaya, Shloka 11 from 72. Drawing wisdom from our ancient texts, we continue on the path to progress. The proposals in this budget, while continuing with our declared policy of stable and predictable tax regime, intend to bring more reforms that will take ahead our vision to establish a trustworthy tax regime. This will further simplify the tax system, promote voluntary compliance by taxpayers, and reduce litigation. Introducing new updated return. India is growing at an accelerated pace and people are undertaking multiple financial transactions. The Income Tax Department has established a robust framework of reporting of taxpayers' transactions. In this context, some taxpayers may realize that they have committed omissions or mistakes in correctly estimating their income for tax payment. To provide an opportunity to correct such errors, I am proposing a new provision permitting taxpayers to file an updated return on payment of additional tax. This updated return can be filed within 2 years from the end of the relevant assessment year. Honorable Speaker, sir, presently, if the department finds out that some income has been missed out by an assessee, it goes through a lengthy process of adjudication. Instead, with this proposal now, there will be a trust repost in the taxpayers that will enable the assessee herself to declare the income that she may have missed out earlier while filing her return. Full details of the proposal are given in the finance bill. It is an affirmative step in the direction of voluntary compliance. Reduced alternative minimum tax rate and surcharge for cooperatives. Currently, cooperative societies are required to pay alternate minimum tax at the rate of 18 and 1.5%. However, companies pay the same rate, the same, which is the alternate minimum tax, at the rate of 15%. To provide a level playing field between cooperative societies and companies, I propose to reduce this rate for the cooperative societies also to 15%. Honourable Speaker, sir, I also propose to reduce the surcharge on cooperative societies from the present 12% to 7% for those having total income of more than 1 crore and up to 10 crores. This would help in enhancing income of cooperative societies and its members who are mostly from the rural and from farming communities. Tax relief to persons with disability. The parent or guardian of a differently abled person can take an insurance scheme for such person. The present law provides for deduction to the parent or guardian only if the lump sum payment or annuity is available to the differently abled person on the death of the subscriber, that is the parent or the guardian. There could be situations where the differently abled dependent may need payment of annuity or lump sum amount even during the lifetime of their parent or guardian. I propose thus to allow the payment of annuity and lump sum amount to the differently abled dependent during the lifetime of the parent and guardians, that is parent or guardians, attaining the age of 60 years. Parity between employees of the state and central governments. At present, the central government contributes 14% of the salary of its employee to the National Pension System, NPS, Tier 1. This is allowed as a deduction in computing the income of the employee. However, such deduction is allowed only to the extent of 10% of the salary in case of employees of the state governments. To provide equal treatment to both central and state government employees, I propose to increase the tax deduction limit from 10% to 14% on employers' contribution to the MPS account of state government employees as well. This would help in enhancing the social security benefits of the state government employees and bring them at par with central government employees. Incentives for startups. Startups have emerged as drivers of growth for our economy. Over the past few years, the country has seen a manifold increase in successful startups. Eligible startups established before 31/3/2022 had been provided a tax incentive for 3 consecutive years out of the 10 years from incorporation. In view of the COVID pandemic, I propose to extend the period of incorporation of the eligible startup by 1 more year, that is up to 31/3/2023, for providing such tax incentives. Incentives for newly incorporated manufacturing entities under concessional tax regime. In an effort to establish a global competitive business environment for certain domestic companies, a concessional tax regime of 15% was introduced by our government for newly incorporated domestic manufacturing companies. I propose to extend the last date for commencement of manufacturing or production under Section 115B(ab) by 1 more year, that is from 31st March 2023 to 31st March 2024. Scheme for taxation of virtual digital assets. There has been a phenomenal increase in transaction in virtual digital assets. The magnitude and frequency of these transactions have made it imperative to provide for a specific tax regime. Accordingly, for the taxation of virtual digital assets, I propose to provide that any income from transfer of any virtual digital asset shall be taxed at the rate of 30%, 30%. No deduction in respect of any expenditure or allowance shall be allowed while computing such income except cost of acquisition. Further, loss from transfer of virtual digital asset cannot be set off against any other income. Further, in order to capture the transaction details, I also propose to provide for TDS on payment made in relation to transfer of virtual digital asset at the rate of 1% of such consideration above a monetary threshold. Gift of virtual digital asset is also proposed to be taxed in the hands of the recipient. Litigation management to avoid repetitive appeals by the department. It has been observed that a lot of time and resources are consumed in filing of appeals which involve identical issues. Taking forward our policy of sound litigation management, I propose to provide that if a question of law in the case of an assessee is identical to a question of law which is pending in the appeal before a jurisdictional High Court or Supreme Court, in any case, the filing of further appeal in the case of this assessee by the department shall be deferred till such a question of law is decided by the jurisdictional High Court or the Supreme Court. This will greatly help in reducing the repeated litigation between taxpayer and the department. Taking forward our efforts to further promote the IFSC, I hereby propose to provide that income of a non-resident from offshore derivative instruments or over-the-counter derivatives issued by an offshore banking unit, income from royalty and interest on account of lease of ship, and income received from portfolio management services in IFSC shall be exempt from tax subject to specified conditions. Rationalization of surcharge. In the globalized business world, there are several work contracts whose terms and conditions mandatorily require formation of a consortium. The members in the consortium are generally companies. In such cases, the income of these AOPs has to suffer a graded surcharge up to 37%, which is a lot more than surcharge on the individual companies. Accordingly, I propose to cap the surcharge of these AOPs at 15%, 15%. Further, the long-term capital gains on listed equity shares, units, etc., are liable to maximum surcharge of 15%, while other long-term capital gains are subjected to a graded surcharge which goes up to 37%. I propose to cap the surcharge on long-term capital gains arising on transfer of any type of assets at 15%. This step will give a boost to startup community, and along with my proposal on the extended tax benefits to manufacturing companies and startups, reaffirms our commitment to Atmanirbhar Bharat. Clarification in relation to health and education cess as business expenditure. The income tax is not an allowable expenditure for computation of business income. This includes tax as well as surcharges. The health and education cess is imposed as an additional surcharge on the taxpayer for funding specific government welfare programs. However, some courts have allowed health and education cess as business expenditure, which is against the legislative intent. To reiterate the legislative intent, I propose to clarify that any surcharge or cess on income and profits is not allowable as business expenditure. Deterrence against tax evasion. Honourable Speaker, sir, presently there is ambiguity regarding set-off of brought-forward loss against undisclosed income detected in search operations. It has been observed that in many cases where undisclosed income or suppression of sales, etc., is detected, payment of tax is avoided by setting off of losses. In order to bring certainty and to increase deterrence among tax evaders, I propose to provide that no set-off of any loss shall be allowed against undisclosed income detected during search and survey operations. It has been noticed that as a business promotion strategy, there is a tendency on businesses to pass on benefits to their agents. Such benefits are taxable in the hands of the agents. In order to track such transactions, I propose to provide for tax deduction by the person giving benefits if the aggregate value of such benefits exceeds 20,000 rupees during the financial year. A few other changes are being made, the details of which are there in the finance bill. Indirect taxes. So remarkable progress in GST. GST has been a landmark reform of independent India, showcasing the spirit of cooperative federalism. While aspirations were high, there were huge challenges too. These challenges were overcome deftly and painstakingly under the guidance and the oversight of the GST Council. We can now take pride in a fully IT-driven and progressive GST regime that has fulfilled the cherished dream of India as one market, one tax. There are still some challenges remaining, and we aspire to meet them in the coming year. The right balance between facilitation and enforcement has engendered significantly better compliance, and enforcement has engendered better compliance. GST revenues are buoyant despite the pandemic. I would bring in something which I've got to know this morning, not part of my speech, but worth putting in here for the knowledge of the Honourable House. I would like to bring to the notice of this House that the gross GST collections for the month of January 22 are rupees 1,40,986 crores, which is the highest since the inception of GST. This has been possible due to rapid economic growth, recovery, post-COVID, This has been possible due to the rapid economic recovery post-COVID, as well as various policy and administration undertaken by central and state tax administrations. Taxpayers deserve applause for this growth. Not only did they adapt to the changes, but enthusiastically contributed to the cost of paying taxes. Special economic zones. In part A of my speech, I have referred to the proposed reforms in SEZs. Alongside, we will also undertake reforms in customs administration of SEZs, and it shall henceforth be fully IT-driven and function on the customs national portal with a focus on higher facilitation and with only risk-based checks. This will ease doing business by SEZ units considerably. This reform shall be implemented by 30th September 2022. Customs reforms and duty rate changes. Customs administration has reinvented itself over the years through liberalized procedures and infusion of technology. Faceless customs has been fully established. During COVID-19 pandemic, customs formation have done exceptional frontline work against all odds, displaying agility and purpose. Customs reforms have played a very vital role in domestic capacity creation, providing level playing field to our MSMEs, easing the raw material supply side constraints, enhancing ease of doing business, and being an enabler to other policy initiatives such as PLI and phased manufacturing plans. My proposal on customs side are aligned to these objectives. Project imports and capital goods. National Capital Goods Policy 2016 aims at doubling the production of capital goods by 2025. This would create an employment opportunities and result in increased economic activity. However, several duty exemptions, even extending to over 3 decades, in some cases have been granted to capital goods for various sectors like power, fertilizer, textiles, leather footwear, food processing, and fertilizers. These exemptions have hindered the growth of the domestic capital goods sector. Similarly, project import duty concessions have also deprived the local producers of a level playing field in areas like coal mining projects, power generation, transmission or distribution projects, railway and metro projects. Our experience suggests that reasonable tariffs are conducive to the growth of domestic industry and make in India without significantly impacting the cost of essential imports. Accordingly, Honourable Speaker, Sir, it is proposed to phase out the concessional rates in capital goods and project imports gradually and apply a moderate tariff of 7.5%. Certain exemptions for advanced machineries that are not manufactured within the country shall continue. A few exemptions are being introduced on inputs like specialized castings, ball screw, and linear motion guide to encourage domestic manufacturing of capital goods. In the last 2 budgets, we have rationalized several customs exemptions. We have once again carried out an extensive consultation, including by crowdsourcing. As a result of these consultations, more than 350 exemption entries are proposed to be gradually phased out. These include exemptions on certain agricultural produce, chemicals, fabrics, medical devices and drugs, and medicines for which sufficient domestic capacity exists. Further, as a simplification measure, several concessional rates are being incorporated in the customs tariff schedule itself instead of prescribing them through various notifications. This comprehensive review will simplify the customs rate and tariff structure, particularly for sectors like chemicals, textiles, and metals, and minimize disputes. Removal of exemption on items which are or can be manufactured in India and providing concessional duties on raw material that go into manufacturing of intermediate products will go many a step forward in achieving our objective of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. I shall now take up specific sector-specific proposals. Electronics. Electronic manufacturing has been growing rapidly. Customs duty rates are being calibrated to provide a graded rate structure to facilitate domestic manufacturing of wearable devices, hearable devices, and electronic smart meters. Duty concessions are being given to parts of transformer of mobile phone chargers and camera lens of mobile camera module and certain other such items. This will enable domestic manufacturing of high-growth electronic items. Gems and jewelry. To give a boost to the gems and jewelry sector, customs duty on cut and polished diamonds and gemstones is being reduced to 5%. Simply sawn diamond would attract nil customs duty. To facilitate export of jewelry through e-commerce, a simplified regulatory framework shall be implemented by June this year. To disincentivize import of undervalued imitation jewelry, the customs duty on imitation jewelry is being prescribed in a manner that a duty of at least 400 rupees per kg is paid on its import. Chemicals. Customs duty on certain critical chemicals, namely methanol, acetic acid, and heavy feedstocks, for petroleum refining are being reduced, while duty is being raised on sodium cyanide, for which adequate capacity in the domestic arena exists. These changes will help in enhancing domestic value addition. MSMEs. Duty on umbrellas is being raised to 20%. Exemption to parts of umbrellas is being withdrawn. Exemption is also being rationalized on implements and tools for agricultural sector which are manufactured in India. Customs duty exemption given to steel scrap last year is being extended for another year to provide relief to MSME secondary steel producers. Certain anti-dumping and CVD on stainless steel and coated steel flat products, bars of alloy steel and high-speed steel are being revoked in larger public interest considering prevailing high prices of metals. To incentivize exports, exemptions are being provided on items such as embellishment, trimmings, fasteners, buttons, zipper, lining material, specified leather, furniture fittings, and packaging boxes that may be needed by bona fide exporters of handicrafts, textiles, leather garments, leather footwear, and other goods. Honourable Speaker, sir, duty is being reduced on certain inputs required for shrimp aquaculture so as to promote its exports. Tariff measure to encourage blending of fuel. Blending of fuel is a priority for this government. To encourage the efforts for blending of fuel, unblended fuel shall attract an additional differential excise duty of ₹2 per litre from first day of October 22. A few other changes are being made in duty rates, customs, tariff and customs law, the details of which are there in the finance bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, with these words, I commend the budget to this august House. Thank you.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management FRBM Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3, Vitt Videk 2020, Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, item number 3, Finance Bill. Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2022.
प्रश्न ये कि वित्त विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में। माननीय मंत्री जी, वित्त विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2022 को 4:30 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Review will simplify the customs rate and tariff structure, particularly for sectors like chemicals, textiles, and metals, and minimize risk.
So here we were listening to Finance Minister of India, and a host of measures have been announced. As expected, there are some good for some sectors, while some would be taxing for other sectors as well. Indian Finance Minister, she said that budget, it seeks to lay a blueprint for next 25 years, aiming to achieve vision for India at 100, set out by PM in his Independence Day address. Let's listen her.
PM Gati Shakti is a transformative approach for economic growth and sustainable development. The approach is driven by 7 engines, namely roads, railways, airports, ports, mass transport, waterways, and logistics infrastructure. All 7 engines will pull forward the economy in unison. These engines are supported by the complementary roles of energy transmission, IT communication, bulk water and sewerage, and social infrastructure. Finally, the approach is powered by clean energy and Sabka Prayas. The efforts of the central government, the state governments, and the private sector together, leading to a huge job and entrepreneurial opportunities for all, especially the youth. PM Gati Shakti Master Plan, National Master Plan, the scope of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan will encompass the 7 engines for economic transformation, seamless multimodal connectivity, and logistics efficiency. The projects pertaining to these 7 engines in the national infrastructure pipeline will be aligned with PM Gati Shakti framework. Road transport. PM Gati Shakti Master Plan for expressways will be formulated in 22-23 to facilitate faster movement of people and goods. The national highways network will be expanded by 25,000 kilometers in 2022-23. This will provide for efficient movement of goods through different modes, reducing logistics cost and time, assisting just-in-time inventory management, and in eliminating tedious documentation. Most importantly, this will provide real-time information to all stakeholders and improve international competitiveness. Open source mobility stack for organizing seamless travel of passengers will also be facilitated.
So we heard Finance Minister announcing a slew of measures, and today to discuss all that and give an initial reaction to the budget of Finance Minister of India, we're joined by Dr. Markand R. Paranjpe. He is former Director of IIAS and Professor of JNU, and Mr. Gautam Chikkarmane. He is Vice President, Observer Research Foundation, ORF. Thanks for talking to us. First of all, to you, Mr. Chikkarmane. What, according to you, are the salient features of this budget, and is it right to call it a balanced budget this time?
Balanced to the extent that she has spoken about welfare measures combined with growth. Yeah, you can call it balanced, although I need to study the finance bill carefully before I make any judgment. But in the first flush of what I see, it's almost as if the finance minister has delivered on what we required. I had mentioned 5 things. She seems to have delivered on 4. So personally for me, in terms of my personal expectations, which are largely economic expectations, I think the budget has done well. For instance, I talked about growth levers hardly just before the speech, and I see several of growth levers here. The increase in expenditure on defense, and particularly to Indian private sectors to the extent of 68%, will boost India's defense industry. She has talked about increasing the public investment as a pump primer for the economy, because the private investment is not yet coming in, although it seems to be getting ready to do so. To that extent, I think the fact that 7.5 lakh crore or 2.9% of GDP is going to be spent on capital expenditure by the government is a very good thing. It will initiate growth. Part of that growth, she also mentioned that in passing, that at 1.4 lakh crore, the GST revenues for the month of January are the highest ever since the launch of the GST. So clearly growth has been coming, and all the growth cynics who are saying where is the growth need to just look at some numbers and see here is the growth. Secondly, she's talking about jobs. On that front, although the policy intent is clear, the political as well as the policy intent is clear. Startups and several other initiatives that have been mentioned in the budget, in her speech. I'm not very sure whether there is a direct correlation between a policy intent and on-ground implementation, because on-ground implementation requires some other aspects which are outside the budget to ensure that new jobs happen. She's talking about the transition. She's talking about skilling the unskilled so that they can transition into jobs. That's a very good idea, and it has been successful for a lot of time. But perhaps, I'm not sure, in the changing needs of the economy, as we discussed earlier in terms of disruption, etc., how far the bridge from skilling to jobs can be made by a budget. And the intention is clear, so again, we need to see, we need to have some greater clarity on that. She's talked about certain reforms. For instance, she's talked about 1,486 laws that have been repealed, which also we spoke about earlier. And she's also talked about 25,000 compliances have been removed. I'm not sure how accurate that number is. I need to read those compliances. That data does not exist as of now. This number has been doing the rounds within government circles. We are tracking these numbers very, very closely. In fact, one of my next papers is on this compliances, etc. So the fact that she's talked about 25,000 compliances removed, maybe that they are in the process of being removed, and part of them will be removed by the state government. So we cannot really blame, we cannot really accuse that it is wrong or right. But the fact is that the policy intent is clear. This will do a lot for growth. She has not reduced the tax slabs, but that's fine. We can live with them. You can't have it all. But the fact that she's talking about a greater enforcement on tax evaders is a very good thing. By the next budget, we hope to see some action on that front. What is the number of people who evaded taxes? How many of them were prosecuted? How much tax revenues was pulled out of them? Because this is a big hole in India's tax policy. Non-enforcement by tax evaders at the cost of people who do pay taxes is a burning issue for people like us. So I think overall this is a great budget. I think it will lead to growth. The capital expenditure increase to 7.5 lakh crore will deliver growth, or at least it will catalyze new investments by the private sector, which is a good thing. And rest, I think, as I read more, I will.
And over to Dr. Paranjpe, looking at the COVID-19 needs, looking at the challenges we are facing, is it a growth-oriented budget? Would you call it a growth-oriented budget?
Yes, it is. It is also a budget which is I would call it a balanced and forward-looking budget, because I think at the beginning, the Finance Minister mentioned making India ready for the Amrit Kal, what the PM calls the Amrit Kal. 75 years of independence we are celebrating, from 75 to 100 years of independence. So the next 25 years are considered to be a very good time for India, and the platform, from what I understood, is inclusive development, Gati Shakti, productivity in the sunrise sector, energy transition and climate action. So these are the four. But in terms of drivers of growth, if you look at just the Gati Shakti, the Finance Minister said that it will be driven by 7 engines: roads, railways, airports, ports, mass transport, waterways, logistics and infrastructure. Now, as far as the middle class is concerned, the good news is there's no increase in income tax. I believe the slabs haven't been changed either. The government has also brought in its own digital currency, which I think is a good idea. On tax evasion, you have been warned that if you have extra income, you can refile your income to avoid penalty, undisclosed income, suppression of sales. All of these will show up, and then you'll be, as it were, tracked. But I also see that there are some really good initiatives here, some of which are, wonderful, like there's
defense.
a big defense, big push for
68%.
And then they've facilitated R&D with institutes so that we develop our own technology in order to buy or manufacture these products which will be made in India. So the ecosystem to innovate in this area has been promoted. Then climate change, there's a whole strategy on lowering carbon emissions and, helping solar and the other pushes. towards reducing the emissions. Stubble burning is a big issue, as you know, in Delhi and in North India in general. It really brings down the air quality, and this budget has stressed on reducing stubble burning. Then there are some very important export promotion, enclaves, conclaves, a change, a rejig of the SEZs, to include the states. It's not just a central government thing. There were some special incentives in the gift city. In addition, 5G enabling has happened, public transport in urban areas, and then there's a whole slew of what I would call kalyankari yojanaएं. For example, mental health and telemedicine. Now, this is again something we can really push, because not everyone, especially during Corona and otherwise, can go out and see doctors. You can't mix and you're at home, but there's so much high quality information and advice that can be made available using the platform. And India's digital footprint is probably the second largest in the world, now. The number of cell phone users, smartphone users in India is probably the second largest in the world and increasing. So the government is very clued in on this. And during the pandemic, we saw that mental health issues were a matter of great concern. Everyone was anxious, and now the government is paying attention under NIMHANS as an apex body to reach out to people who need help. Of course, we have to rely on our own social resilience as Indians, but mentioning these things in the budget is very important. It sends a signal that we need to talk about these things. There's Nari Shakti, tap water, and then education during the pandemic. This has been a very big issue, and special committees have been set up. I'm in the education sector, to have learning outcomes even in adverse times through the digital platforms. And of course, I liked how 2022 has been declared the year of millets. Now, who would have thought about talking about ragi and millets and natsini, as we call it in Maharashtra, being mentioned in the budget? But this is good for everyone's health, So I like these, reducing dependence on oil seeds and using, less harmful pesticides and insecticides. So I like some of these smaller points which I was paying attention to in this budget as well. And I just wanted to say that, of course, the market went up by almost 1,000 points.
It's still trading up by 900 points. So we should tell the viewers at least one section is finding it okay or good. That is markets, because they are the ones who react to it before anyone else. So there
is another market that should be crashing right now, which is that of the
Bitcoin.
Crypto. So I think she has done very good things here. On the one hand, she's talking about the introduction of a digital rupee by the Reserve Bank of India, a digital currency using blockchain. And this is where the future lies. The future does not lie in private bitcoins. Those are tradables and with no underlying any at all. In a company, for instance, in the stock market, you have underlying every share price is a company there which is doing things, making products, offering services, etc. In a Bitcoin, there is nothing. And so across the world, I think India will now set the standards where the government-backed sovereign digital currency will take precedence, and that is where the future is. On the second part, which is those who have been speculating on these digital currencies and blockchain will now have to pay a very high tax rate of 30%. They are not going to be given any deduction except cost acquisition. Their losses cannot be offset. Clearly, this is an incentive that the government says, do not venture close to this. This is a risky business. Now, you can say that the government woke up too late. We don't know. Like we were discussing earlier, this is an age of disruption, and things are moving very fast. Governments, regulatory structures will always lag what the market does. But I think it's a very good thing. It's a signal that please do not invest your hard-earned money. Firstly, don't even look at it as an investment.
Oh yeah,
it's a casino. So second, and do not put your hard-earned money into these entities which have no underlying whatsoever, and if you do, you pay the highest tax there. So I think taking the tax policy and merging it with the new offering, which is of a digital currency, a digital rupee by RBI, sanctioned by the RBI, is a very good, she has done two things together, and I think this is going to set some new discussions within the crypto world.
But I just wanted to add, there's a tax relief for people with disabilities. This is something new. It's a small point, but it helps those who are trying to do well, even in adverse circumstances. And then I noticed that it's very important to reduce litigation, unnecessary litigation, tax litigation. So there are steps here where the tax litigation is going to be reduced. Finance Minister quoted the Mahabharata and said that the just and good ruler should take care of the populace. And I think that they tried to make the tax regime more user-friendly and increase the tax, increase the trust and not the tax. That's what I was trying to say. And also I noticed that there is, an attempt to, for example, bring about parity between central and state government employees. This will be, one nation, one tax. So this kind of integration across the different, tax geographies of India, and they did that with GST as well, so that the complications and roadblocks and transfer of people from state to central government, otherwise, all of these roadblocks are sought to be reduced here, is what I can gather from a quick look.
Yeah, and let's talk about Amrit Kal. She said Amrit Kal is going to start for the next 25 years. What do you understand by this Amrit Kal and this overall the analogy which is going to be there?
Well, I think that the idea is to make India a safe place with good governance, law and order, and the basic minimum for all. We see that with the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana and digital transfer to the poorest, food security. So you see, we have in India one of the largest populations in the world. My personal estimate is that we have exceeded China. Our numbers are not quite adequate. So it's the largest country in the world practically. And Amrit Kal means nobody should go to bed hungry. That's how I see it. Amrit Kal at the bottom means Antodaya, Sarvodaya, and education for all, minimum facilities for all, housing, roti, kapda, makan, healthcare for all, protection for girl children, protection from exploitation for little children, so they don't, have to stop going to school or are put into, enforced labor and, begging at street corners and so forth, which we still see. So Amrit Kal for the large section of our impoverished populace means these things. And then it also means a country on the go, globally competitive, unleashing the talent of India. True Swaraj means that. We keep talking about minimum government and maximum governance, but I still think we are over-dependent on the government to do everything for us. I think that civil society is a Western word, but if you want an Indian word, then it's not just the Raja, but the Praja.
Right.
That has to be empowered. And that's what the Mahabharata also says in Kautilya. We didn't mention Kautilya, but Arthashastra talks about that. So you need for a large country such as India, a basic minimum of a welfare state. And then an unleashing of the tiger or the lion in terms of your creativity, in terms of your competition, in terms of your competence, and as I said, transparent governance with no over-regulation.
Yes,
right?
that's
what for me is the Amrit Kal. So you set India on a course where you're making India future ready and safe, secure, even protecting the borders. It's very important.
So on that note, we'll go back to what FM said important things. And FM, she said that due to the pandemic, which has really accentuated mental health problems in people of all ages, well, the government will now launch a national tele-mental health program that is to improve the quality of mental health counseling. There will be more care services of such types. Let's listen her on this particular subject.
The pandemic has accentuated mental health problems in people of all ages. To better the access to quality mental health counseling and care services, a national tele-mental health program will be launched. This will include a network of 23 tele-mental health centers of excellence, with NIMHANS being the nodal center, and International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore, IIIT Bangalore, providing technology support. I present the budget for the year 2022-23. At the outset, the overall sharp rebound and recovery of the economy is reflective of our country's strong resilience. India's economic growth in the current year is estimated to be 9.2%, highest among all large economies. Honorable Prime Minister, in his Independence Day address, had set out the vision for India at 100. By achieving certain goals during Amrit Kal, our government aims to attain this vision. They are complementing the macroeconomic level growth focus with a microeconomic level all-inclusive welfare focus, promoting digital economy and fintech, technology-enabled development, energy transition and climate action, and relying on virtuous cycles starting from private investment with public capital investment, helping to crowd in private investment.
Well, on a short note, I would like to ask you, there's a scheme which has been announced, e-passports for the first time using embedded chips to be rolled out in 2022-23. One of the main things for our viewers who are watching us from other countries, that e-passports using embedded chips will be rolled out in 2022-23. And on that note, I will come back to you for something on defense manufacturing now. Now 68% will be there for defense manufacturing, Indian participation there. What has changed over the last few years? Because there's no big allocation for defense budget this time though.
I think that so far we have been shying away from Indian businesses getting into the making of defense equipment of various kinds. And you can say that partly it's the industry's fault for not coming up. But I think it's more a political and not an economic issue that we continue to look at our industrialists with suspicion. But we have no qualms about importing it from private entrepreneurs, private companies outside our borders. And I think this contradiction, this conflict was not even thought about. I mean, nobody even discussed this. The fact that the government has now come and said that 68% of our procurement, defense procurement, will happen from Indian companies, who in turn may tie up with foreign companies because now 100% FDI has been allowed, or do it on their own, is a good step. We don't need to keep importing our defense needs. At some point, we will need to start becoming self-sufficient, Atmanirbhar, or even exporting them. So I think to that extent, it's good. Makaran mentioned a lot of welfare measures that the government has taken, and I think for a country like India, a poor country like India, whose per capita income is $2,000, one of the most, we may be a $3 trillion aggregate powerhouse, but at an individual level, we are a poor country of $2,000. For such a country to be able to give so many schemes on the welfare front and keep increasing those schemes year after year, is something quite remarkable across governments. This has been happening. We are very good at welfare schemes. We are very poor in wealth creation schemes. So I think now, over the past few years that I'm noticing, there is a clear-cut that there was a reluctance to embrace our entrepreneurs. There was some sort of, we need to shun them, we need to keep them away, we don't need to be seen with them, they are bad guys. That narrative is changing for the better, and I think that if I look at only wealth creation part of in this budget, there is a lot of good stuff coming out which will attract investors, but it is not enough. I think still a lot more needs to be done. She mentioned that there are 25,000 compliances that are going to go away. Very good. We would like to see I would like to see that list. Perhaps it's there in the finance bill or maybe outside. We don't know. She said that they have repealed 1,486 laws. That's again a good thing. But not all of these laws were economic laws. Some of them were. They were redundant. So I think step by step the government is moving. If this 25,000 the total compliance universe of Indian businesses is about 69,233. Now, if this is reduced by half or to a quarter, I think we are talking very big, and with a perspective of a 25-year horizon, this can be seen as the first step. So I think there is an intention to create wealth for wealth creators, to incentivize wealth creators in India, along with welfare measures, wealth redistribution. So far, the focus was only on wealth redistribution. Now, it is wealth redistribution alongside wealth creation. Although, in the narratives, the accusations are the contrary. That this is a suit boot ki sarkar, etc., and not caring about the poor. Factually, that is incorrect. So I think this budget takes one more step towards wealth creation ecosystem.
Right. So we'll continue with our discussion. But before that, let's take a look at headlines. What are the main points as far as budget is concerned? Indian Finance Minister says budget seeks to lay a blueprint for next 25 years, aiming to achieve Vision for India at 100, set out by PM in his Independence Day address. India to introduce its own digital currency using blockchain and other technologies. Announcing it during the budget, Finance Minister, she said it will be issued by Central Bank RBI and will give a big boost to the economy. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman says 5G mobile services will be rolled out within 22-23. According to reports, 5G services will be launched in major cities including Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad and Ahmedabad. And India's budget 2022 makes provision to create 6 million new jobs in the next 5 years under the production-linked incentive PLI scheme for achieving Atmanirbhar Bharat. In a first, mental health gets a mention in budget address as Finance Minister announces that a national mental health program will be launched. And today we are talking about the budget 2022. A host of announcements have been made. To talk all that and much more, today we are joined by our honorable guests here in the newsroom. I would like to ask you, Mr. Chikramani, startups. Well, clearly we spoke about it earlier as well. We had a special program on that. So today also, FM mentioned the importance of startups in creating jobs. Do you think they are the engine of growth as far as jobs are concerned now?
No. I don't think startups are going to be the engine of jobs. They may be the engine of excitement in terms of new entrepreneurs, young people coming up, setting up services and businesses that are then, they get scaled up. We had 44 unicorns last year whose combined valuation adds to $100 billion. And I think that's very good. Is there a transition from seeking jobs to seeking opportunities? Is something that only time will tell, although there are some professors who believe that several of their students are no longer interested in jobs in the traditional sense of the word, but they want to set up their own businesses, find gaps in the market, fill those gaps, create value and move on. So I think and the government therefore is possibly seeing this new ecosystem